Hello, hello, hello. This is Attorney Mike Graff. I'm coming to you from Chicago as usual. And it doesn't look like they've started quite yet, but I think we can squeeze in a quick rumble.
I'm going to use Miss Fowler's words. She now is in a thruple. And not only does she choose to be in a thruple, and she's shacked up in the bed with the thruple. Now, if anybody thinks this is okay, I am in the wrong world.
What's up, brother? I can't hear you.
That's because I pulled the mic.
I'm rubbing off on you here. This isn't good.
It's like the opposite of a hot mic.
All right, let's add this so we're watching at least. There's the stream. We're on Mexico time. I don't know.
Well, when I was over in Puerto Rico, I learned what island time is. It's an interesting concept.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me see here. Can I at least switch this thing to this? No, that goes there. No, we got a whole lot of nothing, brother.
All right.
Well,
we can for a bit.
So did you read up on this deal?
A little bit. I have kind of the basic background. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the state lay it out for me.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought. Like, like a whole bunch of people sent me stuff. He did an interview from jail. They're doing all this other stuff. So I kind of know about it, but I sort of want to view it through the lens of the trial.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I read a couple news articles, but I never necessarily know what of that's sensationalized and what isn't. And I kind of prefer the cold hard kind of testimony.
Well, it's funny, and actually, this is sort of an endorsement of the system. So, two attorneys are looking at this. You know why? We kind of like the court. We sort of trust the court process because it's adversarial.
Exactly.
So if someone's going to come out there and say, "Oh, he's crazy, he's a bad person, he beats children and all this sort of stuff," okay, great, but they're subject to cross-examination, and you've got somebody with a vested interest trained to pick that apart.
Exactly. I mean, it was taking the Depp Heard trial. There was a vast disparity in people's opinions depending on whether they actually watched the trial coverage or whether they were reading the news articles. There was just it was night and day in terms of people's opinions.
We need Thirst Trap Ben on here. He does improve the view. I'm not going to lie.
Where's the trouble?
I haven't invited. I'll do it. Yeah, Ben's probably in court. But I will do that as we go. I'll see if Ben wants to stop in and say hi.
I forget, what's Ben's jurisdiction?
He's in Nevada.
Oh, so yeah, there's a good shot. You're right, Vegas. I should have remembered, but
well, it's probably right before. Well, but if you have court first thing,
8:45, you probably want to be there for a 9:00 calendar call.
Right, and you and I discussed this today. I've got a pile of depositions tomorrow. So if this thing is going, if there's interest in it, I think John might do it tomorrow on his channel.
I think I will. I might finally have to actually pay StreamYards because I ran through my 20 hours for the month.
You might have to pay StreamYard.
So that's all right. That means that I finally.
That's not gonna be an issue. But you also get that wacky duck off your stream.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which is nice.
Yeah,
but good. it's good that they start like that, so you get a chance. I mean, now you know what you're doing.
Oh, let's not go that far.
Well, sort of ish. All right, so I don't know what they're doing with this trial. It's funny, these trials. Now we've been through a bunch of them. What I like about this trial, I mentioned this yesterday. I don't have a preconceived notion as to how this thing should end. I thought both opening arguments were compelling. And I'm really listening to the testimony thinking, like as a juror, I don't know. I'm not convinced one way or the other yet, which is sort of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think the opening arguments actually really laid out, and this is what's kind of nice about this one as opposed to, say, the Brooks trial, is you have genuinely professional attorneys laying out good arguments for both sides. So it's basically which evidence is going to stick best with the story that they started with.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of fun. We've been through a few of them now. I think I mentioned during the Depp Heard thing. Depp Heard, that was part of the drama. Part of it is you had the celebrity like hook to it, which is certainly interesting. But that whole time, not the whole time, when I started, I was really open-minded. As I saw Amber, she lost me, and I'm like, I don't believe her. Having said that, knowing what the attorneys had to prove and do, I still thought Depp would lose until the very end.
Interesting. I mean, obviously, yeah, the defamation per se thing is a very high bar. And so I was thinking as about it, probably similar to your line that because of the legal bar that you have to jump over, that it was kind of a rough going. But I was actually waiting for jury duty when the case started, and what's his name? Baruch. I was watching him, and when he went on there, I was like, this is going to be interesting. He was the friend that big dude broke down on the stand and was like,
oh yeah, European kiss, I call him.
I was like, all right, he might have a shot here.
All right, they're telling me my mic is hot. All right, is that better? Is that better, people?
I'm wondering if that was a joke because mine was supposed to be a pun.
Yeah, you never know. They do troll me.
That's all right. That means they love you. Okay, Ward.
Well, I don't know and then the other thing is, so you get into this. I also like that. Like the Brooks trial was really interesting, but the interest was from a different place. You know, he did it. You highly suspected he'd be convicted before they said the first word.
It was on video. What are you?
It was on video, for crying out loud. But you've got this maniac asserting a sovereign citizen defense to this horrible crime.
Right.
That's a train wreck that you got to watch, and we did.
Oh yeah. And I still think that you made a good decision to wait and not play all of the prosecution's case, because I went back and that was tough to watch. It's like I texted you this morning, they have the Parkland shooters victim impact statements going that started yesterday, and I was half contemplating running it, but I just don't think it's not
It's
fun.
too sad.
It's bad. Yeah.
It's just too much of a bummer. Look, all these Mike is hot, not Mike. Thank you.
I mean, I'll play the SOB getting sentenced. No problem.
Yeah.
But the victim impact stuff, I don't know. I just don't think that it's great.
Well, and then let's do a review of our battles here. And then we had the Summers situation.
Yep.
That was just wild. I mean, I got into that because he decided to represent himself, and he decided to represent himself so he could cross-examine his ex-wife,
which was brutal,
and the victim, and it was brutal, but damn, it was riveting. Well,
but the thing that made it so great is that she was so strong and she fought back against him from the stand, which was so interesting to watch.
That was a wild one. All right, so is this not happening, or do I have? You know what? I could have this off too. I did that yesterday, or the day before. I just had. Let me check here. I don't trust myself.
Let me check if there's some local news that might be running it.
Well, look, the chat's moving, but that doesn't mean have it on play, does it? Or does it?
I would suggest that it probably does.
So here, and it's Judge Paul Eichmann or so. I can't remember. That's the other thing too. So you're in a new trial. I just did this on a whim yesterday, so I don't know. I don't know the attorneys' names.
Let's see. I have some of the filings.
I don't know the judge's name. I looked it up. I saw it once now, but I can't remember it.
I'm wondering if I'm looking at the right one here. Give me a second.
you like the chaos, huh?
Well, I've gotten yelled at before for.
Oh, look, we got Biggin. It looks like we got Artie in the house. This is good stuff.
So, oh wow, this guy's got some background.
Who, the judge?
No, the defendant.
9 a.m. start time.
All right, so that would be 3 minutes then, because they're what, 3 hours? That's Mountain Time, right?
Well, I went with to be fair, I went with Law and Crimes 9:45. Well, it's 9:45 Central.
Let's see. Because I found this. Hang on.
Judge Simpson today at 1:35 in.
Jesus. How many people have the last name Cummings in New Mexico? I'm finding 3 different appellate cases, and none of them are him. Is that a common name? Like, I know in the New York Bar Registry, there are like 12 John O'Briens, but that's because it's a common name. I didn't think Cummings necessarily was.
I don't know. I don't know if this is right here. All right, let me see if I can do this now. I don't know if I have the right thing.
Good point. Fair enough. You win. Let's see.
I don't know if I have the right stream, but let's try this thing. Let's see. I'm told this is good.
All right.
Is this it, chat? Well, it's not happening.
Hang on. Somebody's saying Court TV has it. I'm going to check.
Oh, I can't see it. You know, I might have the wrong timestamp. All right, this is too much. This is too much. I tried. Unless it's this. Oh no, it's backwards. It's still going. I can't figure that out. All right, let's get back. We'll miss it anyway then.
Yeah. I don't know. You got to figure they've got to start by 9 o'clock, right? Which it would be 9 there, right?
I've got 10:01 Central, so I'm guessing that's 9 o'clock their time.
That's what I would think. By the way, we right now have YouTube's Ception.
Oh, good Lord. What's going on here? Did I grab the wrong
You
screen?
shared screen the StreamYard.
Wait, I don't have. Okay, wait, I do have the thing. Thanks for pointing that one out, brother.
I mean, this is a highly professionally produced program.
Now we're on. Now it's on like Donkey Kong. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Adele Garcia. She's in Albuquerque, and it is 9 a.m. there, so it's got to be starting any minute, you'd think. I just wasn't sure if it was Pacific time. I'm not exactly sure how those time zones work.
Well, let's just have some coffee and hang out. You know what I could always do?
Q&A. Let's do it. AMA.
No.
Make Mike miserable.
No, there will be no learning. There will be no more learning. There'll be random clips. This is.
Have you ever had any history of substance abuse issues?
I smoked a lot of weed.
But that is nothing compared to where I got to find it.
Oh, and I'd like to make an announcement to your folks because we have almost 1,000 people on here. I finally got monetized, so
Woo-hoo!
I'm looking at some really cool content. So come check it out.
Absolutely, and in fact, this is the way I would celebrate.
Yeah. Without getting into further detail, there were drugs involved that people were giving to me that ended up being glue. Like I smoked some glue and stuff. I thought I was smoking crack, and
I feel like hookers and blow is a better solution, but glue works too.
Oh, wait a second. They're telling me this now? This is a whole different situation.
What's up?
Let me see. Let me verify before I start running my mouth here.
That's usually a good idea.
I'm told that Judge Manning is at it, but I can't see it.
Huh. Well, she usually streams on her own channel, right? Let's see.
No, she's not streaming.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I think they're just messing with you.
They're just messing with me.
There was something that ended about 6 minutes ago. It was a child support case. But they privated the video, it looks like. So
yeah, that's how they roll. Manning was boring this morning. Well, that's going to happen sometimes.
Yeah.
You know why? She wasn't doing pre-trial.
That's interesting that they run the stream and then immediately private it when it's over.
A lot of them do that.
I don't know why they do that, because wouldn't you want to archive these things? We can always just turn off comments.
All right, so I don't think this is happening here.
I have no idea. It seems like it's been going on. I mean, we're only 5 minutes after what might make sense, but I don't know. Law and Crime has Iowa v. Miller up. I don't know anything about it, but we can screw with that for a little bit. That's the Spanish teacher murder. I literally know nothing about it, so I don't even know what the hell's going on.
No contest plea is?
I think it's I don't remember, I think. Is that
Tell me when
right?
they start, people.
Yeah, I would be using the police report, and I've read it, to determine whether or not there's a factual basis that you committed a crime. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
There are two other things I need you to understand. It
How do
also
you get
means
that,
that you're not
Pinky?
further
Thank you.
desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Can you repeat again, sir, please?
All right. It also means that you're not further wanting to or desirous of contesting this charge of retail degree.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Mike,
the
I'll
other
keep
thing
it on
that you
my
need to
phone.
understand is that for
I'll let you know when
purposes
we
of
have to come
sentencing,
back.
the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, understanding all of that, you still wish to plead no contest.
All right, everyone's telling me there's good stuff
Yes,
on this
sir.
call, but you got to give me the
All right.
timestamp here.
And to that
I'm
charge,
running a
how do you
stream.
plead?
I can't figure this
No
stuff out.
contest?
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Because
sir,
of that,
sir.
you're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance.
Yes,
You're
sir.
also giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you.
How many
And
times
giving
have
up your right to
we
be
heard this
presumed
morning?
innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand you're giving up your right to appeal outright.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you on probation or parole?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you on probation or parole back in 2017?
No, sir. I'm on parole now, sir.
Okay, you're on parole now, but
Yes.
you weren't on probation
Nice chat with
in
Debbie last night.
2017, were you?
No, sir.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything to get you to plead no contest to this charge?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce?
It's a
No,
horrible
sir.
idea.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
What is that? I'm interested.
The court has been provided and
I know you
has
don't want to
reviewed
do any
Pittsfield
sort of
Township
cheat
Department of
but
Public
I'm
Safety
genuinely
report
curious.
for their case number 17.
You're muted.
No objections, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Based upon the review of the report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt. Charge. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
People are satisfied, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied, Judge.
Court will accept the defendant's no contest plea to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for pre-sentence investigation and report. I'll set sentencing on this matter for November. Yeah, November 23rd, 2022, 9 a.m.
Okay,
Or
Judge.
to midnight in case. Yes, sir.
And Judge, could I address bond?
Sure.
Sorry, Judge. Your Honor, he does have three other matters that are holding him. They're all at 14A2. They're currently set for November 9th. As Mr. Whitsett indicated, he is on parole. There is a parole hold. However, it's in his understanding, he's met with his parole agent, and once these matters are all cleared up, he's hopeful that the parole hold will then be removed or recalled. He's asking the court to consider a PR bond in this matter. He did provide me with contact information, and he promises to appear at sentencing.
Why the Southfield police have your phone?
No, I do not know. All I know, Judge, listen to what I'm saying, okay?
Okay.
I
Here
don't
we
know what the fuck is going, I don't know what's going on, okay?
Okay.
I'm
take
young, I'm
everything
20,
you
I'm 20,
Private, they
I'm
can just
20,
send
okay?
nice to me.
All
Right.
I know is
Private
police,
chat.
are you listening to me?
Right.
All I know is police are following me nonstop. They're
Okay,
following
okay.
me. And they're not just, I'm not just saying this as if I'm mental or got some crazy shit going on. They're sitting in their cars, they're watching me, they're following me nonstop. I can't even live my life outside of here because I'm getting watched.
Okay.
This
let
is
me just
becoming a mental health thingy for me because I'm getting watched.
Becoming.
Okay,
I'm
let
going
me
to
ask,
jail nonstop.
okay, let me ask you another question. If you're out of jail, what city do you live in?
You said when I'm out of jail, what city do I live in?
Yeah. Where do you live?
Pharmacy
That-
Hills, man. Pharmacy Hills. I'd be a lot of places. I got family everywhere.
Okay.
Here's what I'll do. I'm going to leave bond set as it is. Mr. Gallagher, after you speak to the defendant, and you can maybe provide the court some additional information, I may reconsider that, but I'm going to leave it set as it is.
Understood, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay, bond
Doesn't
continue.
think she's
Thank you,
right, or he
ma'am.
wouldn't
And
put up
Mr.
with that.
Gallagher, I'll be down to see you. Where are you then?
Okay.
All right. What else do you even say to like?
She
You need a
gets to
moment to
use
reset after that.
But anybody else you said the word, that's going to be it today. Court calls the case People versus Derek Adams.
Tonor Q9 on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
James
Thank
Gallagher,
you.
Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Derek Epps. Mr. Epps, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
Took a little while for it to be effectuated,
All right. Now we're
and we
live.
didn't have time
Thank
to
you, chat.
address my request today by stipulation, which is to
Sure.
adjourn the
Only need
pretrial.
fireworks.
I'll be making a similar request. Ms. Kirby's handling a PCC tomorrow for Mr. Hunter on a much more substantial charge. And I just got discovery on that, which is, I think, nearing the 1,000 of pages. So this one is quite secondary to the larger case, Your Honor, which is a capital offense. So requesting some length of an adjournment here.
Let's see.
Why don't I then, December 7th,
Thank you.
I'll adjourn this out to December 7th, 2022, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then we'll deal with the felony when it comes up on Thursday. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Bond continued on that.
Mr. Simon, would there be any way I could get a breakout room?
I can't do that because I only have a limited amount of jail. Yeah, I don't know which tablet they're going to use. So I can't do that, sir, because of logistics. All right.
Got you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Elijah Kyler.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Kyler. Mr. Kyler, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
Elijah Kyler?
Oh, there he is.
There he
Okay.
is. And Your Honor, I have to admit, I went to the jail to see him, and I'm surprised I didn't see him in the hallway because I was there at the same time, but he was released. Obviously, he's out. I haven't talked to him. However, my understanding, Your Honor, is
You want me to
that
put him back in so you can talk to him?
no.
I'm just asking. I'm trying to be helpful.
No, it's nice. It's always nice to see my clients out of custody. But Your Honor, I believe in his felony matter, there's a competency hearing that's set for December 22nd, and we were requesting an adjournment to around that time frame.
Okay, so he has a pending. So
it is indeed, but not yet.
Okay, so I'm going to adjourn this one to January 4th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Okay.
9 a.m.
Yeah, January 4th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. Bond in this matter. Well, hold on. Did you post $100?
Yeah, I posted 100 and 300 on another one. Yeah.
Okay, so he posted on this. Okay, so bond will continue on this one. You're good.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
sir.
Good day.
You're saying court calls the case, People versus Gregory Day.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of people.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Gregory Day. Mr. Day, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
Gregory Mark Day.
And Your Honor, Mr. Day contacted me. I appreciate that, Mr. Day. He has a pending felony matter, Your Honor, that's set. He has a competency evaluation scheduled for November 10th.
Anyone
And
want to
then
guess the
he
charge?
has a hearing set for December 1st in his pending felony matter. If we could set this matter for after December 1st sometime.
All right, December 7th, 2022, 9 a.m. Okay. All right. Bond will continue. Thank you, Mr. Day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
That was 10. This is 11. All right. That's just wrong. Court calls the case of the People versus Armonte Jackson.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
Sorry, Judge. James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Armonte Jackson. Ms. Jackson, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
They are not checked in.
Oh, please let us go to the 2 iPhones. It's going to be great.
Are you checking something, Mr. Gallagher?
I was looking to see if we've just.
Ma'am, you didn't say the cat jumped on his wiener, did you?
1,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that. There has not been a previous warrant, so that will issue November 4th. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case. People versus Ozzie Kaminsky.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of O.C. Kaminsky. Ms. Kaminsky, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
Yes, O.C. Kaminsky.
All right, she's iPhone 2.
Okay.
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
And Your Honor, we do have a resolution
Well, I
here.
believe it, but it-
Ms. Hydorn can correct me if
Seems
I'm
a
wrong, but
violation.
she'll be pleading no contest, Your Honor, under prosecutor deferral.
I mean, you could literally always just
charged.
walk into the jail.
As
cell
charged.
and speak to
That
the
is
client.
correct, Your Honor. And there is a restitution of $252 as well.
252.
Yes.
Just seems like a violation of the right to counsel.
Yeah,
Putting an
absolutely.
impediment like that.
Okay.
I mean, you can't. My understanding is you can't necessarily talk to them if they're, being sanctioned or
All right, Ms. Kaminsky, can you raise your right hand?
Can't be more than like a day.
Just a moment.
Okay, I'll wait. Really?
Okay.
We
You
got a
got
winner
it?
here.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Nice ear.
Yes, I do.
I was gonna say.
State your
state
name
first.
again for the record, please.
It's O.C. May Kaminsky.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to the charge of embezzlement by an agent or trustee, $200 to $1,000.
Does
That
sound
is
like
a
me?
misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court
How is
costs.
she holding
Fine
her
could be
camera?
increased to 3 times the value of the
Or
property
keep it
taken.
side
If
or
that's
head.
greater than $2,000, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Mr. Gallagher went over it with me. Yes.
All right. So 2 things I want to make sure that you understand. You understand that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge.
Yes.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court would treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Why are you crying?
Still wish to
You're
plead no
getting
contest?
to embezzlement.
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Pardon me?
Okay, and to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
All right, now you understand that by pleading no contest,
We made
that you
it.
will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
All right. Are you on probation or parole?
No,
Has anybody?
I've never been in trouble.
Okay. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest to this charge?
Sounds
No,
like
sir.
she's never
Has
been in
anybody
trouble.
threatened you or coerced you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, I am.
and of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, Mr. Gallagher, the basis for the no contest plea.
A potential civil liability, Judge.
All right. Court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 224903. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No objections.
No, Your Honor.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this charge. Counsel, have I complied with it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied, Judge.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge.
Thank you,
Defendant
Sam.
is referred
Andy.
to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be December 14th, 2022, 9 a.m.
Yeah, without getting into further detail, there were drugs involved that people were giving to me that ended up being glue. Like I smoked some glue and stuff. I thought I was smoking crack. And
From you and also provide you information so we can proceed to sentencing, okay?
Thank you.
All right, stay right there.
Yeah, the no contest is that
Court calls
potentially
the case of the people versus Nelson
less
McDaniel.
difficult in
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the
pending
people.
civil suit.
Morning, Lydia Fields, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. McDaniel. Mr. McDaniel is appearing from a funeral. Are you able to state your name at this point, Mr. McDaniel?
What do you mean he's at a funeral right now?
He is, Your Honor. We were unable to file a stipulation in time for today's date, and I was going to request an adjournment on his behalf on the record.
Any objection to the adjournment?
No objections, Your Honor.
Matters adjourned November 16th, 2022, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
do see the defendant being, he is.
Hello, I'm Nelson McDaniel. I'm right here.
Okay, we were going to adjourn the matter out, sir, to the
Excuse
16th.
me?
In live.
Hey, the funeral doesn't start till 1 o'clock, so I'm fine.
Okay,
Nelson.
well, you didn't answer. So what do we want to do then, counsel?
I would still request an adjournment on his
Let
behalf.
me take the adjournments. That's
I
good.
didn't
for you.
realize he wouldn't be at the funeral, and we have a few things we need to discuss, Your Honor.
Then I'll adjourn this. I'll keep the adjourn date, the 16th, 9 a.m. or as resumed by
Plan.
indicated.
How's that?
On continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls this case of the people versus Chauncey Milliken.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Chauncey Milligan. Mr. Milligan, good morning. If you can please state your name for the court.
Chauncey, really?
Yeah, and Judge, he's done a really good job staying in touch with me too. I just spoke to him.
I issued a bench warrant back in September, but you had just talked to him?
I did, and actually, Judge, he had been initiating calls to me prior to that.
I'm not going to issue a bench warrant at this time. I'm going to give you a shot if he's calling you. I'm just shocked he's not here. I'll adjourn it to November 16th, 2022 at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge. I will call him as soon as we're done with
Yeah.
That if he doesn't appear,
We don't have any reason to put ourselves sit out.
that's the last nice thing I'm going to do for the rest of the year.
Understood.
I just I'm announcing that to everybody, but. All right. What? That was a mature. Oh, yeah, I was working on that.
Younger school.
All right. Court does call the case. Other people versus Bo. Is it Niehaus or Niehaus?
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Niehaus. Sorry about that, Ms. Fields. He had contacted me. Mr. Niehaus, good morning. If you can please state your name for the court.
So you took Miss Fields' case. Say he contacted you and he's now not here.
And now he's not here.
Okay, I just wanted to lay in the whole
show up to court in this
He
jurisdiction?
probably would have appeared had Miss Fields taken this over.
What everybody on this Zoom was thinking.
Judge, I'm not sure. He did. He reached out. He called our office yesterday to discuss this matter. I'm not sure why he's not here today.
Sounds like a bench warrant.
Bench warrant will issue by 5,000.
How did I know?
All on Mr. Gallagher. Bench warrant will not issue until November 4th.
I have mental telepathy almost.
Get the file back to Miss Fields.
I kind of like to give them 2 days to try to.
Court calls stage people versus.
I don't usually see that.
Is that right? Yep. Heavenly Taylor.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
There's been an Elin sighting.
It's gonna be
I
heavenly.
wasn't sure if I should wait to see if Mr. Gallagher was gonna say something.
Boy, she kind of took that
Lydia
last.
Fields, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Miss Taylor. I saw having Miss Taylor's name pop up earlier. Miss Taylor, are you present?
I did not see her.
No, she was signed in.
Uh-oh, we're gonna have a problem.
Your Honor, I saw her signed in. I'm not sure where she is now. One issue that we have is we do not have valid contact information for her. Because she was signed in, for the record, I would still request an adjournment on her behalf.
Did you?
I saw her, yes.
You did see her. Well, since Gallagher messed up your last one, I'll grant you an adjournment.
I'm wondering, do you know
November
if she's a
16th,
prosecution intern? She's probably like a
2022, 9 a.m.
second year law student, right?
Have you ever had any history of substance abuse issues?
I smoked a lot of weed.
Not yet. Oh. She's not now.
No, she wasn't.
See if you can send her a message to connect to audio.
Oops, this is what I need.
Have you ever had a failure to appear?
Possibly.
Case people versus Larry Thompson.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
Devin Schmidt, student attorney on behalf of Larry Thompson. Mr. Thompson, if you're here, please state your name for the court.
Probably talk to Gallagher.
And Your Honor, we have not had any contact with Mr. Thompson before today's date.
Did he call you Gallagher? Never mind. I don't want to know. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear bond 5,000.
Have you ever had a failure to appear?
Possibly.
That warrant will issue November 4th, 2022. Court calls case of the people versus Gaged Frontanian.
Grace Hydorn on behalf of the people.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Gagik Vartanyan. Mr. Vartanyan, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
Gagik Vartanyan.
Oh, you got him? Okay. All right. What are we doing on this case?
Well, Your Honor, we're still in discussions in terms of possible resolution. I believe there's some things that the prosecutor's office wanted to look into in regards to this matter.
Oh,
yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
All right. How much time you guys need?
I would probably rely a little bit on the prosecutor's office here, Judge.
2 weeks should be fine, Your Honor.
2 weeks? Okay. Adjourn the matter out. November 16th, 2022, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you. Bond continue.
Is that guy still on the call?
She's hooked.
He probably doesn't realize
Oh, there she is.
It's over.
Heavenly Court recalls the case people versus Heavenly Taylor.
Grace Hyder.
Heavenly Taylor.
Lydia Fields, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Ms. Taylor.
All right. And what are we doing on this case?
Unfortunately, I hadn't been able to reach Ms. Taylor before today. I'd request an adjournment. And Ms. Taylor, if you could contact our office, I'll put our number in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, and make sure when you contact them, Ms. Taylor, you give them a valid phone number and email, okay?
Okay.
All right, November 16th, 2022, 9 a.m. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Eric Vermillion.
Grace Hyder on behalf of the people.
Lydia Fields, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Vermillion. Mr. Vermillion, can you state your name, please?
Yeah, we'd know if he's here. He's not here.
Nobody shows up to
For the
court in
record,
this
I'd request an
jurisdiction.
adjournment on his behalf.
Nobody.
I did that, I think. No, I waived it because he showed up late, but.
Bench
Gotta
warrant.
get here. I'm gonna issue a bench warrant.
Yeah, good idea.
Fine, 5,000. 10%. That warrant will issue immediately.
Yeah, it's time.
I mean, he's already granted you one.
Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. Okay.
Or I'm sorry. Warner Ali.
A lot of people don't know is the judge will
Alright, so on
usually
behalf
give
of
you
Pittsfield
one mulligan.
Township.
Devin
Not
Schmidt, student
necessarily.
attorney on behalf
Even
of
for
Warner Ali
attorneys, you
Thomas.
usually get
Mr.
one
Ali
warning.
Thomas, please
And
state
if
your
you
name for the
do it
court.
again,
Warner Ali Thomas.
Here he is.
it's not going to be
Okay.
a good day.
All right, what
Your
are we
Honor,
doing?
sorry, Your Honor. We have not been able to speak yet. Mr. Ali Thomas, we don't have a valid phone number for you. Could you please give our office a call so that we can speak with you about this case?
So I got my permit. I just need a week to get my license.
Okay, you
Your
can
Honor,
let
then-
them know. You can let them know that. I'll adjourn it out to November 16th, 2022, 9 a.m. But Mr. Ali Thomas, what counsel was indicating to you is you need to call the number. You see it there? The 222 number.
Yes.
Okay, you need to call that number right away. Leave a valid phone number that they can reach you as well as an email address.
I can't
Okay.
be the only
Okay,
one.
thank you. We'll see you on the 16th.
Right?
All right, see you then.
Yes.
That's it for me till 1 o'clock, and Miss Hydorn is done for the day.
Yes.
What? Oh, it was finally like an enjoyable day, and then. Oh, well, it was good seeing you, Grace. How is school going?
Yes, it was good seeing you. Well, it's going very well.
All right. Well, enjoy Chicago. She
Thank
took
you.
off. All right.
She
But
wants to come see the fish next time she's in town.
Yes.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
You've got to come see them, and see with Gallagher, her, and actually Conrad too. This is old Ann Arbor West Side. All right. Yeah. Okay. You take care.
Okay, thank you. You too, Your Honor.
All right.
That's
Bye-bye.
one,
And we'll
too.
see you a
That's
little bit
one,
later on
too.
this afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Guys,
Court
is the
calls
audio
the
better?
case
Let me
of
know.
the
I'm
people
trying to
versus
message it.
Shahib Akala.
Tonor Q9 on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Hello. James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Suhaib Akala. Mr. Akala, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
And take
Hello,
your damn
I'm
hat off.
Shoaib Kahala.
Okay. All right.
And-
What are we
and-
doing with this?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that he has a valid license. Is the
It
court?
looked like that. See what he was trying to show. He was trying to show everybody.
Oh,
But
be
can
nice
he
to
drive?
Grace. She's
Or is
probably
he
a
just
second year
dumb?
law student.
Your Honor, I believe he was expired. That's all.
Was it?
I believe he was expired.
Oh, okay. So you got it. You got your license?
Yes, I renew it.
Pardon?
He renewed
Yes,
it.
You renewed it.
All right, you
Okay.
got your license.
So what
You
are we
should
doing
have
on this
without a
case?
hat.
Then in that case, Your Honor, he can
How
admit
hard is this?
responsibility to double parking if that's what he'd like to do.
And that is
Yes.
what he would like to do, yes.
All right. Sir, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on the date of, I think it's April 15th, 2022, Washington Avenue, Pittsfield Township, that you double parked a motor vehicle? You
Yes.
admit responsibility to that, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well done. I knew you
Court
could.
will accept that admission of responsible. Count one is dismissed. Fines and cost of $180. When can you pay that?
Law and
Monday?
Crime started their
On
feed.
Monday, the
It doesn't
7th?
seem to be there yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Pay it by November 7th.
Thanks,
Okay,
sir.
we're all set. Thank you. Take care of yourself.
Appreciate you. This,
How much, $180?
Yes.
Court calls the case. People versus John Bailey.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
James Gallagher, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of John Bailey. Mr. Bailey, good morning. If you could please state your name for the court.
Yes, John Bailey.
Samsung SM. All right, what are we doing on this case?
And Your Honor, yes, spoke to Mr. Bailey. It's my understanding that he has a valid license as well.
He does. I can verify that.
And in light of that, Your Honor, he's prepared to admit responsibility to double parking.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Bailey, do you have a camera?
I'm trying to figure out how to turn it on. Sorry.
Okay.
Guys, chill. I'm
So
watching.
yes,
Judge
but I don't know
Still
how to
isn't
work
even in
it.
the room.
I guess since we just have a civil infraction, I'll do it this way. Don't worry about it, because that is Trish. Yeah. Mr. Bailey,
Yes, sir.
do you admit responsibility to the fact that on January 3rd, 2020, Michigan Avenue, Pittsfield Township, that you double parked a motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Court
I
will
will,
accept
but
that
he's
admission to
milling around
count
right
2,
now.
double parking. Count 1 is dismissed. Fines and cost of $180. When can you get that paid?
Can you give me 2 weeks, sir?
Yeah, Mike, I got it on in another window. I'll let
Pay
you
it
know.
by
It actually shows up. There's nothing
18th.
going on yet. They're just milling around.
Okay, greatly appreciate it.
Not a problem. Okay, you take care of yourself.
Okay, you too, sir.
Court calls the case of the people versus LaShanta Bushell. Is it Bushell?
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Devin Schmidt, student attorney on behalf of LaShante Bushell. Ms.
All right,
Bushell, please
judge
state
is
your name
in,
for the court.
so it might be a good time to switch over.
LaShante Bushell.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we've reached a resolution. Ms. Bushell will plead guilty under HIDA.
Earth to
And
Mike.
given her age, Your Honor, that does require the consent of the prosecution, and I have consented to that.
Anything else before we call back the witness?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And I forgot something in my office. Let me get it real quick and I'll be right back. And then just give me a second, Loretta. We'll call in the jury. All rise.
Like we know what we're doing here.
What, do you mean not sitting back in a box fort with your arms crossed while the jury walks in? Yes, it is New Mexico. Sometimes the judges will go out to greet the jury. I've seen it before, every now and again.
All rise. State, have your witness come back to witness stand?
Yes, sir.
And then we'll call in the jury.
No, they're attorneys and they seem to both be decent, so it's refreshing.
I might not have to bang my head against the wall this much.
Well, would like them to make a few more objections, but other than that, it's been pretty smooth sailing.
That's true. They were actually very quiet, so it's interesting.
Not as of yet.
Apparently at the Parkland thing, they started objecting to the victim impact statements and the judge flipped out.
Yeah, that's a poor strategy.
Or they can bring in the jury. Yes. Hey, Mr. Walker, come back to the witness stand.
Cameraman, did you have a stroke? What are we doing?
Yeah, they're probably just letting the jury walk in.
Oh, okay. Maybe they have to walk past
They might have to walk through a frame.
Yeah.
No, when you said that, I was laughing. I'm like, okay, but then I pieced it.
No, that makes sense.
We'll get better, Danielle. Oh yeah, I'll talk with Mike. We do the best in crown molding here.
I don't know. Lawn Lumber might fight you over that.
Good morning, you may be seated. Okay, Ms. Morrissey, you may continue.
And so it begins.
I mean, I'm sorry, there's no way not to make innuendo jokes about this case.
We're in the state's
morning,
case.
Mr. Walker.
They've had one witness so far.
I'm going to play you a portion of the audio recording that was played in court yesterday. So it's the 5-minute portion of your audio recording. Okay, I'm not going to play the
this
whole
guy's
5
super
minutes.
impressive.
I'm going to start it for counsel at 1 minute 5 seconds. Let's see if I've got my volume right. Bear with me here for technical issues.
We understand that, sir. We have to follow our policies and procedures, okay?
I'm devastated.
Right.
Did you hear him say I'm devastated?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, after we broke for the day yesterday, did you have an opportunity to review the entire audio recording?
Yes, ma'am.
So yesterday you testified that you left your recording device in your patrol unit when you went to clear the residence. Now that you've had an opportunity to listen to the whole recording, is that correct?
Yes, there was a portion where I took it out of my pocket I was having a discussion with Deputy Honey Estiwa, and I later made the decision to return it back to my person.
That was an awkwardly phrased
let me make sure that you're understanding my question. What you testified to yesterday was that you did not take your recording device with you when you cleared the residence. You left it in the unit, right?
No, that is a mistake that I made.
Okay. That is what you said yesterday, but that was not correct.
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't leave your recording device in the unit with Mr. Cummings. You took it in with you when you cleared the residence, right?
That is correct.
Okay, because we can hear you talking about what you're seeing as you're clearing the residence, correct?
That is correct. Yes,
all right. Having listened to the entire audio recording, at any point in time, do you ask Mr. Cummings his name?
No, ma'am.
So at no point in time did he refuse to give you his name?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
Okay. And you wrote a police report related to this incident, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And nowhere in your police report do you make any mention of him refusing to give you his name. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And not that the law required you to do this at this point in time, but just as a point of clarification, you never Mirandized Mr. Cummings. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Romo.
Made some good points. That whole cross was effective.
Yeah, it was.
Didn't blow him out of the water, just put everything into question.
Just to
Well done.
clarify.
I just think
what
it
I
made him
believe I asked you
seem
yesterday was, were
not
you
incompetent, but
aware of whether attempts
inexperienced.
had been made to obtain the defendant's identity? Do you recall me asking you that question?
I do recall.
Objection, I would ask to approach.
Okay.
See, I like this. They're professional. They don't do the speaking objection thing. They don't try to testify. Like, this is the appropriate way to do these things.
Yeah, this is well run so far. The judge, it's hard to read because I can't hear him very well.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm watching the way the court operates, and like secondhand thinking he's on top of stuff.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I was assisting with the trial at one point, and the judge, it was a very small courtroom. So instead of coming to the bench, we would just step out into the holding area, and we would have the conversations there.
See, I'm going to use Ms. Fowler's word. She now is in a throuple. And not only does she choose to be in a throuple, and she's shacked up in the bed with the throuple. Now, if anybody thinks this is okay, I am in the wrong world.
Miranda's saying this guy's not a cop anymore. I missed that yesterday. I wonder what the reason for that was. You're muted. You're muted, Mike.
Yeah, I heard lots of stuff that he had issues or whatever. I don't know if any of that's true.
Yeah, I don't know, so I'm not going to
Well,
presume.
Your testimony is that you never asked the defendant his identity. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you had asked him his identity, you would have put that in your police report, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what is the purpose of a police report? And why do you do a police report?
That way I can recall the events if I'm ever needed to testify to them.
Okay. And I know you're not in law enforcement anymore, but after the event of February 29th of 2020, did you go on other calls?
That was a shot.
Yes, ma'am.
How many calls approximately?
That was a
do you think you
definite
went on?
shot. I know you're not law enforcement anymore.
Thousands.
Thousands. Okay. And you haven't been with the agency you testified yesterday since when?
July.
Of this year,
timeframe?
of this past
Yes,
year? Okay. So you were also asked a question about.
I don't like when lawyers use innuendo like that. It implies something that's
You
not
in fact
really part of
asked
the question.
Mr. Cummings about whether or not he wanted medical attention,
Little
and he
crazy.
did not reply. Do you recall being asked that question by Ms. Morrissey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that something that if you had, would that have been noted in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in your report?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Would you like to see the report to refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach?
I don't think he was terrible. He just wasn't super impressive to me as a witness.
That is in my report.
And did you, again, why was it that you asked him if he needed medical attention?
I believe he told me that he was attacked. And I always think that it's a good practice to ask anybody if they need an ambulance.
And did you personally observe any signs that he had been attacked in any way?
No, ma'am.
Describe so we can have a better idea. There was a lot of discussion between you and Ms. Morrissey yesterday, back and forth, about dispatch and your, I guess your response, not responses, but your ability to hear dispatch and what was being told. Can you give us an idea of how the radio reception was out there?
The topography, I guess you could say the geography out there, you're going through valleys and canyons. So just depending on where you're at, you might have radio reception, you might not. It just, I mean, you could have it for 10 feet and then not have it for 10 feet. So it just,
You can kind of
it's
tell
very
how good a
patchy out
witness
there.
is based upon how much time you have to
So
spend on the
before
redirect.
you went to the scene,
And yes,
did
we'll
you
we'll
know the
talk to each other.
identity of Mr. Cummings?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and when you got to the scene and made contact with Mr. Cummings, were there other deputies around you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us approximately how many and who they were?
2 deputies during the initial response. That would be Deputy Honey Estiva and Sergeant Crispin.
Okay. And after we broke yesterday, there was a lot of discussion about the entire belt tape. Let me ask you, the 5-minute segment that we played yesterday, does that incorporate the entire interaction you had with Mr. Cummings?
No.
Okay. What other interaction was there on the entire belt tape?
So there was some discussion while I was talking to Deputy Honey Estiva. You can hear Mr. Cummings making comments. It's very difficult what he was saying, but he was talking to us that there's taken out of the 5-minute section.
And you did listen to the entire?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review the entire tape for accuracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to admit State's Exhibit 14. I'm not going to play it, but that way if the jury has any questions, so there's no inference that we're trying to hide anything.
Well, from an evidentiary standpoint, you can't because it's full of inadmissible hearsay. So
Yes.
I understand what Ms. Romo is trying to do, but it is full of hearsay from this gentleman, from the other deputies that were on scene.
Good
They're gonna
objection.
testify. They need to come into the courtroom and testify. They can't testify through that audio recording.
Good objection.
Your Honor, she opened the door by making an inference to the jury that the state was trying to hide something by not playing the entire.
I'm not going to allow it.
I'm sorry, Judge, I
I'm
couldn't
not
hear you.
going to allow it.
Okay, thank you. I just couldn't hear you.
Did he really do the I'm
Mr.
going to
Walker,
allow
you
it
did
thing?
enter the entire
That was a reasonable objection.
unredacted video for evidence, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
I know.
Good objection, good response.
Permanently excused.
Yeah.
Ms. Romo.
Yes, sir.
I like the ruling just because it makes it roll better.
It's hard for me to imagine that I would want to call him back, but I'm going.
I don't know. I don't
to
know if I
reserve
would have
him
ruled. I think I would have ruled for the
civil
defense on
Sandoval
that.
County.
Okay, Officer, you're excused. You may be subject to recall. But if they call you, they call you back home, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I would have let everyone else on the tape testify first and then try to admit it.
State, you may call your next witness.
My chat has been tainted by Brooks. They just have legal Tourette's.
Clearly.
I know exactly where they're coming from. They're just, all of us are just traumatized. Case in point.
I can't wait for the next Savsit Pro Se person to represent themselves. And we can talk about all that lawful law. Lady, would you like to call a witness? Any day now.
Witness is lost in the George O'Keefe exhibit, apparently.
Uncivil. Is there a labyrinth behind the camera that we don't see that they built in the courtroom?
Sorry, Judge, he's parking right now. We told him 10 o'clock.
The witness is still parking his car. Awesome. Good job, folks. You're doing great.
What witness we can call you?
Yeah, why don't you call the other witness? Then?
We'll call Christine Landers.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably trying to parallel park. There are judges that would shout the hell at you over that service.
Oh, yeah.
He's very kind. He's like, just go to the next one on your list.
Yeah, he's even killed. Like, let's just call another one. So,
Yeah.
I know you had an order, but we're now changing it.
Yeah.
Counsel.
Yeah, there are judges that would freak out at you. Cole, honest to God, I don't know if he allowed it or not because I can't hear a damn thing that he says.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and take a seat. Close up to that microphone and speak up loudly so that we can hear you. All right?
Okay.
She looks awfully
Morning,
distressed for some
Landers.
reason.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, because we have these masks on, it's a little hard to hear. So if you could try to speak up as clearly as you can into the microphone so everyone can hear your testimony, all right?
Okay.
Can you start by spelling your first and last name?
Here.
Christine, Chrisistine. Landers, Landers.
Ms. Landers, are you a little bit nervous today?
Just a smidgen.
Just a smidgen. Okay, we'll try to relax. I think there's some water
All right, I'm
there
stealing
for
your
you if you
term.
need it,
That's
and,
charming.
We'll try to make it as gentle as possible, okay? Ms. Landers, did you know someone named Guillermo
Absolutely.
Ariola?
New Mexico is
Yes,
an
I-
interesting place,
Or
apparently.
how did you know him?
I'd actually known him for 20 years. I moved here from New Hampshire, and I had a couple of horses, and he was highly recommended. So I'd been here just a couple of years when I contacted Placitas Yard Works, which was Guillermo.
That was his business?
Yes.
And what kind of business was that? What did you hire him for?
Yard work, weeds. He had a bobcat. He would remove my manure for me. He built things for me. And of course, my husband, I don't want you to think it was just for me, but yeah, he built a lot. And he was very good at what he did and very honest, and he showed up always on time.
Okay, for what? What's the objection?
Approach the bench.
Yeah, I'm told that Parkland clip is spicy. I might do a quick video on it, but I don't know when.
It's only a couple minutes long.
I mean, currently I'm pretty busy.
Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. Okay.
I just wish the judge would talk into the damn microphone.
Well, they're trying to talk out of earshot of the jury.
No, I know. I obviously
Right, but-
for the sidebar, but as a general matter.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Landers, you said that you hired him to do some work. You said bobcat. Now, you're not talking about the animal, you're talking about the machine, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
And did you already say, you knew him how long?
20 years.
20 years, okay. And
Well, that's pretty cool.
What is your occupation?
I'm a real estate agent.
Okay. And did you ever have any occasion to have real estate dealings with Mr. Guillermo?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Adiola?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, did you have occasion
Yeah, obviously he was writing a real
draw
bobcat.
up a contract for some land purchase between Mr. Adiola and the defendant, Mr. Cummings?
I drew it up, yes.
Okay. And before we go further, let me see if I can just, I think, are we on exhibit 14, I believe? 14?
Yes.
14. Sure. She's not my witness, so. She's Ms. Moss's witness. May I approach?
That's Guillermo. Yes.
Is she like just stressed out?
I think they were like close friends or something, and she's.
I mean, it's understandable, but I'm just trying to read the scenario. Oh yeah, she's stressed out. Okay.
Okay. Is it 15?
Why don't
Okay,
we make
15.
it 15?
I mean, it would be tough to see a
Alright,
photo of
so-
your murdered friend. I can understand that.
Yeah.
And what was your?
She seems
so first of
genuine.
all, how long, or did you have occasion to meet the defendant, Mr. Cummings?
Once.
Okay, and what was, without saying anything that was said, what was the occasion of that meeting? What was the purpose of the meeting?
To go over the contract?
Okay. And was the contract signed?
No, it was not.
Okay. And do you know why?
He wanted to take it to an attorney to look at it.
Real estate
But it
agent.
was never signed.
It was never signed. We did not have an executed contract.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the interaction between Mr. Cummings and Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay, and
Maria, I
how would
think
you
that there
describe
might
their
be something
interaction?
to that. If she was
How
the
did
one
they
that
get
got
along?
the two to meet each other,
I thought they got along fine.
that would be tough.
Did you ever see them arguing?
No, I did not.
Um,
This is actually
Did
interesting.
you know Mr. Guillermo to carry mace?
Not that I'm aware of, but I was told.
I'm sorry, I say Mr. Guillermo, I mean Mr.
I
Ayala.
know, it's okay.
You never saw him carry
I
mace?
never saw it. He never showed it to me.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Adiola with any sort of weapons like firearms?
Never.
And were you made aware of the purpose or why Mr. Cummings was, why Mr. Adiola was going to his property on the 29th of February?
Yes.
And was that because you were his real estate agent?
Yes, I had talked to him
Okay.
the Friday before.
And was it your understanding that he was going out there to try to finalize the purchase?
No.
I'm gonna object to your
Can I rephrase?
Rephrase.
Was it your understanding as a real estate agent, you would have to know the status of the real estate contract, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when Mr. Adiola went out to the property, what was the status of the contract negotiations to your knowledge?
There was none
And why is that?
because there was no signed contract.
what was, how big was the property that Mr. Adiola was attempting to sell to the defendant? Do you know? If you saw the contract, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, now these are not, let me mark these.
I get that they went out of order, but the prosecutor seems really unprepared. Like, to me, it seems like a really good witness, but because of all the pauses and having to rephrase, like, it's losing some of the impact. I don't know what your opinion might be.
Show you the contract so she can refresh her memory.
Well, I don't know what the substance is yet. It was interesting to me that her observation is they get along fine.
Yeah. No, I think what I'm gathering, and that's the problem, is that it's a little tough to follow the prosecutor's narrative
Yes,
at this
I
point.
recognize it.
And is that the contract that you drew up?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purchase price supposed to be?
$149.
Okay, and were there any terms of payment?
Yes.
Okay.
It was $5,000 down with a balance of $144, and he was to pay $1,200 a month to be there.
And as part of that contract, was there any arrangement as part of the contract for the defendant to be allowed to live in the residence that was on the property?
No, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
He had a fifth wheel, and Mr. Ariola had poured a pad for him to be there. And I don't see
Hold on,
the
hold on.
acreage.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And she's gonna just say
You don't
something.
see any acreage?
I don't see the acreage on here. Yeah, it was, yes.
And in your opinion, how did the defendant, or how did Mr. Adiola treat the defendant?
Very well. He liked him.
Were you aware of any kind of gift that he gave him?
A horse.
He gave him a horse? Okay. Do you know if Mr. Adiola had any physical disabilities?
Just his back. He had a back brace on when he worked.
Okay. And you said you've known him for almost 20 years?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how them being friendly with each other is particularly helpful for the prosecution.
When did you find out that Mr. Adiola had passed away?
Yeah, that's what you got to see the theory. I had the same thought.
Sunday morning,
Okay. And
the day after.
how did you find out? Who told you?
His sister.
So were you friends with the family?
Yes, I was.
Is Mr. Cummings in the courtroom today?
I think so.
Can you point him out or describe a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue mask and he's sitting behind the computer.
That's literally everyone in the courtroom.
Say it again.
Can you tell what color his tie is?
No, I can't see it. The computer's in the way.
She asked for another identifying feature.
Blue. Okay. Could the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Well, to the attorney's credit, she recognized that.
Yeah, no, she caught that.
Thank you.
That literally could have been the entire defense counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Landers.
Good morning.
This cross is interesting. It's really tough to cross somebody who's emotional like this and not come off badly.
Now, you just testified that you drafted up a real estate contract at the request of Mr. Ariola. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you drafted up that contract working as Mr. Ariola's agent in this
Correct.
transaction. Please let me finish my questions, okay?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. So you were working as the seller's agent and not a buyer's agent.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a buyer's agent involved in this transaction to represent Mr. Cummings?
No.
When Mr. Cummings came in to review the contract, he reviewed it line by line, didn't he?
He took some time with it, yes.
Well, the time he took to review that contract, it annoyed you, didn't it?
No, it did not.
Do you remember an interview that you had with me and my investigator?
Yes,
back
I
in February?
do.
Okay. And do you remember during that interview, if we talked about that meeting with Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Well, these two don't like each other.
And do you remember talking about how long it took for him to review that contract?
It took
I'm
him
just still
about
not sure where
45
she's
minutes,
going.
so yes.
And the amount of time it took for him to review that contract, it annoyed you, didn't it?
Ashton answered, Your Honor.
That's an answer.
She liked
No,
Ariola.
it
She
did
didn't
not
like.
annoy me.
I mean, yeah, it goes to
Do
bias,
you
but
remember providing a written statement to a detective in this case?
Yes.
And do you remember in that written statement?
those tears dried up real fast, by the way.
Let me try to find it. Do you remember in that written statement that you provided to the detective saying, Cummings came in and proceeded to read the purchase agreement line by line? I was annoyed.
Well, it was 2 years ago, so I'm not annoyed now, but I don't think I was annoyed. I think I was wondering where we were going with this.
Do you remember, though,
definition
writing
of
in
a
your
cross-witness.
statement to the detective that you were annoyed by Mr. Cummings?
Okay. Yes.
And Mr. Cummings actually wanted to take that contract to his own attorney before signing it, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And you refused to let him do that.
We didn't have a signed contract, and I did not know Mr. Cummings. And so I offered to go with him to the attorney office. I would sit outside, but because I work for the commission also, I don't give my contracts just and let them go.
Okay, so your answer to that was no, you would
No.
not let him take the contract
Correct.
and review it with his own attorney, would you?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that he was good to Guillermo when you saw the two of them together?
I don't have an opinion about that.
Do
I
you-
know that Guillermo liked him.
And do you recall during our interview back in February of this year when you told me that Mr. Cummings was good to Guillermo?
Okay, yes,
Reproach.
thank
Sorry.
you.
Kayla, the issue is that they're establishing her credibility or lack thereof. If she is clearly she's a biased witness. She liked the victim. She did not particularly like the alleged murderer. So the jury's allowed to weigh that on her testimony. I still don't understand what the direct actually accomplished. I genuinely do not.
I don't either, but it's out of order, so you might not see all the pieces yet.
Yeah, and I'm willing to keep an open mind, but I don't. I'll put it this way: I think that the cross is coming across much more effectively than the direct was.
Well, presumably the last witness might have laid some foundation for why this stuff matters, but yeah, I don't really see it. I see the credibility issue, but I don't see any substance out of this witness yet. But I don't see the whole picture.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the tough things. If you're, when you sort of set up kind of a chain that you're trying to tell the story with and you have to go out of order, it can be tough to sort of reset. And I understand that.
Yeah, you build your case and you have these little bricks, and if they're not in place, then an out of order witness might not make a lot of sense.
Yeah. But to some extent, I don't know.
I don't think any of this is going to be that big of a deal. The question is what happened when it happened. Who grabbed the gun? Was it self-defense? That sort of thing.
Well, that's what I'm sort of saying is I'm not sure. Maybe this is laying a foundation for something later.
And
I don't know.
before Ms. Romo objected, I had asked you, isn't it true that Mr. Cummings treated Guillermo well?
At the time I saw them together, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that Mr. Cummings was standoffish with you?
Yes.
And did you feel that he didn't trust you?
No.
No?
You wanted a second opinion
Do you
on a real
recall
estate
telling
contract.
me
There's
during our
nothing wrong
interview
with that.
that you thought that Mr. Cummings didn't trust you?
I don't recall that interview, but okay.
Now, you talked a little bit about the fact that you have known Mr. Ariola for 20 years.
Correct.
And it sounds like he did a fair amount of work for you.
Yes, he did.
Did the two of you ever socialize together?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go out to
we were
dinner
all thinking
together?
it.
No.
Did you ever have cocktails with him?
No.
Did you
Did you ever
ever
get
see
busy?
Mr. Ariola when he was intoxicated?
No.
Did
How
you
about
ever
a
know
throuple?
him to drink alcohol?
No.
Did you ever know him to use illicit drugs?
No.
Did you ever see him when you thought he was on drugs?
No.
These are good questions because they do come to your credibility as well.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Ms. Landers, prior to your involvement as a real estate agent in trying to negotiate this real estate contract with the defendant, did you know the defendant at all?
No, I did not.
And you were asked a question about your written statement, and I know it's been a long time since you wrote it. Have you had a recent opportunity to review it?
No, I have not.
When the defense counsel asked you about the fact that you said you were annoyed, in that statement, you also said that Guillermo told you something about that as well, right? Would you like to see the statement to refresh your memory?
Yes, please.
May I approach?
The one highlighted.
I'll ask you a question about it. So when you,
Yeah. Yes, it does.
so when you educated Guillermo that you were annoyed, what was his response?
He said he would have done the same thing to read it line by line.
And you're talking about the interaction. Did you indicate she was asking you about your feelings or the feelings that Mr. Cummings and Mr. Guillermo had towards each other? Now did you have any long conversations with the defendant, Mr. Cummings?
No.
Okay. And she asked you, I believe, if you felt that the defendant didn't trust you. Remember her asking you that?
I remember her asking me that. I was very emotional when I was talking to her.
Did you ever express any feelings to Mr. Ariola about the defendant?
Yes.
And what did you say?
That.
Hold on, counsel, put it in.
Objection. That is absolute hearsay.
Yeah, I don't see I don't see this witness establishing anything. So we're slapping around with credibility, but credibility on what assertion?
Well, and that's the thing, is that she's trying to, I guess, undermine the crosses, saying you didn't like the defendant. But to some extent, who cares? They're agreeing with you that the two of them got along.
Right.
Like, the defense and the prosecution are literally basically saying the same thing.
Yeah, they're about 1 inch apart.
And yeah, if the two of them got along and, you know, Ariel gave him a horse or whatever the hell it was, then what is the reason why he would in cold blood murder somebody that he got along with? I just don't understand it. I don't understand where they're going with this.
That's why I got this guy to explain it to you.
Fair enough.
Hello, I am from the void. How are you?
What do you feel about the defendant in regards to this whole transaction?
I felt that he was taking advantage of Mr. Areola because he didn't pay anything to be there, and Mr. Areola was doing everything he could to get the contract.
Speculation.
Well, how am I supposed to answer it? Sorry.
In a way that
You
comports
made an
with the
observation
evidence.
that you recorded in your statement. And what was that?
That level of emotion makes you think they had a relationship. I'm sorry, it does.
I know.
I'll allow a certain amount of it.
And that's why when she was asking all
Would you
those
like to
questions about what she knew about Areola,
Yes, please.
it seemed tenuous.
Yeah.
I put on a camera, but that requires being way more civilized than I want to be.
He was, he showed up late.
Just what was your observation that you
My
recorded in your
observation was that he was not, oh God, how do I say it?
She gets aggressive mid-question.
Did you indicate that there was something strange and something was not quite right?
Correct. I did.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Okay, is there any
Lieutenant
reason
Footy's here.
to possibly recall this witness from the state? Ms. Romo, can we permanently let her go?
Yeah, we should reserve her for rebuttal, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection to permanently letting this witness go?
No, just-
Your Honor, we would ask to reserve her.
Okay. I'm gonna let you go, but they may call you back in the next few days, okay?
Thank you.
They would call you if they call you back.
Thank you.
Okay, and be careful with this.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Go ahead and step down. Everyone. I don't have to discuss your testimony with anyone.
Kurt, you been watching this stuff?
No, what's going on?
Well, they got in a fight over a gun. Cummings and Areola got into a tussle.
Testimony with anyone. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Be careful.
And Areola died. That's basically it. It's a self-defense thing.
Okay. State, you may call your next witness.
Calls Jonathan Crestine.
No. I can see where you get that thrown off there.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth and the whole law? I do. Well, take the seat, and then when you speak loudly into the microphone, all right? Okay.
Good morning, sir.
It was a fight between two men. Absolutely.
Could you please spell and, well, say and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My first name is Jonathan, Jonathan. My last name is Crespin, Crespin.
So I've been pronouncing it wrong. It's Crespin.
It depends where you're at. Northern New Mexico, Southern New Mexico. Some people roll the R.
Well, I will pronounce it the way you pronounce it, sir. So, Mr. Crespin, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with Sandoval County Sheriff's Office.
And what are your duties with Sandoval County Sheriff's Office?
My duties are to manage the patrol division.
How long have you been with the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with Sandoval County since 2018 October.
Okay, I think you might have hinted at the next question, but do you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a former sergeant in San Miguel County, which is Las Vegas area, New Mexico area.
Okay. Were you with the Sheriff's Office there too?
With the Sheriff's Office, correct.
And any law enforcement before that?
No.
Okay. So how many years total with law enforcement?
It'll be over 7.5 years.
And what sort of training have you had?
That's a long question. Training as far as just similar to homicides or to?
Well, and you went to the basic academy, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Schooling, so I do have a degree in criminal justice. I do have my basic academy. Obviously, I went to the academy, my police certificate. I do have a lot of advanced certificates after that as well.
Okay.
Too many to count.
Do you have any special training in processing of scenes, scene processing, anything like that?
I do.
Okay. And what about in terms of homicide investigation?
I do.
You do. Can you tell us about that a little bit?
So I do have training in managing homicide scenes. I also have experience. I've worked homicides before. I've worked on a cold case, missing persons that turned out to be suspicious. I have a lot of experience when it comes to things like that.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to February 29th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was were you a patrol sergeant at that time as well?
That's correct.
And on that day, did you receive a call out to go to a location somewhere near Cabazon Peak?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, well, tell the jury, first of all, about what time did that call come in to you?
So I was en route to that call. It was around 5:40 is when I was en route that way when the call came out.
And what was the nature of the call?
So the nature of the call came out as a possible shooting near this area.
And where were you directed to go?
To coordinates. There are some coordinates provided, so I was directed to go to those coordinates.
You said coordinates?
Coordinates, correct.
Okay. So there were no streets or highways or anything to direct you?
No, it's very rural, the area. It was nothing but desert, one house in the middle of nowhere that I observed.
You know you're in BFE.
And where were you?
They send you to coordinates.
Where were you when you actually received the call? Were you at the office?
No, I believe I was on patrol somewhere in Bernalillo near 550 and 528, the major highways.
And did you receive any instructions of anyone to meet up with when you went out? Do you know?
With nobody else but the calling party.
Okay.
We were to meet with the calling party.
Okay. And were you given directions of where the calling party would be?
That's where I believe the coordinates were where the calling party was at.
Okay. So when you went out there, were you in a marked unit?
Yes, I was in a marked unit.
And you were wearing the uniform with your badge of office?
Yes, full uniform, displaying my badge of office, correct.
Okay. So at some point, did you meet up with the calling party?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury approximately how long it took you from the time that you left Bernalillo to meet up with the calling party?
I believe it was at 6:26 is what I documented in my report when I arrived on scene with the calling party.
Okay, and how did you go out there? Did you go out there at normal speed or did you go out there?
It was lights and sirens.
Okay. So when you got there, who did you meet up with?
The first person I met with was the calling party and 2 of my deputies.
Okay. And from that point, what did you do?
From there, we were trying to figure out what was going on, basic who, what, when, where, why, what happened. Once we determined that a male subject was possibly shot, our main goal was to get to the property, see if we can conduct any life-saving measures. So we proceeded to the property with the calling party.
Okay. So did the calling party lead you guys out there?
Yes.
Okay. And from where you met up with the calling party, how far was it from where you met up with him to when you actually reached the residence?
It was miles. I documented 4 miles was my estimate. The reason being is he had to go to a place where he got cell phone service, and it was about 4 miles away from the property.
So when you got to the place where you met up with the calling party, was there cell phone service at that point?
Yes. At that designated location where he was originally at, yes.
Okay. And how was the cell phone service?
I had like 1 bar. I was lucky if I had my phone up in the air, but it did make phone calls from that location.
So it was spotty.
It was what?
Spotty, would you say?
No.
Reliable
it was reliable.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, so now when you were driving out there, can you describe what kind of roads were they? Were they paved?
No, dirt road. Nothing but dirt road.
And were they maintained at all?
I mean, they were drivable, so somebody had to be out there, but yeah, they weren't that bad.
Okay.
I don't know if they're maintained.
Okay. So do you know approximately how long it would have taken you from the time that you met up with the calling party to get to the actual residence where the incident took place?
It was about a 5 to 10 minute time frame.
So when you got to the residence, well, first of all, when you were driving out there, was it dark or was it still light?
It was light.
It was still light?
Yes.
And when did it get dark? Do you recall? I mean, during the whole process, when did it get dark?
It got dark close to 10 o'clock at night, between 9 and 10 p.m.
Okay. So when you drove out there to the scene, what's the first thing that you encountered?
So when we got on scene, the first thing we encountered was Dean. He was leaving the property as we were setting up a perimeter. So the first thing we encountered was Dean.
When you say Dean, do you mean Dean Cummings, the
Yes.
defendant?
Yes, Dean Cummings.
And do you see him here in the courtroom?
I don't remember. No, I don't see him.
You don't remember what he looks like?
No.
That's not a good answer.
No, it's
Well,
not.
at least it's an honest answer. I mean, it's an unusual answer. But
By his name, him identifying himself as his first name as Dean.
Did he get a haircut?
Do you recall writing a report?
Yes.
And he has a mask
Do you recall
on.
in that report where you indicated that he refused?
Yeah, the
to
mask
give you
thing bothers
the
me
name?
because I feel like you need to see facial expressions to judge credibility of people.
Yes, I do.
So when did he give you the name?
I was reading a law
Initial
review on
contact
that last
when I
month on
first
that
met with him
issue
when
and
the deputies were
issues with
doing a
trials that
protective
I've
sweep
had
of
with
the
masks
property to
on
make
for
sure it was
exactly
safe.
that
I was trying
reason.
to identify Dean
Raises all kinds of
And
appellate
did he
issues.
identify himself initially?
Yeah.
by his first name, Dean. Yes.
Did he refuse to give you any other information?
He was. I couldn't identify his name.
Yes, that's how
his full
geeky
name,
I
the
am.
date of birth,
Occasionally I
which
read law
needed for
reviews.
our records.
That's a great law
so
review topic.
that he failed to do.
Whoever came up with that first, that's awesome.
Okay, so when you say you encountered him, how did you encounter him? What was he doing?
He was leaving the property in a vehicle. I believe it was a pickup truck. Right away, we gave him commands to place him in investigative detention, make sure the scene is safe. He was compliant, got out of the truck, showed us his hands. Only thing I could hear him yelling was self-defense, self-defense. We did place him in handcuffs, double locked them, checked for proper fit, and placed him in, one of the deputies placed him in the back of a patrol unit, a marked patrol unit that was on scene.
So did you ask him?
That
any
sort of
questions?
excited utterance doesn't hurt him.
I did not ask him any other questions
really
besides
doesn't.
trying to identify him.
And why is that?
Because he was placed in investigative detention for a pretty serious allegation of murder. So our protocol and policy and procedures is to identify this individual.
To wait for the detectives?
To identify him? No, I did not.
Okay.
Ben!
Okay, so.
Howdy.
Hey, Ben.
You said he was, without being
John.
asked, he was yelling
What's this here? Is
self-defense,
this uncivil law?
self-defense. Did he make any
Hello.
other
Hi,
spontaneous
everyone.
statements to you?
Not that I recall.
Did you have a chance to observe the defendant, Mr. Cummings?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did you
Hi,
observe
Sabs.
any
Hi,
visible
everyone.
signs of injury on him?
None.
We're out in the Mountain West, Ben, your neighborhood.
Yes.
Now, do
Where the
you
crazy
normally
never
have
stops, apparently.
a belt tape or
Oh my goodness. You have no idea. I don't want to interrupt the stream, but yeah, my blood pressure's finally
Yes, I
come
do.
back
Did you have
down.
one on that day?
this
I did,
morning.
yes.
Okay, and did you enter any video or
What's
audio
up,
into
Gary?
evidence from that scene?
So the camera had malfunctioned. I did not. It was not operational.
When was the first time you realized that it had not been functioning?
When I went to go look for the video on our Vault system to download it appropriately.
None of this is
When you were
helpful
at
for
the
you.
scene, and specifically when you were having interactions with the defendant, were you ever alone with the defendant where there were no other deputies around?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, what kind of interaction did you have with him?
None other than trying to identify him.
And he gave you only his first name?
That's correct.
1 second, Your Honor.
I don't understand. How is any of this helpful for the prosecution?
I'm struggling with that one
Great.
myself.
You got an
What witness is
excited
this?
utterance of self-defense.
Without
I-
saying any
just-
conversations that took place.
You got the fact that you don't have a
also
working
had
camera.
Conversations with another individual regarding this incident.
These aren't good facts for you.
Other than the calling party,
Yeah.
I spoke. The calling party did speak to me about the incident.
Okay, anyone else?
No. None.
Did you get any information from anybody else?
None.
Pass the witness.
Oh, Kimberly.
Good morning,
You're so
officer.
spicy.
That's the entire direct?
All right, now you
Yeah, basically.
testified that the initial call dispatching you
I'm
came in
fast
around
there. I don't see where they're
5:40
going.
PM, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were
This
on
is
duty at that
killing
time?
me.
I was.
And I think you even specified that you were in a marked patrol unit wearing your uniform badge of office.
Correct.
Where were you when you first received that dispatch around 5:40 PM?
So I was stationary at the Santa Ana Police Department right off of Highway 528 and Highway 550.
All right. Santa Ana Police Station?
Correct.
Would that be in the lower district?
That's in the lower district, correct?
Okay. And so when you received this call at 5:40 PM, what did you do?
I proceeded to the location of the coordinates.
And when we're talking about you receiving this call or this dispatch, how are you receiving it?
It's via radio.
By radio?
Yeah.
And this is a radio that's in your vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And so these radio transmissions that are coming into your vehicle, those are coming from dispatch?
Correct.
And then you can radio back to them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And every officer has what's called a call sign. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your call sign at that time?
My call sign is Sam 236.
Sam, so S236.
Yes.
All
It's
right.
lame as
And
a call
is there
sign.
a
It's not
place or
Maverick
a
or-
record that is created
Goose,
of these
something.
various radio transmissions that go back and forth?
I believe with dispatch, yes.
Okay. Would that be a CAD?
Correct.
And what does CAD stand for? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't. It's a
Computer aided design.
Have you ever heard computer aided dispatch?
That's correct.
Okay, so
Okay,
CAD
this
stands
isn't
for
CAD.
computer aided dispatch.
That's correct.
And so that would be a written report of all these radio transmissions.
Correct.
And you've seen CAD reports before, haven't you?
I have.
In fact, I mean, these are a standard record that you use in your, in your career. Okay. So you get the call around 5:40 p.m. and you start to proceed to the location.
That's correct.
How long does it take for you to actually arrive?
Whatever the time frame when I arrived at 6:26, that was how long it took me to arrive.
Okay, so 5:40 to 6:26.
Correct.
During that time, you're in your vehicle?
Yes.
You're hearing your radio?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree then at 5:49, a radio dispatch went out indicating that the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, is that what BIA stands for?
Yes.
I bet I got monetized.
BIA had actually received a 911 call from a man named Dean Cummings.
Get on it. Took me less than a month.
I didn't. That was not relayed over the radio.
Sweet. All right, I'll ask him, Kathy.
Are you aware that it's in the CADs?
If it's in the CAD, it doesn't
just
mean it was
answered.
relayed to me over the radio. I did not hear it.
You did not hear it. So a computer-aided dispatch,
Nice.
which we just agreed is a written record of radio transmissions.
Yes.
And that includes this 911 call at 5:49 from Dean Cummings. And you never heard that?
I didn't hear that. No.
It's all rustic.
Okay.
I will say that everything in CAD dispatch doesn't always provide that information to us.
Okay. So you arrive at the meeting point and you meet up with the calling party.
That's correct.
Was that David McCullough?
Yeah, that's correct. That was David. Yep.
Okay. And he relayed to you information he received from Dean Cummings.
Yes.
Okay.
I like how it took Cross to say who the calling party is. That it's just poor form.
Then you proceeded with Deputies Walker and Honey Stua over to the perimeter of this ranch?
That's correct.
Okay. Around what time did you arrive at the perimeter?
Hi, people.
It had to be shortly after, moments later, right after we met with the calling party. I want to say about another 10-minute to 15-minute time frame after we met with our calling party.
Well, if
So
I were
that
the
would have been
prosecution,
around
I'd want to identify the calling party because
Yep,
if they're
6:40.
taking witness,
6:40?
I want
Okay.
people to know.
Now you had testified on direct exam that it would get dark around 9 or 10 p.m.
Correct.
This is February 29th.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with how the sun sets and rises in February?
Yeah. Yes, I am. So I would say more closer to 9.
Okay. So you stand by the sun setting around 9 p.m.
A
at the
little
end.
a little bit earlier than that.
Okay.
It was dark, between
Can we get a
9 and
farmer's
10.
almanac?
That's the way that I took it.
All right. So you think the sun sets around 9 o'clock?
I can't testify to when the sun sets at night.
Okay. Yeah. Do you recall what time the sun set last night?
Oh, good Lord.
What are
Actually,
you doing
yes,
here?
I can.
In the
The sun
nighttime,
set last night.
I would say that it probably set it around
probably around sunset
8
time.
o'clock last night.
What is
That's
this
about
case?
sunset. Yep.
When you
8 o'clock,
arrived
that's so
at the
late.
perimeter of this property, was it dark or light?
It was light.
It was still light?
That is correct.
All right. And you said you saw Mr. Cummings leaving the property,
Mike,
That
we
is
started this
correct.
morning saying
leaving the
this is
property
very
and heading
professional.
towards
I
you.
didn't
Is
have
that
questions.
correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's no allegation here he was trying to flee or
No.
evade.
No,
Okay. So he was driving right towards you.
correct.
All right. And when he drove right towards you, he then stopped. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he got out of his vehicle
That's correct.
and he held his hands up in the air
That's correct.
and he lifted up his shirt as ordered by deputies.
That's correct.
And then he laid down on the ground.
That's correct.
All of those were instructions given by your deputy to him.
That's correct.
And he fully complied with all of those instructions. And he was
That's
cooperative.
me.
Yes, he was.
I mean, look,
And he was taken into
knowing the
custody at
lighting
that point in
conditions and
time?
the timing thereof is important for one, credibility.
So
and
investigative detention, that means he's handcuffed, correct?
Yes. Perception.
Hands behind his back?
Yes.
And he was put in the back of a locked patrol car?
Yes.
Whose locked patrol car was he in?
I don't recall.
Was it yours?
I don't recall.
Nice.
And was it at that point in time when he was
don't
taken
recall whose
into
car he was put into?
investigative
He doesn't
detention
recall if
that
it was
you,
his car. That's even
asked his
better.
name?
He's not helping the state.
And what
that
did
I
he
can
tell you?
think.
No.
He identified himself.
Why would you call him?
Okay.
Everything he said has hurt you.
Did he
so
tell you
far.
anything else?
No. No, he didn't.
So this guy claimed
And
self-defense.
this was at what
was
time?
fully cooperative.
This was initially right after we detained him.
What else you got
it was
for me?
Between 6:40 and 7 p.m.
You didn't have a working camera. You don't remember what car you put him in.
Would
You also
1851
can't
sound
identify
right?
him.
You don't know
remember what he looks
you
like.
can't identify him in the courtroom. You don't know what time it
So
became dark.
1851 is 6:51 p.m.?
Are you sure he's not a defense witness?
I always have to do the translation.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
natural to me.
I understand. Yeah.
All right. So it was at 1851 that he told you his first name, but not his last name.
It was a little bit after that.
A little bit, how long after?
About five minutes after.
Okay.
Which for those playing at home would be 1856. Thanks.
Well, I gotta go do my real job. I'll be back, guys.
See you, Ben.
Bye.
See you, Ben.
See, that's my secret. This is my real job now.
So a little bit after 1851 would be 1855.
Sure.
Okay. Well,
No,
in the CAD,
that would be 4 minutes, not 5.
around
Well.
1855, there's no mention of him refusing to provide his identity. Why is that?
Because I didn't call it out that he was refusing to identify himself.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Well, officer, the problem with that statement is that at 1949, you do call out that he's refusing to identify himself.
Oh my
That's correct.
God.
It's almost an hour later.
Correct. That's how long I was trying to identify this individual.
Okay.
This is
So
awful.
for an hour, you're sitting there asking him his name?
It is probably longer than that. It was probably about 3 hours of a time frame. I was trying to identify this individual. I did ask him multiple times. He started going off, talking about other things that wasn't related. So I gave him some time to cool down, try to build a little bit report by asking him what his name was. About 10 minutes later,
I gotta be
20 minutes
honest, I
later,
don't
maybe
believe a
30
word that
minutes
he's
later,
saying.
I tried again, and I just couldn't identify this individual. So
Okay.
I did finally
This
call it
is
out that
finally
he did
helping
refuse to
slightly, but
identify
it's weak, team.
Okay. And so if
I
your
actually just
video
don't believe
camera
him.
had been working, it would have captured these attempts. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
I sure would.
Okay. And you said that
Speculative.
you did try to run your video camera that day.
That's correct.
And in fact, you told me specifically that you remember distinctly turning it on and off several times.
That's correct.
And you expected to have numerous videos capturing your involvement in this investigation.
It was on the entire duration of the scene, and then when I met with state police.
Can you prove you were even there?
Right. And so you told me you had recorded every encounter you had with Mr. Cummings, with Mr. Cummings' father.
So it was on record.
Lord.
That is correct. But like I said, the camera was not operational, so it did not record any of the incident. Go figure, on a case like this, that's pretty bad.
It is pretty bad. I
Yeah.
agree. I
No,
agree with
I-
your statement. So this video camera that you have, you use this on all of your call outs. Is that correct?
How do I
That's
put
correct.
this?
It wasn't
We-
just special
we're
to
not very
Mr.
good.
Cummings' case.
That's correct.
And so once a week, you go in and you download all those videos from the week before. Is that correct?
This is
That's
going
correct.
downhill
And so
so
you did that in
fast.
this case?
That's correct.
And when you downloaded everything for that week that captures Mr. Cummings' investigation, you downloaded videos for other calls. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Well, you told me during our pretrial interview that you did download other videos for other cases.
Okay, then it's probably so.
And so when you did your weekly download, all other calls were videotaped except for this one.
That's not
correct. I will
good.
say this is the one.
That is
not
a
good.
problem.
Go figure that my lapel camera was not operational. That is correct.
And you
I
weren't
don't
wearing any
believe you.
sort of like an audio recorder belt tape.
No, no,
But Deputy Walker was.
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know what his recording device was.
Okay. And your interactions with with Mr. Cummings, those would have occurred at least in part when Deputy Walker was there. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
That probably wasn't a very good question. I apologize.
It wasn't.
So when you first arrived at the perimeter, Deputy Walker was with you, correct?
Yes.
And if his recorder was running at the time, that would have captured those moments that you were also present.
Yes.
Okay.
Watch that the other deputy's camera wasn't working either.
Of course it wasn't. We wouldn't be having this discussion if it was.
Did you conduct any sort of a search in this case?
No, not that I recall.
Lends itself to conspiracy theories for sure.
Did you go to
I
the
call that
trailer?
reasonable doubt.
Once the scene was secured by the deputies, I did, yes.
Okay. And did you see an AR-15 sitting next to the porch?
I did.
And Mr. Cummings had told you that he had put it there, didn't he?
I don't recall. I don't believe he told me that.
Okay. Did you create any diagrams in this case?
No,
Did you move anything?
no,
Did you collect any evidence?
no.
Yeah, I think Michelle's right. I don't think that the first
Did you use your
witness
cell phone?
camera was working
No.
either.
Did you take photos with your cell phone?
No.
Or no, his recording device wasn't
You
working.
recall telling me during our interview that you used your cell phone to take pictures.
Not my cell phone, not my personal cell phone. My department issued cell phone was utilized for pictures for the search warrant
Okay, so you did take photos using a cell phone.
with my department issued cell phone. Yeah,
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I took it as you were asking my personal cell phone if I took
Oh.
pictures. No, with my department issued cell phone, I took pictures of the property for the search warrant.
Okay. And what happened with those photos that you took?
They were uploaded to our patrol server, a secured server.
Please tell me those still exist.
What are Miranda warnings?
Oh Lord.
If those are
Those
lost,
your
I'm
rights,
out.
the Miranda
If
rights.
those are lost,
Are
we're
you
done.
familiar with them?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Mr. Cummings his Miranda rights?
No.
So now we have two law enforcement officers that apparently didn't record shit.
And
Neither
never
watch
bothered.
had video capability.
Never bothered telling Miranda,
independently.
which is also just
That's
great.
rough.
I mean, oh Lord.
Didn't bother to identify him for over an hour, or at least didn't tell anyone that he wasn't identifying himself for over an hour. I have some serious problems with the way that this was. Doesn't know what car he was in, but apparently was trying to identify him for an hour.
Regarding the photos you took with your department issued cell phone, not your personal cell phone,
Can't
your
identify
department
in
issued
court.
cell phone, how many photos did you take?
Off the top of my head, it was very
Yeah,
few.
prosecution's having a
I
rough
would say
start to this
about 10
case.
photos is what I took.
10 photos. You said those were uploaded to a server?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen those photos again?
If he says no.
What do you mean again? After I uploaded them?
Yeah.
The answer's going to be
Yeah,
no.
I definitely checked again to make sure they were there. I checked last night to make sure they were there.
Okay. Because I've never seen them.
Yeah.
So I've just.
Oh,
didn't
that's
know where
not
they were.
good.
Okay.
That sounds like Brady to me.
I sent you the link, Vices.
Hold on. Let's-
Kurt, Mike, any thoughts? Anyone want to talk Brady?
Well, there's some problems here. Not all is well in the state of Denmark.
Thank you. I passed the witness.
Say, redirect.
Why did we call this guy again?
Let's clarify, the photos that you took were used.
Oh my
to
God.
obtain the search warrant, correct?
That's correct. It was
Alright.
just of the property structure, which way the door was facing.
Which were part of the affidavit for the search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Now, you said that you tried for some length of time to get the defendant's identity, and he gave you his first name, but did he give you any other identifiers, like his date of birth?
He did say a date of birth that was incorrect.
Okay. Did he give you
I
more
don't
than one
believe
date
you.
of birth?
He did kept changing his date of birth.
Okay. And Ms. Moss asked you about meeting up with the defendant's father. What was that all about?
His father wanted to speak with us. I met with his father. His father said that
Or
he
the
was there. His
implications that
son-
they never turned the photos over.
Why did you meet up with his father without saying what the father said?
to try and identify Dean.
Okay, thank Ms. Moss asked you about the fact that the defendant voluntarily came out of, stopped his truck. Do you recall one of your fellow deputies using his PA to tell him to stop his truck and get out of his truck?
Yes.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Your Honor, I'd ask for a brief redirect.
On what subject?
Yeah, guys, he's got a criminal justice degree and can't count his certificates.
I'll allow it
Nice.
if he's on your witness list too, but then the state has a chance to recross that.
Am I going to redirect?
Or redirect.
Officer, you just testified on redirect that Mr. Cummings gave you a date of birth, but kept changing that date of birth.
Correct.
Do you include that information anywhere in your one-page police report?
That he refused to identify himself is.
That wasn't the question.
Okay.
Try again.
You don't include in your police report that he gave you his first name.
To be specific, if you're asking if I'm there specifically about his first name and then the date of birth, no.
That is what I'm asking you.
No, I just put in there he
That
refused
was the
to
question.
identify himself.
Okay, which isn't entirely true because he gave you his first name.
It is.
It isn't entirely true.
No, his police
Lord.
report is abject garbage.
It is true. He did hinder my investigation to appropriately identify somebody. I need more than just a name. I do.
This
need
is a
his
murder
full
case.
name and date of birth. I need a social.
And
I
you
need
write a
driver's
one-page
license.
report?
I can identify him any one of those ways, which he failed to provide and disclose to me.
Okay, and you failed to put in your report any information regarding him refusing to give his date of birth.
I just put in there that he refused to identify himself.
Okay, and my
Again.
question to you, again, was did you fail to put that he refused to give his date of birth in your report?
Hey, John, long time no see.
There's none
see
of that
him.
information is in that report.
All right, thank you.
Any redirect.
One question.
Okay.
What a disastrous witness.
Consequences would be to fully identify himself?
I did. I told him you're about to be charged with concealing identity if I can't appropriately identify you.
3 in a row. The first one was all
Yeah.
This will be subject to recall. I don't
So we've then had 3 witnesses, and every single one of them has been an absolute shit show.
They've been all this bad?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, there's only been 3.
and
I
they're
don't know
all.
how we're going to establish this.
There have been 3, and I would call them all defense witnesses.
There are no occurrence witnesses because the defendant died. I mean, the victim died.
Minute recess, and because of the.
We're witnessing another murder here. The prosecution is being murdered right in front of our eyes.
Within the
Yeah.
cell, so we'll take a 15-minute break, okay?
The defense is absolutely killing it, in my opinion. But part of that's because the prosecution's lobbing them freebies.
I don't know how they're going to make this
Wow.
case.
I have no idea. They don't have.
Like, I haven't seen anything like horrifically wrong. Like, their theory is that he shot him. The defendant admits he shot him, so they have that much.
Sure.
Well, that's a lot. But he's asserting self-defense, and they have nothing to go back on it with. I don't know.
And and this witness alone said that when he saw him, he immediately started shouting self-defense and turned himself over.
Yeah.
That's pretty reasonable evidence of self-defense.
I must admit to being reasonably confused because I finished my stream, joined this in the middle of his testimony, and it took me a while to figure out, as I said in the super chat, why the defense was was leading their best witness. I mean, holy crap! I was like, this.
Like, you think they might be able to, like, with the weapon and an expert, you know, like, you think they could maybe say it's not possible for this gun. You pulled the trigger. You intentionally did it. You weren't, you know, like, but I don't think we're going to have this Dexter moment here. I mean, the 2 police officers I've seen so far, not terrible, but just sort of sloppy and not helping.
He did a 1-page report where he didn't include multiple things that he then claimed on the stand, didn't have a working camera, but apparently was working for all of the other cases. Like, It's a disaster.
The judge said he had to clear the courtroom. That's not good. He might have another. He might have another hearing up or something. He just wanted to get everybody out and like bring somebody in, take a plea or some damn thing, and then bring them all back.
Yeah, he said it was a 15-minute break, so maybe he's trying to knock a couple things off of his calendar real quick.
Although, I mean, unless that courthouse is really crowded, you would think they would set that up in another courtroom and move the judge, not everybody in the courtroom.
I don't know how big the courthouse is.
This is weird.
Yeah, this one got strange.
I mean, the problem is, sure, you've got a lot. The prosecution's got a lot going for him. The victim is dead.
Yeah.
They agree that the defendant agrees that he shot him.
Yes.
But beyond that, you got to go beyond a reasonable doubt on how this thing happened. You don't have a witness. I don't see how they're doing this.
Even the opening statement from the prosecution was what, 20 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty short.
When the prosecutor gave the opening statement, I'm like, why are we even here? This is fantastic. They've got this thing locked and loaded. And then the defense came up, and I'm like, okay, now I see why we're here.
Well, it's like we were talking. We were talking yesterday that I was still on the fence. You were still on the fence. I am leaning very strongly toward a defense verdict right now. And
so
this
am I.
is the prosecution's
Based on
I have.
this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened out there. He might have just killed him in cold blood, or he might not have. But what I'm seriously doubting is the state's ability to meet their burden.
Precisely. I mean, hell, they brought on that woman saying that the two of them were friends. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, what's the summary of the first two witnesses? Because I'm firmly in defense land right now. After hearing half of this guy's stuff.
For some reason, the law enforcement in New Mexico cannot operate a video camera.
No.
So we have two officers independently saying, "Yeah, it just didn't work." One saying, "My equipment didn't work. I didn't even try because I knew it wasn't working." The other one saying, "I recorded it all, but it wasn't working, and I wasn't aware at the time."
Yeah,
that's just a bad look.
That's a problem.
When literally the entire population has a device in their pocket that they can video something with.
Well, and then the guy that just got off the stand goes, "Oh, I took it with my cell phone and I uploaded it to a secure server," and then admitted that he never turned it over to the defense.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a problem.
That is a problem.
What else? Then they brought on this woman.
But I would imagine there are motions on that. The defense seems competent. I would imagine they had a motion to suppress on this stuff. I don't know, but my guess.
They didn't have it.
Well, I would imagine the judge seems to be on top of such things. I would imagine there was a motion to suppress. Plus, you don't. I mean, the cop didn't turn it over, but you don't know if the state did.
I know, but well. She said her exact words were, "Well, I've never seen them." That to me is clear evidence that they never turned it over.
Well, fine, but again, that's an issue of law for the judge, not an issue of fact for the jury.
But that's getting tossed.
This is weird. Like, yeah, it's funny, Jeff. It's funny to you come on here and ask questions, and you're like, "Well, so all this isn't quite adding up. Explain it." It's like, no, it just doesn't add up.
Because I got here like partway through this guy's testimony, and I'm like, wait a minute, who is he testifying before? Who is he? Yeah, it was like, this is a defense witness, and it literally looked like the defense had called their witness and somehow had him classified as a hostile witness and was asking him leading questions. And I'm like, what is? And then I went, wait a minute, that's not possible. We're not that far along yet. This is like day one. And then I had to sort it out. Holy shit, this is just a really horrible prosecution witness.
Oh,
and wait a minute, he's the guy on scene.
Oh, you missed this morning where they decided they had to call out of order, and we were wondering if maybe that's why this witness, that the one that just came off, would make the earlier witness's testimony click a little bit. It didn't. Newsflash.
No, it didn't.
But they brought on the real estate agent that organized a deal between the defendant and the alleged victim. And she was very good friends and maybe something more with the alleged victim. She claimed not to be, but I'm skeptical.
Based on her emotion, I mean, I have no idea or whatever, but based on my emotion, I don't see how you get that emotional otherwise. I don't.
Yeah. And
she got emotional for him.
Oh, she was in tears for the victim. She walked into the court. She walked to the stand, basically in tears. And then when cross-examination came, the tears disappeared.
So I'm not the only one confused then. That's good.
I'm deeply confused why they brought her, because all she said was they were friendly with each other. In fact, the alleged victim gave the guy a horse, the defendant.
Wow.
I don't see how that helps. I mean, it doesn't mean he didn't kill him, but it doesn't help suggest that
he killed him, but it takes away motive.
Yeah.
Other than potentially self-defense. And the toxicology report, which the defense is absolutely going to bring out, apparently there was some substances involved.
I'm also interested. Are they going to establish the defense theory is that he's spraying pepper spray or something out there and he got it all over him,
which neurological agent.
That does make a lot of sense, but I would think that there would be some evidence of that. I wonder if the defense is going to be able to produce that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because how do you show that the victim's dead and he's there and I guess he can testify. I don't know if this guy's going to testify, though.
I don't think he should.
If I remember correctly, he got sprayed, went home, washed it off, changed his clothes, and then went back and tried to and found the guy and said, "Here, come and look at the body."
No. Basically, they got into some sort of an argument. This is the theory. They got into some sort of an argument. He started spraying pepper spray at him. The guy freaked out and shot him.
Yeah, but then after that, I thought he went home and washed up and changed his clothes, and then went back and found the guy and said, "Come on."
All happened at the ranch that the defendant was trying to buy from the plaintiff, or vice versa. I forget which way the transaction was supposed to go. But the fact that we don't know what the story is really not great for the prosecution.
For those of you just coming in, I would summarize it this way.
Yeah. Without getting into further detail, there were drugs involved that people were giving to me that ended up being glue. Like I smoked some glue and stuff. I thought I was smoking crack, and
that seems to be the best summation I can come up with so far.
Yeah,
about right.
But was the real estate agent and the two guys engaged in a throuple?
This could be a throuple with a real estate agent. Who knows? I mean, I'm making wild accusations here.
But you can be. It was extremely clear. Okay, maybe he did. Vice is right, but it was extremely clear she hated the hell out of the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
She seems to have too much emotion for both of them. If you're a real
There's
estate
something weird
agent,
there.
one she's closer to. Okay, even if there's no romantic thing or whatever, she's closer. She knows the guy a long time. Okay, fine. But if she seems to like him too much and dislike the other one too much.
There was also something really weird that she wouldn't. So she drafted this contract of sale for the property, and then she wouldn't let the defendant have a copy to bring for review by his own people.
Yeah, that's weird.
There's something weird about that whole situation.
There's something very weird about that. Because a real estate contract for all the world should be reviewed by an attorney.
Absolutely.
Somebody requesting a copy of that to have their attorney look it over is the most natural thing in the world.
Yeah. I mean, anybody who gave me that and said you can't have your own people look it over, all right, deal's off. I'm done.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
really
just a red flag of sleaziness right there.
Yeah, there's something really strange about her. And so that's the thing is I didn't find either of these witnesses today credible at all.
I just don't see how the state's going to overcome this. He's not going to testify, but his attorney can argue that it's self-defense. And now his attorney can certainly argue self-defense because they just had the guy come out there and testify that the defendant said self-defense immediately, which is testimony I would want in as the defense.
Yes.
I'm not sure credibility is
their witness. He doesn't even have to testify to it himself.
Yeah, I'm not sure credibility is necessarily the biggest problem because putting aside credibility, like nothing they said really convinces me of guilt on its own terms.
Yeah.
So
what Kurt said.
Now, I mean, they might have some great stuff coming up, but why do you start your case this way?
Well, that's the thing is I was thinking about it, the rule of primacy and recency, and they certainly screwed up on the first one.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if the idea is that this is really bad evidence and so we want to draw the sting, then you probably don't want to do that first.
Maybe.
Probably want to do that somewhere in the middle.
Or maybe there's
somewhere in the middle.
Maybe there's some foundational stuff that this is setting up some accident reconstruction or whatever, but that's a tough thing to premise a case on. A criminal prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. I just don't see where the state's going, but we'll find out.
Well, but that's the tough thing about it is, like, people in the chat and everybody here, I'm still confused what their narrative is. Like, I know basically what they're trying to prove, but they're not doing a good job telling a story that makes me believe that this guy is criminally liable. I mean, if anything, they're basically proving the self-defense argument.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's what it gets down to. It's a self-defense thing. You don't have anybody to prove how the scuffle occurred.
No. And apparently we lost most of the original investigation evidence. Or just never bothered to take it. It's bad. This is not good.
The other thing that I could see is maybe there's some confession, but
why wouldn't you lead with that?
But why wouldn't you lead with it? He's going to say I
like
shot him.
Sounds like a bad 2L moot court competition.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that because I did it when I was a 2L, and I was a lot better than that.
We all were
high
legal
school
license.
debate.
We all were.
A high school debate.
I cut them a little bit of slack with the first witness because they were taking it out of order, but they seem very unprepared as well, the prosecution. So I don't know.
I cannot make the logical leaps of what they're trying to establish. First, they need to set out a narrative that you can get. Okay, so here's the thing: they've got that the defendant basically admits he shot the victim. Great, that good starting point. The problem you have is he's saying I did it for good reason, namely self-defense, because the victim was on drugs and we were tussling, and I thought I was going to die. Okay, great. You have to address that in your opening and immediately, because that's the way he walks.
They've done nothing to establish the lack of self-defense, which I'm not sure exactly.
I don't know what you can do.
How they do it, but the state, once you invoke self-defense, generally speaking, the state has to prove that it wasn't.
Yeah, everywhere except Ohio. Last I checked.
So I don't see how they get there. I mean, what can they possibly submit?
And then they're trying to prove up. Okay, here was my first indicator that maybe it wasn't so great when they have this. Oh, he didn't give information to the police officer charge. You've got murder. You've got murder and wasn't nice to the police officer. I'm like, whoa! If you believe in your case, you're not charging wasn't nice to the police officer.
Well, and by the way, none of this is included in his actual police report. He did a one-page police report for an alleged murder.
Where he says he didn't identify himself, but then on the stand says, yeah, he gave me his name.
Yeah.
He didn't completely identify himself. Beautiful. And the defense hammered him for it.
Oh, yeah. And he said, oh, he kept changing his birthday.
Yeah, his birthday.
Not in your report, buddy. If he was doing that, signs of deception, you'd probably want to document that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was a disaster.
Yes, that's the same thing Brooks did. He just called a bunch of witnesses that didn't help.
Yeah.
I hope the prosecution of Alec Baldwin in New Mexico is better than this.
Oh, that one's
apparently Amber Heard deleted her Twitter account. That's very sad.
Weirdly, I feel like that's an important thing, and I don't know why I feel like that's an important thing. But it's like Elon's, I'm here, baby. I bought the company for you, and she's like, I'm out.
By the way, everybody, go subscribe, like everything. Uncivil Law, Legal Vices, Jay Robine, and Ben Bateman when he gets his channel rolling, which he will.
And Law Talk with Mike if you haven't done so.
The OG.
The OG. Definitely the OG of this group.
I hit 32,000 today. I'm happy.
No, Jeff with me.
Wow.
I got to 4140 today.
You think the guy made it out of the parking lot yet?
I think that was the guy in the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there you go. If you can't make court, by the way, was delayed.
You couldn't make it to court on time either.
Court on time for a delayed start.
The cop couldn't make it on time?
Yeah, the sheriff's deputy that we just saw wasn't able to make it on time.
Nice.
That's why they had to go out of order, because he was still trying to park.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporting?
Wait, he doesn't have a mask?
Okay, no worries.
Are we still required?
Oh, no, we do now.
My name is Thomas Griffin, ThomasGriffin.
And thank you, sir. Where do you work?
I currently work at Sandoval County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position, sir?
I am the Detective Sergeant over Criminal Investigation Division.
And are you a full-time sworn salaried commissioned peace officer?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Tell us about your career in law enforcement.
I got approximately 16 years in law enforcement, 12 of them on the streets as a patrol deputy / sergeant. Currently now have almost 4 years as a detective / sergeant.
And have you always worked for the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am, I started my career at Taos PD. Came here, went to Los Lunas PD, Sandia PD, and here.
And your time at Taos PD and all the other law enforcement entities, is that included in the 6 years, or is that 16 years, or is that in addition to the 16
Yes, ma'am, that's all together. Let me.
Okay. And what was your assignment in 2020?
I was the detective sergeant.
Shall we take that?
How long were you in that
Camera was
position,
working?
sir, at that point?
Approximately a year.
And what were your duties as the detective sergeant?
I oversee the Criminal Investigation Division. I have 2 other detectives. On that day, I was on call.
How many detectives does the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office have?
Currently 1, but besides me, but we're slotted for 2 other positions.
So you're the guy.
What kind of training have you undergone?
I have
So Detective
large
Sergeant's a
quantities
bit
of training,
repetitive because
probably
you're the only
700
one.
and something hours of advanced training.
Have you done any trainings related to homicide investigations?
Yes, ma'am. Criminal investigations on both homicide and suicides and documenting the scenes.
Can you operate a video camera?
Now, I'm going to ask since you've been with Sandoval County Sheriff's Office for a while, I'm just going to ask some background questions about your department. In February 2020, did the deputies have belt tapes or body camera videos?
Some had belt tapes, some had body cam. They kind of ran both depending on who, because a lot
They
of
had belt
deputies
tapes?
bought their own at the time because the department didn't have enough cameras.
Okay. And
ones
if
that
you
had
know,
didn't work.
in February 2020, did the deputies have a computer-aided dispatch system in their vehicles?
No, ma'am, they didn't have CAD, I don't believe. We were still running the old system.
What's the old system? What does that mean?
It was a different system where we had to document everything from the car, but it wasn't linked to dispatch in any way.
Okay, so was it just over the radio then?
Everything was dispatched through the radio.
And then
Oh,
there's
God,
maybe
you
some
can't make this
operator
up.
somewhere keeping notes of what is being transmitted
Yes,
over the
ma'am,
radio?
that would be the dispatch.
Okay. Let's talk about February 29th, 2020. Were you on duty at about 1740?
I was on call, so they called me out for that. So at that time, I was notified.
They're trying
Okay.
to save paper.
And what time was that?
Approximately 6:30, I believe.
And what were your duties on that date?
I was on call as the on-call deputy, or detective, rather.
Dispatch is sent by
Okay.
carrier
So tell me
pigeon.
what happened.
I was notified of a possible shooting by Lieutenant Tomlinson and given grid coordinates for the location due to its remote location. So from there, took me approximately 1 hour to get to the general area just because it's so dark out there after dark. There's no way to find your way unless you know exactly where you're going.
Dark after
Do you
dark.
remember
That's a
what
beautiful
time it got
statement.
dark that day?
At night.
I don't know. It was dark when I got there, so
Okay, what time did you arrive, sir?
an hour later, so it'd be 7:30ish.
There we go. We contradicted when the sun went down.
And you said you were dispatched based on GPS coordinates?
Yes, and they give me the general location, GPS location, but then the deputies would meet me and bring me in.
Okay.
Just because it's easy to get lost after dark.
Where's the question? Was
Can
it dark when you got the
describe
call?
to the jury what it was like driving out there on that day?
It's dark. I mean, extremely dark. There's no lights. This is Cabazon Peak. If any of y'all have been there, it's pretty remote in itself. The residence is approximately 1.5 miles, I believe, from there, further into the mesa. On all the sides, there's hills, part of the mountain, the peaks, so much. So there is no light sources whatsoever out there. So at night, it's dark.
Look, they upgraded from
What
a
were the
golden
roads like?
Cran.
Dirt,
nailed it.
Bumpy ruts from arroyos, so on.
Okay. Before we talk about your observations when you arrive on scene, sir, can you tell us about some of the difficulties you had in communicating when you were out there?
Due to its remote location, radios didn't work very well.
The prosecution's prospects are
Handhelds
dark.
didn't work at all. That means your handheld radios, so they didn't. So only car radios would be
Video.
able to get out.
No.
Cell phones on scene were non-existent, pretty much.
So how were you able to relay messages to dispatch?
Somebody would have to leave scene, drive up the road to approximately the Cabazon Peak area, which is 1.5 miles to call.
Okay, so if you needed to talk to dispatch, you would have to send someone 1.5 miles down the road
Correct.
to call. And would you call by cell phone?
We'd call by cell phone. Yes.
Did your radios in the cars work on site?
Some of them did, some of them didn't. I think it just depended on where they were located.
So why did you have to
So what
leave
time
if
did you
some of the
arrive on
radios
scene?
worked?
I got there an hour after I was dispatched, so you figure 7:30. I stopped along the way to talk
It's
to
not
Mr.
getting better,
McCullough,
folks.
who was the reporting party. He gave a general statement. I told him,
Stop for
look,
McDonald's.
somebody will interview you later. He just told us what generally happened. They got written reports, and we're going to document it.
Okay. And what deputy did you meet at that point?
I want to say that was Deputy Latham at the time.
So what happened next?
Proceeded to the scene, myself and Deputy Gutierrez, who's now Ford. We continued onto the site. She was with me for taking pictures. At the time, I didn't have a good camera. She was on duty, so I asked her to come with me. So she had a good camera on scene.
Did you guys ride two-man or were you in separate vehicles?
Separate vehicles.
Okay.
She was the traffic unit at the time.
Okay. So when you get to the scene of the residence or the ranch, what happened?
Upon arrival, I'm notified that there's one deceased male inside the house. The other one was already in the back of a vehicle being detained. He was complaining of being sprayed by some chemical and that EMS was already on the way.
Okay. How long, if you know, was it before EMS arrived?
I couldn't give you an exact answer.
Okay.
It was
dark.
An estimate of an answer.
Was it the same thing for EMS? Did somebody have to meet them a couple of miles down the road and drive them to the ranch?
No, ma'am. Actually, EMS is pretty good out in the Navajo Nation. That's who it is. They know that area because that is their one area. So they go down all the roads. So they were able to make it to it.
Okay. And were you present when Mr. Cummings was evaluated by EMS?
He was in the back of the truck, so we don't get present when he's doing that due to medical purposes. So we stay back.
But you saw him get into the...
He is in the truck. The doors are open for safety purposes, but he's being evaluated, and I don't hear any of their conversations.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you were able to observe Mr. Cummings on the evening of February 29th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any injuries on Mr. Cummings?
No physical evidence that was there. He wasn't red in any way. When he stepped out of the vehicle,
On
after he's done being
cross-examination,
seen by
but it was
EMS,
dark,
we asked
wasn't it?
to
It
photograph
was
him real quick.
Very dark.
And during which time he expressed that he was sprayed by an unknown chemical and it was neurologically messing with his functions or something along those lines. And explained that he was sprayed by something, he'd changed clothes, and he had washed his face before we arrived.
Okay.
While he was doing that, he told me that he wanted us, told me where he put the clothes, which was in the back of his pickup truck.
That timeline
and told
doesn't
us
hurt.
that he wanted us to test it for the chemical agent.
Okay. Before we move on to that, when you guys were taking photos of Mr. Cummings on that evening, did you observe any blood or anything like that on his clothing?
No, ma'am.
Did he complain of any burns on his hands?
Not that I recall.
If I were sprayed by mace, I would go home and wash up and change clothes before I wait for the cops to show up.
Yeah.
Did he save the clothes?
Apparently, he was living on an RV on the property, so it's not like he, went to another location. Really, that seems perfectly reasonable to me.
So is the motivation insurance fraud or what are they?
Again, it's self-defense. He was being attacked. He got sprayed with some stuff.
I mean, the prosecution. Why? What's the motivation for murder?
I have no idea.
Sorry, please be patient. Let me
You're
just
not
number these
helping.
real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
This is their fourth witness, and I still have no idea what their argument
Number
is.
in advance. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm approaching you with.
Yeah, being shot twice and 10 shots fired. If I'm maced in the face and I start spraying, yeah, that seems like reasonable accuracy rating.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That actually helps his argument.
Yeah, it goes a long way.
Plus, he's saying there's a fight over the gun barrel.
Yeah.
And as
You
we know,
recognize
the
those?
instant
Yes, ma'am.
that you touch that gun,
What are
right?
those?
These are the pictures that
You're now
Ms.
in
Gutierrez
possession.
took of him once he exited
So,
the
good times.
EMS truck.
I'm wondering if
And you
the
were present
victim
when these
in the
photos were taken?
autopsy has
Yes, ma'am.
burns on his hands.
Do
That would
they
just
appear to
seal it
be in
for
the
me.
same or similar condition as when they were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 16 through 23
He'll be admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
Well, I want to see him. They actually got some evidence in.
Everyone's saying that he was crazy. You realize that doesn't take away your ability to defend yourself. He could be, but, he wasn't evaluated by anyone as far as I'm aware yet. But who knows? We'll see. Yeah, but notice it was the defense that actually got evidence in. Prosecution's been struggling on that one a little bit.
I'm going to go through these photos. I put under the document camera states exhibit 16. Is this Mr. Cummings on the night of the incident?
Yes, ma'am, that is.
And this is, we can see the EMS van right behind him. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is.
Don't do meth,
Did
kids.
you observe any scratches, abrasions, or anything of that nature on Mr. Cummings?
Nothing that was physical. I think he has 2 little marks on his hands, unknown if they're relative, but there was no marks that would show that he was sprayed by any type of mace.
States exhibit 17 I'm putting under the document camera. Is this a close-up of Mr. Cummings' face?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any swelling of the eyes or redness or anything like that?
No, ma'am, he does not.
I'm putting under the document camera states exhibit 18. And what is this a picture of?
That's a picture of his torso and legs.
I'm putting under the
So
document
what?
camera states
That doesn't prove the state's case.
And what is this a photo of?
That is his legs and feet.
I'm saying that it's literally irrelevant, even if he was.
Items of clothing he was wearing when you encountered him.
That is correct.
I'm putting under the document camera states exhibit 20. What is this a picture of?
That is the backside of his torso.
That's kind of weak motivation.
Putting under the document camera states exhibit 21. What is that a photograph of?
That is a picture of his hands, and that would be the little marks on his hands I was referring to.
Can you please point to them or circle them on your screen there, sir?
They can't even take good pictures like this.
Just little cut marks, probably working on something because they don't appear fresh in any way.
So did this happen on the Navajo reservation?
I honestly do not know.
Because they've got
Yeah,
the
I don't know if
Navajo.
it was on a reservation land or not.
Bottom?
Oh.
Because they've got the Navajo land stenciled on the back of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Weird.
Well, I think they might have been the closest agency to respond. I don't know one way or the other, though.
And State's Exhibit 23. What is this?
His palms.
Yeah, I could see if, say, the state and the Navajo Nation,
Not that I recall,
sort of a mutual assistance agreement.
So you testified that Deputy Gutierrez took these photos. What happened next while you were on scene?
Once he told us where the clothes were, we secured those. The clothes were in the back of his pickup truck. They were in the bed. And once we go to tow this vehicle, all of them would have flown out. And he'd already given us permission to test them for purposes of the chemicals. So we put those into evidence bags. They were slightly wet. They were put into paper bags so they could dry.
Okay, so why did you have to move the vehicle?
The vehicle was blocking the entranceway. It's the road's rather slim. It's got barbed wire on either side. It's to keep animals in and out of the area. Mr. Ariola was a landscaper, so he did a pretty good job with the fence. It wasn't something I could just take down so I could move stuff around. So I had to move the vehicle out of the way so we could get other vehicles in.
And what items of clothing did Mr. Cummings identify as him having worn?
He said he just put the clothes in the back, and the clothes that I found were a jacket, I believe it was camouflage in color, a whoopee, which is military for internal liner for your jacket,
expertise,
for the camouflage jacket, and I believe a t-shirt.
Did he ever identify any shoes that he was wearing?
No, ma'am, not that I recall.
So let me mark these real quick.
I don't know if they did gun residue, but it's not disputed.
Let's back up a
Who
little
cares?
bit
It's not
here.
relevant.
Did you assist with any warrant for the residents?
I walked the perimeter and we took pictures. I say we, as in myself and Deputy Gutierrez, walked the scene and made sure that more or less to see what all I needed for the scene, just because we're in such a remote area, what I needed to facilitate it and to get pictures for search warrants.
Okay. What is a search warrant?
A search warrant is a legal document authorizing us to go on a scene and to search the premises and to take things that are in the parameters of that warrant.
Okay, so you go and canvass the scene, you said, to get information for the warrant. What did you observe during your canvass?
Walked approximately 100 yards to the first area. There's an RV as you're walking in a parking area in a rock pit. If you continue on, there's a trailer where there was a rifle leaning against the stairs that was already cleared, that had a magazine on the steps next to it. You could also see what appeared to be bullet holes coming out of the porch area.
Okay, and can you describe to the jury what the lighting conditions were like out there?
Again, we're dealing with complete dark, so we're using flashlights. I think there may have been limited lighting because there was a solar system there. So there may be lights inside, but outside there wasn't a whole lot.
Wait, so you mean this cold-blooded murderer decided to make the gun safe?
Considering the starter, I'd say pretty cool.
Okay.
That's not helpful information for you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibits 24 to 28.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you please look at those?
I can't be the only one that caught that, right?
Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is the pictures that Deputy Gutierrez took of the white truck that was Mr. Cummings's truck that was blocking the roadway, the back of his vehicle, clothes in the back of his vehicle, the rifle leaning against the stairs, and a close-up of the magazine laying next to it.
And how do you know?
I was present with it. I was pointing out what I needed pictures taken of.
Okay. And do they appear to be in the same condition as when they were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 24 through 28.
They'll be admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm putting under the document camera States Exhibit 24.
50 Shades of Black.
What is that a photograph of, sir?
That is a picture of Mr. Cummings's Ram 5500 pickup truck.
Okay. And
That's
can you
worth more than his
describe a little
trailer
bit
house.
about the environment of the truck?
It's parked right in the roadway. So as you can see, the fences are to the left of it, and there's one right in front where we're taking pictures of. So it's blocking the roadway.
And I'm putting under the document camera States Exhibit 25. What is that a
Oh, never
photograph
mind.
of,
That's
sir?
showing the bed of the vehicle and the condition.
Never mind, the front of his truck is misleading.
And I'm putting under the document camera States Exhibit 26. And what is that a photograph of?
That is a picture of the clothing that Mr. Cummings said he put in the back of it.
And are those the items of clothing that you collected?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the items of clothing. You indicated that. Tell us about the condition of the clothing when you collected it.
They were slightly wet, like I said earlier. There was no odor to be had for any type of chemical that I could smell. We put them in bags and sealed them.
Okay.
Were you wearing a
And
mask?
what did you do with those bags?
They were taken back to evidence once I left scene and put into the evidence locks and vaults.
And have you ever been maced before?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Probably 4 or 5 directly.
Have you been present when somebody else has been maced?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Good 20. And that doesn't even include the times we spray near dogs to get them away from us.
How many times have you been present when mace was sprayed?
Probably 100.
Does
No
it have a
kink shaming,
distinct smell?
chat.
Yes, ma'am. Very chemically.
Can you please describe it for the jury?
It's a chemical smell. Depending on what type it is, it can have like almost a tangy, if you will. It has that, makes your skin just stand up instantly. It's like taking a really, really, really hot jalapeno, and how that feels. You get it just being in the room from smelling it.
No, I'm
And
pretty sure that's pepper spray.
in the 100 times that you've been present when it was sprayed, has it ever gotten on anybody's clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that affect the clothing?
It's very strong odor. It doesn't go away. It's not something that you just wipe off. This chemical takes a while. Even if you wash it, it takes a little bit to come out.
And in
Okay,
the
this
times that you were present when somebody was sprayed with mace, not a dog, but a human, what are some of the physical things that you've seen happen to people?
Reddening instantly. It's almost a chemical burn on you. Your eyes instantly start shutting. You're watering constantly. It feels like it's hard to breathe while you're getting it.
And
What is going on with the lighting?
does
from
water affect it?
Yes,
Apparently
ma'am,
they're
but
using
not
the
way you
police
would hope.
department's cameras.
It causes the chemicals to react a second time, and it's almost like getting maced again. So even if you shower, it can be very uncomfortable getting it off because it spreads.
And in your opinion, when you made contact with Mr. Cummings, did he exhibit any of those characteristics you just testified to of someone who had just been sprayed with mace?
No, ma'am.
Okay, now we're cooking. A state's witness that says he's full of it, and he made up
So
that
I'm
story.
putting under the document camera, States Exhibit
I don't know if it's
27.
enough, but I understand why you're doing that.
That is a picture of the AR style rifle that was
I
leaning
can think of
against
so many ways
steps.
that they can tear this apart on
And is
cross-examination.
that the
though.
position in which the rifle was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm putting
But he
under the
seems like the
document
kind of
camera.
person that would hold up pretty decently. I mean, after 16 years, you've got to have tested.
What is that a photograph of?
There's a picture of the barrel with the magazine sitting on the steps that was cleared from the weapon.
Okay. Did you have
Who
any
cleared it?
information who cleared that weapon?
I was advised that Mr. Cummings did it.
That's
So again, the
And do you
psycho
guys
murderer
know
decided to
to
make the
sure
weapon
that the
safe.
weapon is safe?
I did not
Cool.
touch that weapon.
and leave it in plain sight.
So
Yeah, exactly.
You go through the scene to get warrants. What happens next?
Once a warrant is received, we get permission to do it. State police was notified. Due to the homicide scenes, we have state police come out because they have better equipment. Let's be honest, they get a lot more funding. They have digital imaging and stuff like that that can actually do a better job than we can.
They have better
So
cameras.
is it typical for the New Mexico State Police to process scenes for the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, major homicides and stuff like that.
And did you remain on scene the entire time while state police processed the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did that take them?
I can't give you an exact time. I didn't leave till the next day at almost 2 o'clock, I believe.
What
They're
happened
not very
next
good
while they're
about
processing
times.
the scene?
They're processing the scene. We're waiting. I eventually go and make contact with them just to check on them. And they kind of walk me through what they had so far about several bullets, walls,
Maybe
etc.
after enough nukes being dropped, New
And,
Mexico annihilation.
Were any vehicles towed from the scene?
Yes, ma'am. 2 motor vehicles and a trailer.
And then after state police finished processing the scene and vehicles were towed, you said you left at about 2 p.m. the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go after that?
To the sheriff's office. I have to put all the evidence into the evidence lockers because I signed for it. So when state police does a crime scene, they'll evaluate it, they document it, they box everything up, and then it's signed over to a detective on scene in which we put it into our evidence.
Your people need to chill when I make a
And
joke.
you were the person who signed for all of the evidence.
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And where did the evidence go when you collected it?
I took it to the sheriff's office and put it in the vault.
And how did the evidence get to the New Mexico Department of Public Safety lab?
It's sent through our evidence tech.
What items were submitted to the lab? Do you know?
I do not know all the answers to that one. That would be the lieutenant who sent them.
Did you happen to bring gloves, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I got some.
Okay.
Ms. Walker, who's going to do council purchase?
They keep doing this. It's just poor preparation.
That is the first thing that I thought was effective for the prosecution so far.
Yeah, but it's just his word. And again, I think that him clearing the gun after the shooting shows lucidity and not trying to hide it or anything.
Yeah, it's not a slam dunk, but it's testimony that tends to help their case. Hey, the defendant's making stuff up about some chemical agent that never existed.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think it's all going to depend on how well he answers the questions. Like, how long was it from the time he was sprayed until you smelled his clothes, till you took the pictures of his eyes?
And it begs the question, does the defense have anything showing residue of some chemical agent on the scene, which is probably hard, but they could introduce that without calling him.
Well, I forget the exact timeline, but if there was enough time between the incident and the response.
I don't think so. They were out there pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking.
I don't think it'll dissipate.
But do they even need that necessarily?
That stuff is nasty, though. Like pepper spray.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, you have an interesting point, Mike, that if they do have some sort of evidence, can they do it without calling him for foundation?
Yeah, but they would have needed an investigator at the time to gather, you know.
I mean,
I do like our photographer here who
or some independent
looking at the
analysis. You
ceiling
could get
and-
like the clothing back and send it to your own person. The state would have to give you access.
really enjoying the tile game of the ceiling right now.
Seriously, what the hell?
They do this because I think that the jury has to walk past the camera.
There's a sprinkler system. That's good.
Yeah, but I'm just waiting to see like a number 2
Do
pencil.
you guys see any patterns in the dots? I think the dots are speaking to me. They're sending me coded messages.
Oh, when this first happened, I literally thought that the camera guy had a stroke.
Fell asleep at his post. Wow.
I mean, this is weird. It just kind of shows what we're dealing with in court. Nobody ever knows. There were 2 people out there. One of them's gone, and the other one is apparently not all there, or at least that's the idea that we're hearing. So we're hearing his side, which may be a complete lie or not, but I don't see how you get past reasonable doubt on it.
Yeah.
Not given what we have right now. I mean, no. Everything seems to be cutting in favor of the defense. We don't have any motive for this. It appears to be some sort of ongoing assault. If we have proof of the chemical, then,
if we have proof
which
of
I'm
the
sure we
chemical-
will, then how do you disprove self-defense beyond reasonable doubt? And you're having a tough time. No witnesses. It's in the dark, in the middle of nowhere, apparently.
I literally don't know this. Do you have to assert that like an affirmative defense, and then the defense has to prove self-defense?
No, the state has to disprove it. In every state except Ohio, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So the
I
state
think
has to
Kurt-
disprove
I
it.
think Kurt's right on that one. The state, once you invoke it, the state has to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
I just think the burden's too high. I mean, I'm not saying this guy didn't do. I literally don't know. I wasn't there, but I'm not saying he didn't kill him. He might have done it in cold blood.
He might have, but there's no
Yeah.
way I'm going to be able to prove that he did.
You never know. I mean, he could have been the initial aggressor. The use of the mace could have been in self-defense itself.
Yeah,
You
but the
know,
only
he
other
was
witness is
acting-
dead.
Yeah, you don't know, and this is the problem, right? Where is our defaults? Our defaults is presumption of innocence. Our defaults is proof beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So, like, yeah. And Luke says Ohio might have changed course in 2019. Yeah, that's fair enough. I went to law school in Ohio, and that was the law, at least when I went to school back in, when the dinosaurs were up in the earth and stuff. So they might have changed since then.
But that's the thing, is that we're all sitting here talking about reasonable doubt and that we don't see them meeting their burden. And this is the state's case. We haven't even heard the defense's arguments and their witnesses.
At this point, we don't need a defense case. We
I
need
mean,
a defense case.
If this trial ended
We're
right
in
now,
directed verdict territory.
This is directed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just don't have enough. And honestly, who cares? Maybe he lied about the mace. I don't know. But you don't even need that argument, and the state still hasn't met their burden.
Well, he's effectively got two arguments. One is we had a tussle over the barrel of the gun, and he maced me, so that made me crazy. Well, first of all, let's just say the defendant's wrong. There was no mace. It was just his perception. Maybe it was his paranoia.
Sure.
It doesn't mean he didn't act in self-defense.
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't disprove it in and of itself. It's a little helpful fact on behalf of the state, but it's not dispositive.
No, it doesn't get you over the hurdle, in my opinion. And honestly, who knows? Maybe they get the autopsy report, and like I said, maybe they're burn, injuries on the hand of the decedent. That's fantastic evidence that he was
If
grabbing.
there are
the barrel
burn
of the
injuries
gun.
on the hand of the decedent, we can all go home.
Yeah.
Because once you put your hand on a firearm, you're in possession of the firearm, which now means you're using deadly force.
And we're
So,
just done. End of analysis.
This is a wild one. I get it, and he may have done it, but I don't see how they can prove it. Well, I'm like just waiting for them to put a case together.
It'd be helpful if they had some sort of motive for this, some sort of bad blood between them or something that shows.
It's suggested that they were bickering over the price of this property, and I could see that causing some consternation, but I don't see a murder out of it.
The woman this morning basically undermined that for them.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like you're going there when you won't even hand over the contract for him to have his attorney look at it.
Did he make a statement to the police? Because that would be the thing, right? If he made a statement to the police during the interrogation.
He probably did.
Yeah, so maybe there's something in there that will be useful.
But he was apparently babbling in the back of the police cruiser. We don't know whose police cruiser because nobody remembers.
Yeah, no idea whose police cruiser. Was it your police cruiser? Don't even know that. Okay, that's great.
None of that was Mirandized.
I mean, we haven't done it with all the officers, but they didn't Mirandize him for the first couple of hours, so any babbling was probably suppressed. By the way,
what? Wait,
Maybe.
what?
No.
Seriously?
Yeah,
no, they didn't Mirandize him in the field. No, yeah.
No, they're doing great work over in New Mexico.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They were looking.
Did you read a Miranda?
They were
no,
looking
totally,
for a video
we totally
camera.
did not do that. No, that's great. That's good news.
And I don't know if
he was in
mentioned this,
handcuffs
but-
in the back of our cruiser. Might have been in custody a little bit.
Yeah.
For a few hours. I mean, just let him chill out in somebody's cruiser. We don't know who.
But they did mention it was dark, so he must be guilty.
Very dark. Darkly dark.
Oh God! I love that the two officers were 2 hours apart on when sunset was.
Yes. Who can say where the wind blows? Only time, right?
Oh God! What a disaster!
Do you know what the sun is? Let's start with that.
Sun. Yeah. What is the sun?
It's a giant thermonuclear explosion.
Yeah. The dots are speaking to me again. They're sending me the coded messages.
Was tile cam not moving yet?
The dots in the ceiling are telling me that I should subscribe to Law Talk with Mike and hit that like button.
Oh, you know what? I can see that too.
It is. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Subliminal message there.
It's almost like the stars would appear in the negative of a very dark night in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I'm just wondering where they're going with it.
Well,
I bet they are too. It sounds like it.
I mean, there's a part of me, like as a prosecutor, right? Like Mike, you were a prosecutor. You get these facts in front of you, and you look at it, and you're like, yeah, I can absolutely break his self-defense claim.
Look at me. I'm Daryl Brooks.
I don't even know why they charged him with what we've seen so far.
Daryl Brooks, attorney at law. Oh, there's so much potential for a web series on Adult Swim or something.
Oh, God. We should find an animator. It'd be great.
Oh, Lord.
Or a reanimator. It's Halloween.
Oh.
The 15th is when his party is coming crashing down.
Yeah, 15th and the 16th.
He has. We need an over-under on how many witnesses he's actually going to have.
Over-under what? Zero?
I want at least 20. I'm thinking the number's closer to 0.
Yeah.
Anyone want to put an over-under on this?
I mean, his own mom wouldn't show up for him, so...
You think mom will show up? Mom will show up to testify.
Well, in a Law Talk exclusive, I'm going to show you the first video that we actually get from this scene right here.
Yeah. You can move Vices up so that he's not covered because I'm not using cam.
Oh,
I want to do my Daryl Brooks thing again.
I don't know how to move like this. I don't know how to do that sort of thing.
Nah, I don't care.
I think you can literally just
drag him. Literally just drag it. Mouse and click and drag.
Yeah.
Click and drag that thing.
There you go.
Boom.
Wow, I was today
That was too
years old
simple.
when
I
I
didn't
learned
think
how
that.
to do
I didn't think that
too.
was a thing. Well, there you
Oh
go.
my God, we're learning.
We're learning.
No, now I can't make
Did
Fort
it-
Vices anymore.
Did any of you guys catch any of me losing my shit last night with the Supreme Court oral react in Students for Fair Admission versus UNC?
No.
I didn't catch you, but I imagine, because I read that
I
case,
lost my
and it
shit
was
a lot.
It
I
was
yelled a lot at the screen and yelled a lot at the people advocating for the racism.
Yeah, I have some very strong opinions as it relates to Sotomayor and Justice Jackson right now.
Some of their questions left a lot to be desired. Justice Sotomayor, in particular, was driving me crazy because she was just feeding counsel the answers for like 2 minutes straight. Like, isn't it true? This is like, yes. Isn't it true? This, yes. I'm like, Lord have mercy, man. What is this? It's like it was strange.
No, it's predictable as the rising sun. They're political hacks.
Yeah. Now I have some strong opinions as it relates to Sotomayor's legal acumen.
Sotomayor was worse than Jackson yesterday, and they both had their moments though. But yeah, Sotomayor was losing it for me big time.
Was she de jure losing it or de facto?
Oh my God, that one drove me insane. You're a goddamn Supreme Court justice, and you don't know the difference between de jure and de facto.
De jure was correct, I think, for the one Alito was using it.
When Alito was used, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because one of them actually went to law school.
Yeah.
Even Daryl Brooks
thing
got
that
an
really
objection right.
the thing that really got me, like the one line from UNC that they said was, I think it was Alito asked the question to the guy from UNC and asked, if your admissions were exactly parallel to the general community in terms of like the racial, like if it was exactly mirrored, would you be done with the racial,
And he said
based
no.
admissions? And he says, no, we wouldn't be done. I'm like, really? Even with total parity, you wouldn't be done? It's like, how do you know when you're done? They weren't able to answer that question.
They're never done.
They're never going to be done.
They said we are totally committed to this being done, but we don't want to.
It's not a legitimate philosophy.
No, it's not. And not for nothing. Even Grutter, didn't they put like a 25-year cap
Yes,
on
they
it?
did. Yes, they did. It came up quite a few times.
Yeah.
And then UNC's over here like saying we are totally committed to the 25 years, but the 25 years expires like
The clock
now,
hasn't started yet.
this year. And it's like, well, we're not done yet. We need more time. How much more time? We're committed
don't
to the
know.
25 years. We'd also like it to be extended indefinitely.
Yeah. It was a what was the case, Kurt? You might know. Wasn't it Roberts that, I forget if it was a dissent or if it was the opinion, I forget the case. But he basically goes, look, the way to stop racial discrimination is to stop discriminating based on
I think
race.
that was Scalia.
Was that Scalia? I thought that was
Yeah.
Roberts for some reason, but that is Scalia's style.
Yeah.
Might have been one of the dissents in one
Well,
of those.
DeSantis said it just yesterday as well. I don't know if he's quoting them.
Yeah.
So there's that.
What is this in chat about an issue with cancer funds? What? Someone said stealing funds from cancer patients. What are you talking about? The charity I did was a direct.
Don't feed that
Yeah,
nonsense.
don't feed the trolls on that.
I don't even understand it in principle because it was set up through YouTube specifically for that reason. None of the money went through me at all. That's why I did it that way.
All right. We know.
I'm confused.
Don't be confused and don't give them attention.
Okay.
How long of a break did they say this was going to be?
They did.
There are these things called trolls, Kurt, and they just say nasty shit, and you ignore them.
Okay. All right. I was trying to respond to
how
it
they
like
work.
it was actually a comment that made sense in some way.
That's how this works.
Just think of that as a
the entire
comment.
point of using the YouTube fundraiser system was that all that money went directly to charity from YouTube directly. And incidentally, also YouTube pays all costs, which is nice. So they don't take a deduction on that. Because if you super chat me or super
sweet
chat
Jesus!
Mike-
What?
Am I not talking anymore? Okay. If you super chat,
Just think of it as
Mike or me, like
comments.
YouTube takes 30%, but YouTube pays all the costs, so it's 100% direct to charity.
Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. Okay.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I get tons of shit from the chat. It's just going to encourage them.
They're just comments made by New Mexico prosecutors. They just don't make any sense.
Yeah.
They're not grounded in reality.
Well, you know what? Here we are. Here we are back to Depp Heard again, though. As we watch this, I don't have a dog in this fight. I did not know about this case at all. It literally came across my feed. I started watching it. I started streaming it 30 seconds after that, just because I thought it might be interesting. That's all that's going on. So I don't have it out for the state of New Mexico. I don't care. I don't know about this guy, even though I'm a skier. I'm not familiar with him. You know, for all the world, he could be completely guilty of this. So I'm not like pulling for him. I'm just looking at what's happening.
Yeah,
and it's not going well for the prosecution thus far, in my humble view.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Especially for beyond a reasonable doubt standard. I don't see how we're getting there given how we're going right now. Unless he confessed to something during an interrogation that hasn't been suppressed. That'd be great.
Yeah, I could see.
Other than that, I don't know what we're doing.
I'm with you. That's the one way I can see it. Do they have a confession where he said, no, it wasn't, not specifically put it down, but gives a motive. I was mad at him and I just shot him. Does he say that in a confession somewhere?
If he immediately after the shooting cleared the firearm, when the cops show up, he immediately surrenders, saying self-defense. I can't imagine he said something in an interrogation that would break.
People say all kinds of shit in interrogation. You know that.
No, I do, but I don't necessarily see it.
Yeah, and then would it even be enough? Would you just buy that explanation? Because all you would have to do, as a defense attorney, you just stand up and say he was under interrogation, his mind wasn't right, but you see the facts and the way this played out. This is what really happened.
You also know that nothing will condemn you faster than the words from your own mouth. Juries eat that shit up.
Mm-hmm.
They love it. They love it more than DNA. They love it more than video. They love it more than eyewitnesses, man. And sometimes you can have all that stuff go the other way, and they'll still convict if you have the words coming out of the guy's mouth.
Yeah, but that's still at that point kind of rolling a die as opposed to, like, it still might not necessarily be a slam dunk, even if they have something like that. You know?
Yeah.
Because the last thing that you want the prosecution to do is to play, let's say they have a video confession, but apparently cameras don't exist in New Mexico. And he says, I was mad at him and I shot him. Under completeness grounds, I guarantee you it's going to be more information about them getting into a tussle together.
Well,
and that's just going to make them look like liars.
Did they break for lunch here?
I don't know. If they did, I was going to run out for a little bit. But
yes.
What time is it there right now?
I'll tell you what. I didn't think so. I thought they were doing a quick break.
Yeah.
But it doesn't appear like it. It looks like they're going for lunch here or something.
I mean, it would be noon, right?
I will do that. You know what? I was turning them off and turning them on for Brooks, but I'll just leave this up.
All right.
I'm going to do that because I have to make a couple calls. If it's a short, as soon as I hear something, I'm coming back on. Anybody wants to hang out, hang out.
All right, I'm gonna hop off then for a little bit, and I'll be back once I'm done with what I got to do.
All right, sounds good.
Hi, Legal Vices. Legal Vices, you're still muted, by the way, if you didn't know.
Welcome to Law Talk with Legal
Hello
Vices.
again.
This whole time.
I know. I was saying really nice things about everybody too.
Oh
well, yeah.
How's life in your world?
Well, it's 3 a.m., so it's dark. It's dark outside. It's really dark.
Do you know what time the sun set?
Honestly, no. Honestly, I don't. I always keep my shutters closed in the office because the window pounds through the sun on my back, and it's like a magnifying glass. So I always keep the blinds. I have no idea.
Nice.
Probably. I would guess 6:30, 6 maybe.
Nice.
It's dark. I don't know. Anywho, well, I guess you get like an hour on Mike's channel all to yourself.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, maybe I should put on a shirt or something, and then I can actually be civil. But that's okay.
No,
we can
you're
talk a little bit more
uncivil
about
law.
this case from the Supreme Court a little bit. It was a very interesting oral argument. 2 hours, 40 minutes yesterday, Students for Fair Admission versus UNC. I've been told it's about the same length for Students for Fair Admission versus Harvard, which was also argued the same day. But for whatever reason, OYE only had the synced transcript for one of them. And so, which is just as well, because that was a lot. It was like a 4-hour stream to go over 2.5 hours of audio, original audio.
Well, I will leave you to it.
Okay. I was just going to, okay, bye.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking to the chat, not me. Yeah, I'm
No,
starting
I was just talking about stuff because it was something
starting
to talk
to
about.
fade here a little bit.
You can go to sleep or nothing. That's fine. I have mechanisms. I have plans.
Put your machinations in mode
I
and go
could
drift
actually
away.
put my stream up on camera. It would just be the little corner, but I could have my stream just in the corner, and we could watch my stuff from yesterday and watch me lose my shit on Mike's channel. It's part of me hijacking it. I can put anything I want up there. Lol.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Mike, if you can hear me in the background, thank you so much for having me on. John, it was good to see you again. It's been a while. Kurt, take care. Have a great day.
Okay.
I'm going to sleep in the dark. Bye.
Bye. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about this case from yesterday then, or from the 31st, actually, when it was argued. So this case, Students for Fair Admission versus Harvard versus University of North Carolina, is dealing with racial-based preferences in admission. It's the idea that people are getting some sort of benefit or bonus or plus factor on the basis of race as one factor among many factors, perhaps, but still that race is a factor in admissions. This is currently the state of the law because of Grutter was the case dealing with that. And then also more recently dealing with it was University of Texas, Austin versus Fisher was 2016 case. This case was developed by the attorneys who are arguing it from square one to get to the Supreme Court. So it's in this category of being what you might call a manufactured case. This is not atypical. A lot of cases, a lot of big cases that get to the U.S. Supreme Court case are manufactured cases. They are created by their attorneys from the ground up to do that because you want the clean case. You want something that's going to present the issue you want to present, right? And in the real world, sometimes cases are not clean, and that makes it difficult for the Supreme Court to analyze it because it's not a clean case. So rather than wait for a clean case to come along, which of course also happens, sometimes attorneys will go out and develop a theory before they ever find people. Then they will go find the people and then bring the lawsuit. And the NAACP did this, for example, perhaps most famously in the Montgomery bus boycott. Rosa Parks was what would you say? She was chosen by the NAACP to sit down on the bus and not move. So it was not an organic case. They found Rosa Parks and used that situation to bring exactly that issue to the court's attention. So that's an example from history that's very famous on that. It's not the only example. Plessy versus Ferguson was also a manufactured case, and Brown versus Board, I believe, was manufactured, although I'd have to double check that. And so this is a manufactured case. And so the issue is racial-based preferences in college admissions. The college admissions racial-based preferences is kind of unique because racial-based discrimination is usually decided under what's called strict scrutiny. It's the highest burden for the state to meet. So you have to show what's called a compelling governmental interest, and then it's narrowly tailored to that interest. And strict scrutiny has been called strict in theory, but fatal in fact, because it is very, 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 very difficult to meet strict scrutiny. It's basically borderline impossible to make strict scrutiny. Strict scrutiny, to the extent it does happen, happens in extraordinary situations. It doesn't happen in normal situations. So it is something that is extremely unusual. And of course, in the case of racial admissions at colleges, that doesn't really fit that model because racial admissions at colleges is something that's happening every day. It's not an extraordinary one-off. It's the norm. So it doesn't really fit what the normal criteria for strict screening would be. So the Supreme Court is considering this issue, and they'd have to overturn, I think, 3 different decisions from the Supreme Court to do this. So we're talking about overturning 3 different Bakke, Grutter, Fisher.
Yeah, and Fisher.
Yeah. So we're talking about overturning.
He requested that Grutter be overturned, which was a little odd to me.
Yeah. So, well, and Grutter itself also said in its own decision, as we've been talking about, there were 4 paragraphs of Grutter that basically said, well, this should only be around for a time. And they even said 25 years. Now, that isn't necessarily like a firm time limit, but 25 years would be now. Yeah, so that would be now. And also, as I pointed out, the nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution, because in the insular cases, the Supreme Court said, for example, that the Constitution doesn't fully apply to, for example, Puerto Rico. And they said, hey, this is okay because that should only be around for a time. They said that in 1901. It's still around.
Well, I think there was
so it's only been 121 years.
I think there was some expectation that Puerto Rico would seek statehood in the last 100 years, and that just never happened.
Well, yeah. Also Virgin Islands and also American Samoa and other territories. So it's not just a Puerto Rico problem. It was just the most notable.
Well, that's always the interest.
3 million inhabitants.
Yeah, well, there's that. No, that's always
U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but if you ever look at their passports, they actually say citizen of Puerto Rico on the back page.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Puerto Rico. I don't know necessarily the other ones. I always find the Palmyra Atoll to be an interesting one because it's totally uninhabited.
Yeah,
but the Constitution applies.
Yes, it is. This is true. Yeah, that is one of those wonderful little oddities of constitutional law.
So I was always kind of thinking
is all it has is a research station. So there's like 22, 23 people in there. It has no permanent population. But for some reason that defies understanding, the Constitution fully applies there. So if you're looking to get an anchor baby, you can just go there and have your child, and it will be born in the United States. So that's a plan.
I was always kicking around the idea of a tourism company for that purpose.
Lol.
I don't think it would be illegal.
Well, no, strictly speaking, it would be. You can't immigrate to the United States for that purpose. But
they're not immigrating. They're just trying to drop a kid.
Yeah. Well, technically speaking, they're immigrating. It's just a temporary immigration. You still have to go through immigration even when you're on a temporary visa, like you're visiting. It's still immigrating. Anyways, technicalities.
So we get them a temporary visa on whatever grounds, and then we just drop them off.
You just want to defy the system. Okay, that's great. That's great, John. I'd look into that more before you plan this so that you don't wind up with a federal indictment. But, okay.
It's mostly a joke, but, loopholes are kind of my specialty.
Okay. Yeah. You might have some problems with this plan.
Fair enough. I'm not saying I'm doing it.
Yeah, good. Anyways.
I'm also not recommending that anybody do that on their own, just so we're clear.
Right. So anyway, they had oral argument for these cases on the Students for Fair Admission. 2 hours, 40 minutes that we've covered on my channel from UNC. And then probably today or maybe tomorrow, I'll be doing versus Harvard. And
that was another 2.5 hours, right?
Huh?
That was another 2.5 hours, right?
Yeah, there's about that length of time. The notable legal difference, of course, is that Harvard is a private institution and UNC is a state institution, which means to say it's the government. So Harvard is only bound by Title VI, which also applies to UNC. UNC is additionally bound by the 14th Amendment because it's the government. So, although the current case law has treated Title VI and the 14th Amendment as identical, the language is not necessarily identical. So one of the reasons to do this is for some idea that we could split the difference or potentially decide the issue on the statutory text and as a method of constitutional avoidance. But as I say, that's not really totally viable because right now they're synonymous. So you'd have to change. The only way to make that work is to change Title VI's interpretation to be even stricter than the 14th Amendment. And then you would say, okay, this is a violation of the statute without necessarily being a violation of the Constitution. But I don't really think the court wants to go that direction, but that is the legal distinction between the two.
Let me follow you on this one, because maybe I misunderstood how you described that, but my understanding is that Harvard has a much better shot, basically, because of that.
Well, I suppose that's possible too. I mean, that's possible too. So fair. You could interpret Title VI as less strict than the Constitution, in which case Harvard would win that way too, because then the Constitution would be the floor for the governmental actor. But Title VI, if you interpreted it as less strict, then that would allow Harvard to win. That's also true.
Yeah, because I mean, that would be the argument that I would be trying to make if I'm Harvard in that circumstance, because you do have some issues as it relates to certainly private institutions. So for instance, I went to a high school where to apply, you have to prove that you're Catholic. You have to provide a baptismal certificate. And that's not abhorrent to the Constitution. So there are aspects under which private institutions can certainly discriminate.
This is fair. And of course, in that case, you have a special First Amendment interest for freedom of religion, which also helps to break the normal analysis, because you can supersede things like the Civil Rights Act, because the Civil Rights Act has to bend to the First Amendment.
Right.
And so it's like, well, I have a constitutional interest that supersedes this interest. So yeah.
So I mean, it's interesting. I got through UNC. I have not seen Harvard's argument at all.
Yeah. No, neither have I. I'm looking forward to covering that in the near future.
But I couldn't do 4 full hours. That was a little too much.
It was a lot. And arguments.
I was screaming at my phone because of certain justices.
Yeah, no. The justices, Justice Sotomayor and Justice Jackson, were driving me a bit batty. I'm not going to lie. And that was annoying. And then Justice Jackson managed to contradict herself within the space of like 2 sentences at one point, because she said that race is one of 40 factors, and then 2 sentences later said, well, it doesn't matter because race isn't a factor.
Yeah, that's not a great argumentation style.
No, that was a problem.
And I think that was part of it, because was it Gorsuch that was saying, look, if race is one of 40 factors and 39 are the same, then race is still the factor that puts somebody over the top or not.
Yeah. And like and Justice Kagan was kind of running into this problem too, because she's like, well, do you care about the fact that black enrollment would drop? Well, I'm like, well, that presumes that in the end, those people are there because of their race. I mean, because if we can't consider their race, they wouldn't have made it. So they might have other things going for them. It's not the only thing they have going for them.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was the thing that put them over the top relative to their other competitors. Because your premise is, without that factor, they would be eliminated. And then also, I really like the part where I think it was Justice Sotomayor who was talking about, well, like at the University of California, maybe, or something, like there was like only 100 black males. And, that was a problem, because they're like, people were saying, well, we felt really weird because there were not enough black men. And I'm like, wait a second. So you're saying 100 black males isn't enough, which means at some point you're either arguing for a quota or you're arguing for critical mass. Like, we need 100 isn't enough for them to feel comfortable. Okay, we need enough of them so they will feel comfortable. In other words, we need a critical mass. But a critical mass, along with quota, along with percentages, has long been rejected as a basis for doing this.
Yes.
So the entire argument kind of falls apart a little bit, because it's like, well, there's not enough people here, so we need more. Wait a second. That's a problem.
And part of the issue is, because there are so many sort of protected classifications, how thinly do you want to slice this? Is it just race? Is it national origin? Do we want to say that there aren't enough disabled people? There aren't enough people with this particular disability in our school? Like, you could slice that forever, and it just goes.
Well, race. Not only do you have an equal protection problem, you arguably have a 13th Amendment problem as well.
Yeah.
Because and 15th Amendment are to some degree, although that's dealing more specifically with voting. But yeah, I mean, I suppose I think if you can say one thing for like the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments as sort of like its basic principle was to make black people and white people equal. That was kind of the point. And it might have had benefits beyond that, and certainly did have benefits beyond that, but that's like what can be said for the most fundamental principle.
Yeah.
And
But that's sort of the problem, really, when it comes down to it. And I thought that the plaintiffs in the case made it very clear, and they're quite right. This actually is a zero-sum game.
Right.
Like, we can't
because the
pretend
college is only going to admit X number of people. They're only going to admit 1,000 people.
Right. So for every
and
person,
so to admit someone is to not admit someone else. To give someone a benefit is to necessarily not give someone else that benefit. An addition is the same thing as a subtraction.
Exactly. And and I thought they made a very good point in that regard. And not for nothing, when I was a debater in high school, I did public forum. We've talked about this a little bit before.
Yeah, public forum kicks ass.
So I was at the New York State Championship and I won. It was about affirmative action. And my argument at the end of the day was, my point was anti-affirmative action, which in New York, that's not exactly a popular position. But my argument basically was the market, when it comes to after college, the market factors in affirmative action in terms of reviewing job applications, for instance. So it makes it difficult for the people who are Black, for instance, who genuinely did deserve to be at these selective institutions. There's sort of, the term is the best Black syndrome, basically, is that an employer will presume a certain amount of affirmative action from their applicants.
That's a possibility, sure.
So it could hurt the people that genuinely should have been at these selective institutions. The other aspect is, this sort of catapult effect where you end up with a mismatch in terms of the rigor of the institution. And so affirmative action candidates do end up dropping out at a much higher rate than the people who matriculate normally. So in both circumstances, you're actually hurting the communities that you're alleging to help. And that was kind of the crux of my argument.
Yeah, that works.
So.
The mismatch problem is pretty serious.
Oh, it is serious because I went further on the mismatch issue because if you realize that, for whatever reason, you just can't cut it at this highly selective institution, it has huge effects when it comes to mental health, willingness to try again, all of that. And to some extent, you're knocking somebody down and telling them, maybe you can't get back up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I had plenty of research on that at the time. This was back in, when did I graduate from high school? This was probably like 2008.
Yeah, you're young. You're annoyingly young. That's fine.
But no, it was an interesting topic, and so this has been going on forever.
Yeah, no, it has been going on forever.
But yeah, to win the anti-affirmative action argument in New York was kind of cool.
That is cool. I made it to state. I never won state, but that's cool. I did a Congress, impromptu, and extemp.
Okay, I did extemp for my first 2 years of high school. I did okay. I was usually in at least the top 6 of some of the college tournaments, like Yale, Harvard, etc. And then
I missed debate.
Yeah, I do too. Extemp was fun. I liked that. I learned a lot with it. And then public forum, somebody told me that I'm just better with a teammate and that the debate and crossfire aspect is more in my wheelhouse. So, public forum was fantastic. Won Columbia, got, I think, second at Yale. Like, I did pretty well. I was second in the Catholic Nationals. Yeah, it was a fun time. It was cool to be able to travel around and I always thought that they did a great job choosing the propositions in public forum.
Yeah.
And the nice thing with public forum is that it was not this sort of like hyper technical BS that policy was.
Oh yeah, that can get really annoying, along with the spreading, which they don't really allow in the forum, which is good because spreading is just really annoying.
It started to become a thing toward the end of my time, because you'd end up with more kind of, like, the nice thing with public forum is that you pretty much you'd have what I would call basically like lay judges, and they preferred just a genuine, straightforward argument as opposed to somebody screaming at 1,000,000 miles an hour at you just so that you missed one of your arguments.
Yeah.
It's like, I literally, and it was funny because some of the policy people that couldn't cut it would start moving over to public forum. And so they would try and pull that stuff. And I would just it's like, do you have a card for that? I'm like, no, I do not. It's called common sense.
Nice.
They would get so teed off.
Nice.
Yeah, no. The policy kids were fun to screw with. Because the judge would start laughing too in most circumstances.
Yeah. That's fun.
That was fun.
So we're gonna continue that discussion at some point in the near future on my channel, and it'll be exciting, and the Supreme Court will almost certainly strike down race-based emissions, and the gnashing of teeth will begin, I'm sure.
I don't know. I mean, certainly I think in the public context, I think Harvard might have a shot.
You think?
I don't know necessarily. I'm not 100% sure. I think that there is a way to distinguish the public and private universities. I just don't know. I'd have to see our Harvard's argument. I haven't had a chance to yet.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, we haven't seen that yet, so maybe it'll get better.
But so far, I mean, look, it's either circumstance is going to be probably a 5-4, one way or the other.
Yeah,
I don't see any of the based upon their answers to questions with the UNC. I don't see any of the conservative justices. I don't even see Robert flipping to the other side on this one, because Roberts was fairly effective as an interrogator.
Yeah.
So
it'd be nice if Roberts was in the majority on this one. Just get a 6-3.
That would be nice.
And then a 6-2, because Jackson is recused in the Harvard case.
Oh,
which is a little silly on some level because it's the exact same legal issue, but like formalities.
What was it, just based upon when they were filed?
Yeah, because she was like on the board of trustees at Harvard or something at some point, or
okay, gotcha.
Whatever.
So it's sort of like when Thomas had to recuse on, what was it, the Virginia Military School one?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. They talked about VMI in these cases.
A long time ago. Kurt and John, how old were you when you decided to go into law? I was always kind of interested in, certainly doing the debate stuff. Like, it was interesting to me. I was more kind of a policy wonk than necessarily a legal wonk. And then in college, my sophomore year, I was thinking of going to Wall Street. I did an internship there, and I was kind of still interested in it, but I managed to not do so great in calculus, and so was not invited to the business school.
Whoa.
So I ended up graduating with a poli-sci degree. So what do you do with a poli-sci degree? You go into law.
Yeah.
But before I did that, I did a little over a year as a paralegal in foreclosure, just to see, like, I figured pick the most, and I've told the story before, but pick the most dismal type of law you can think of. And if you can find something interesting, then run with it. And within that year, I was promoted from an affidavit drafter to the head paralegal of the litigation department of his foreclosure
nice
place. So I was like, you know what? It's time to to file an application to law school and pull the trigger.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So that's my background. What about you, Kurt?
I found a copy of the Constitution while I was in 6th grade and fell in love with it. It's basically my story. And then I did speech and debate throughout all of high school and even some in middle school. And I was just always fascinated by the subject matter. I just think it's just, I don't know, I couldn't tell you exactly why. I think a lot of people who have a strong interest in something couldn't tell you exactly why they have an interest in that thing. My sort of backwards explanation for it all, and I'm not sure the degree to which this is true or not, but is that law to me is applied philosophy. It is the story of the human experience.
Yes.
It is a distillation of humanity's interactions with each other and the wisdom received from confrontation between competing interests and competing people. And I find something very romantic about it, for lack of a better description.
That was extremely well said, and I agree with the sentiment entirely. For me, I always think about it as an organized mechanism of cataloging how people should treat each other.
Yeah.
Something like that. But you said it better than I probably could. Was I part of the NFL? Yes, I was on.
Oh yeah, baby, double Ruby it. Double Ruby.
I was on the Regis High School team.
There you go. Which she changed their name, which was lame, but yes.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was also on the CFL, the Catholic Forensics League.
That's a nice one. Did
Yeah.
you do Model UN?
Never did Model UN.
I won a tournament one time at Switzerland, which is hilarious.
That is hilarious. All you have to do is say nothing.
Somehow I managed to get the African coalition and European coalitions to start agreeing on policy.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Yeah, no, I did if I got knocked out early, sometimes they would let you do impromptu as kind of like sort of a consolation kind of tournament that they would do. That was fun. Impromptu was fun. I liked it.
It's also a very nice skill for YouTubing, along with me doing improv comedy, which I did when I was in. I did only for about a year, or maybe a little bit longer than that, before I moved, and then of course after I moved, the world shut down. So I've been out of it for 2 years. But I'm looking forward to getting back into it because it's a nice skill to have for the YouTube streaming.
Yeah. Well, that was like with Extemp. It was a great way to learn how to research efficiently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which, for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, Extemp basically is a format where you get a random question with a topic on some sort of policy matter, and you have 30 minutes to come up with a 7-minute speech. So you'd see people
with
walking in with Go ahead.
With sources.
With
and
sources.
Preferably memorized.
Oh, the speech has to be memorized.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to compete, you got to do it. So you got 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes to write a 7-minute speech with sources and memorize it and then deliver it.
Yeah, so basically, the first 15 minutes, you have people cracking open these plastic tubs full of The Economist, basically, and a bunch of magazines.
Yeah. I always liked Christian Science and Monitor. It always amused me. I liked citing them a lot.
Nice. The first 15 minutes, you see people frantically going through these tubs to try and find source material, writing it out on basically a legal pad. And in the next 15 minutes, you'd see a bunch of people walking in circles around the edge of a gymnasium trying to memorize the damn thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You had a similar experience with that one?
Yep, basically the same. You usually got to pick a 3 topics, at least in my experience.
Yeah, you did get to pick a 3 topics. But they were always kind of, in stuff that's in the news. But it forced you to read the news on a regular basis, which is kind of neat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you had to know that stuff. You had to know where it was. And yeah, you had everything. Sometimes you had things on paper and sometimes index cards and the tubs and everything. Yeah. And then impromptu, at least the way we did it, was 7 minutes to write and deliver the speech. And so you have 7 minutes total. And then it becomes a exercise of how fast can you prep the speech and then deliver an off-the-cuff speech. No sources necessary, although if you happen to have one, that'd be nice. But it would have to be something you knew off the top of your head because you don't have time for anything else.
Yeah, I think.
And I got down to about I got down to about 1 minute or 1 minute 30, and so for prep. And basically, the way I would do it is I do it on an index card because I don't have time for a legal pad. Because all you have time to do is to highlight out the outline of a speech and some talking points. And I got down to about a minute and a half, and then I would spend the next 6 or 5.5 minutes delivering the speech I had just written just now. So that was a lot of fun.
That is a lot of fun. It's a little different from the impromptu. The way that I had done it was they would give you the question in front of the judge, and you just decided when you wanted to start talking. And most of our questions were more like kind of philosophical ones.
Yeah.
And then a public forum is 2v2, and it's a 3-minute opening argument for each side. And the two of them have 2 or 3 minutes to basically cross-examine each other in just sort of an open format. Then 3 minutes each for the rebuttal. And then both of those sides would argue with each other. Then you had a summary for 3 minutes, and then you'd have what's called a Graham cross, where all 4 can argue with each other for 3 minutes. And then you had final focus, which I think was 1 minute. And so I was always, second because I liked doing the rebuttal and I liked doing the final focus. And I was always the kind of person where when you do the coin flip, you can decide you can either decide which side of the argument you want, or you can decide whether you want to go first or second. And I was always the kind of person where I said I want to go second just because I don't really care which side of the argument I'm on. I'd like to have the last word.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I actually was on a hot mic during Catholic Nationals on that one, where we lost the coin toss and they decided to go second. And my partner comes over to me. He's like, all right, which side do we want? Like, I honestly do not care. And my coach was ready to kill me because it was a hot mic. That apparently was
I'm ready to go either way,
Yeah. That apparently was a bad look. I don't know.
Mm. And then Congress, which was the one I did a lot, was, topics of the day. You would write little bills, or resolutions or things. And then you would speak on them for 3 minutes, if memory serves correctly. And again, with sources, usually prep speeches. These would be rehearsed because you'd see the same topics over and over and over again. So you don't have to prep on the day. It became more about delivery over time.
Yeah, I only ever did. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say I only ever did Congress once, and I got myself elected speaker, so I never actually had to participate.
Yeah, I did a speaker a couple times, parliamentarian, and then I became a certified parliamentarian later because I'm a geek. But that was another story for another day. Yeah. But I remember some of the ones were great. For a laugh, one time I proposed a constitutional amendment to make the United States a theocracy, and proposed that. That was good, and that was fun. And then the other one that I remember that I did one time, I remember this debate where someone had some sort of bill to increase penalties for child abuse. And of course, they would alternate between asking for a pro speech and asking for a con speech, right? So that both sides of the debate can get a turn. And of course, everyone's just giving pro speeches, right? Pro. And so somewhere along the line, the 7th one at pro in a row, I'm like, screw it. And so the 7th time around they call for a con. I just raised my hand. They're like, really? I'm like, yep, let's do this thing. And I got up there and gave a speech about why child abuse was good. I got top point.
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's also going to be clipped. You know that. Oh, Lord. Yeah, no, that was a fun time. I miss it. Part of the reason why I got into Emory was actually because of debate. They have a really big policy team. And so I met with the coach, and she, I don't know if she wrote a letter or whatever, but So I get into Emory, and then I decide I am not going to do policy because I don't want to do policy.
Yeah.
Parliamentary debate's not bad. That's starting to pick up a little bit. That was always kind of interesting. If they had that, I would have done it.
Yeah. And then, of course, the big bummer is that there's not really any sort of association like that for us now. I mean, I suppose the legal practice is kind of like that, but I liked formalized debate. I'd still do it. It's like, why isn't there like adult leagues for this? I want to go to tournaments and have debates. This sucks.
I think it would be fun. And I mean, yeah, we kind of do it.
We'll have to create one. This is our mission now, John. You and I are going to have to create one. We're going to have to create a debate society for adults, and it become a thing. It'll be the new popular sport, and they'll write about us in history books.
I mean, you sort of have like the Oxford Society, but that's not. I'm never going to end up there.
No, probably not.
So, I think it would be fun. And, look, with Zoom, we could do it. No problem. It's not like it would cost a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just pick topics and run tournaments. Why not? It'd be fun.
We should found an inn. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I think it would teach people to properly argue. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I kind of, first of all, one, love the chat. And two, it's why I like doing both like the Darrell Brooks and something like this, where you do have professional attorneys actually demonstrating how the system sort of works, and you can see the difference. And I think it's amazing how many people, and we obviously our commentary has something to do with it, but people recognize which side's doing better and why, which is really cool for people, a lot of whom are lay people as it relates to the law.
Yep. No, it's fun, especially, and one of the reasons I do like the Supreme Court oral arguments is because that not every time, but often, you get these really great debates between two people, and they're really, really interesting.
Oh,
and sometimes I come out of it, I'm like, I'm not sure which side is right, which is always fun. Makes me think.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's even. I kind of like the way that they've been doing the oral arguments lately, because it's been so nice to see Thomas come out of his shell, and I love his questions.
Yeah, this has been interesting, the Thomas question era.
Yeah, and to some extent, I think that he kind of made a decision. Well, it started with the COVID thing when they were doing kind of the rounds and not interrupting and talking over each other.
Which I kind of liked.
I did too. And I think that's when he got comfortable talking, and I'm glad that he did. And I think part of that as well is after, Scalia passed, he sort of decided he was going to become the anchor on that side of the court.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I don't always agree with Thomas. And sometimes I find his decisions baffling from first principles, to be honest. Sometimes I read his decisions and I'm like, this seems odd for Thomas. It's like, I don't think it quite aligns with your own values, but, but okay. I mean, I'm a Gorsuch fanboy.
That's fair.
So
I don't know. I think I sort of like the aspect that he's not always necessarily predictable. I mean, I think Scalia and Sotomayor's best case was on the censorship and what was it, video games, I think, where the two of them were on the same side, which you don't always expect. And it was Scalia that said, if a judge agrees with if a judge's opinions agree with their own politics every time, it's a bad judge.
Yeah, I've had that discussion more than once with my chat.
Yeah.
Because, more than once I've been in a position where I'm like, I don't want to rule this way, but here's the right answer. And
right.
The chat is becoming increasingly understanding with that. But it definitely has happened a couple times where I'm like, yeah.
Well, I've had that when
this is the part where I'm writing a decision and I hate my life a little bit at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've had arguments with people where, we'll be debating whatever topic just informally or whatever, and I'll say I don't care, and they get really insulted, and it's like, no, it's not that I don't care about your argument. It's not relevant to the topic at hand. And people don't understand that we use those sorts of terms a little differently.
Yeah.
So, No,
I
I
mean,
think
you want to have an argument that's relevant to the stuff, and it's like what is relevant and what is irrelevant. Yeah, I've had that problem before too, where I've said something like I don't care, and people get mad at me. That definitely happened. For example, when I was doing the whole Toddy Westbrook, KJ thing, and those are a lot of like things where I'm like I don't care. It's like how can you not care that Katie Joy Paulson is a horrible person? I'm like because it's really not relevant to any of the issues that I'm trying to decide right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
how
the
can you
thing.
not decide that she's a bastard to all these other people because I'm trying to decide this particular case?
Well, that's the thing is, it's like I can agree with you on all of this, but what is the impact of it?
Yeah.
And if there's no impact on the fundamental question at hand, then we're wasting our time. Let's get back to what actually is relevant and important to the subject.
Yeah.
But people take that personally. I don't.
Yeah, it's gotten better as people get to know me more and more, I think so.
Yeah.
But this is definitely a problem in my early days of my channel, so maybe you'll have a similar experience. We'll see.
Well, we'll see. Actually, I have curiosity from that one. Do you know if there's any rhyme or reason whatsoever with YouTube when it comes to monetization? Because I just turned it on this morning, and out of 14 videos, 10 were monetized, 4 were not. 2 of the ones that were not monetized, I can understand because there was some sensitive stuff that was going on. 2 of them, I have no idea why they picked them. And some of the ones that are monetized, I think are worse than the ones that weren't.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's an issue. I mean, I appeal every single one because the worst they can do is say no, and most of the time they overturn it. So I just appeal every single one that they deny me on. I haven't really found any rhyme or reason. I've tried to use coded words to get around it, and that seems to not be working anymore. So I'm going to have to come up with different coded words or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know why YouTube does certain things. I remember when they gave me a content ID warning. No, community guideline strike was the one I wanted. Yeah. They gave me a community guideline strike for like number 39 in my series of the Capitol riots because they said that my video describing the events of January 6th and describing what the FBI was alleging from official DOJ and FBI documents, no less, was somehow me encouraging people to go out and like riot. And I'm like, no. So I appealed that, and then they denied my appeal. And it took me like 3 years later. Then I was finally able to get that community guideline thing withdrawn because it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how me covering, here is the official FBI and DOJ complaint. Here is the evidence against them. Here is the charges. I'm not encouraging anything, but yeah, sometimes YouTube is weird.
Well, and again, you were critical of the defendant every time.
Yeah, except for one. There was only one time in the entire series where I'm like, oh, the defense has a good case.
Yeah.
Because every time I'm like, well, it didn't help then the overwhelming majority of the ones I covered that there were Facebook posts and confessions and basically them just showing the FBI the slideshow. Hi, nice FBI lady was a nice moment because that actually happened. Hi, nice FBI lady. Here is a link to the Dropbox of the video you wanted because I wasn't able to email it because it was too big.
Oh, that's good.
That happened. That was good.
Yeah, that's
my
a good
personal favorite was the guy who we know exactly his movements of the day because he had an ankle monitor.
Oh my God. What was it? He was out on parole or something?
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
From Maryland, incidentally. So he lied to get into DC because he said he was going to be passing out Bibles. So parole violation. And then we know exactly where he was because ankle monitor. So that was good.
Wow. That's amazing. That's not a great decision.
Yeah. No, there were many, many bad decisions made.
But yeah,
and, not to say that every single case is a slam dunk for the government. There are definitely defenses for some people.
Mm-hmm.
Not for every case, but the ones I covered, I'm like, none of these people have any defense.
Well,
people got mad at me about that because they're like, well, don't you recognize that like the Capitol Police like ushered some people in? I'm like, maybe, but none of these people that apparently we're reviewing, and here's the evidence against them. And even if they did, they then went in and did things. So like, no.
Well, it's like I'll give you an example of one of the ones that they put to yellow. This was me literally just reading the Onion's brief.
Nice.
Like, how is that in any way a problem? I literally just read their brief and made comments on it.
I don't know. I don't know.
I thought that was
whims
a
of
fun
YouTube-
one.
It was one of the, it's a great brief. It's a fantastic brief. The meta-referential nature of the whole thing is also incredibly clever.
And people want me to do the Babylon Bee, but you know, and I kind of want to do it just for fun, even if it's not.
You should totally do
I don't
it.
care.
You should totally do it.
But like to some extent, I almost don't care because I feel like with our kind of communities, you do better with like memberships and super chats than you necessarily do through AdSense.
This is very true.
So
this is very true.
It might just be worth doing anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Super chats and memberships are the lifeblood of my channel.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons that you can go over to Uncivil Law and you can join for a mere 99 cents a month. You too can become an uncivilian merely by clicking that join button.
Yes, you can.
You help to support the channel financially and support a content creator that you love.
I have to
For
figure out how
only
to
99 cents a month in the arms of angel. Yes, you can join Uncivil Law. Fly away from here.
I have to figure out how to set up the membership stuff. I haven't gotten around to that yet. It literally just happened this morning, and I've been on this the entire time. I mean, is there like a separate? Because I go to the monetization tab, and I don't see any way like how you go about setting up membership like tiers and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
We could talk
a little
about
bit
it.
hidden.
We can talk about it later. But any event, what else? Oh, the other question I had, just out of curiosity, do you think it's worth asking them to review the stuff that they've already gone through if I just got monetized? I mean, they're old videos for the most part, so it's not like I'm expecting a ton of new views.
Yeah, I mean, the worst they can do is already say no again. There's really no penalty to asking again that I'm aware of.
Okay, I just wasn't sure because I imagine
If
that
there is one, I don't know what it is.
Well, the thing is, I imagine when they did the initial review, they probably that was done.
I've also,
manually.
by the way, made any I've also stopped making any effort to rate my own videos because I don't understand what the point is. Like, you know how when you upload videos, they ask the creator like in 7 different categories if there's anything that should prevent it from being monetized. And I don't know what the point is because they're like, well, if you're wrong, we'll just automatically rate it ourselves. I'm like, so but what's the point of me trying then? It's like if I'm right and saying this should be demonetized, then it'll be demonetized. If I'm wrong, it'll be demonetized. So why even bother trying? So like YouTube says my accuracy is low. We're going to continue using our algorithm, as opposed to if my accuracy was high, you would use my rating, which is the same as your algorithm. So why even bother trying?
No, that's a fair point. I mean, like the only thing that I ever check off is that it's not appropriate for children, and then just let it go. Because I just let StreamYard send it out for me.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'll go back into Studio and I'll hit the not appropriate for children because I smoke on my streams and there's occasionally some spicy language, but otherwise.
If you do that with not appropriate for children, it will kill your monetization.
Really?
So you might want to reconsider. Oh yeah, big time. It
So
will
what, just
kill
leave
your
it-
monetization.
Leave it unchecked?
Well, I would suggest maybe you don't want to do things that would cause that box to be checked. It will cause this content to not be recommended. It will not appear in people's feeds. It will kill your growth, kill your channel. So yeah, don't do that.
So no more smoking?
Yeah, don't do things that would cause that. Yeah, don't do that.
Well, it was funny because I actually I asked Mike this morning. I was like, yeah, I smoke on the streams, but it's not like I'm promoting tobacco. In fact, I'm always telling people don't do it. I just do.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't know, because he never had an issue when I smoke on his. And like I said, 10 out of 14 were monetized, which is not awful for first review.
Yeah. I would suggest against it. I would suggest doing things that will trigger the not appropriate for children box. It is not a good thing. That would only work if you were producing like content really for kids that would become extremely popular, which you're not. So you're not the category that you want to be doing that in. It's just going to kill your channel. Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know. because to some extent, I kind of don't care. Like, I know my content is going to be of a more adult nature, and I don't know. I have to think about that one.
Can I complain about the Texas bar?
Into jail right now.
See, I'm going to use Miss Fowler's word. She now is in a throuple. And not only does she choose to be in a throuple, and she's shacked up in the bed with the throuple. Now, if anybody thinks this is okay, I am in the wrong world.
Have you ever had any history of substance abuse issues?
I smoked a lot of weed.
Yeah, without getting into further detail, there were drugs involved that people were giving to me that ended up being glue. Like, I smoked some glue and stuff. I thought I was smoking crack, and
You didn't say the cat jumped on his wiener, did you?
have you ever had a failure to appear?
Possibly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, sweet Jesus! What?
Well, I guess that's the end of us educating people.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I just had to disrupt this educational program.
Yeah,
it's worse than Lawyers and Dragons in here right now.
Hey, I'm insulted that I wasn't invited to that. I've never played D&D before, but I think it would be fun.
It is fun.
I think we can get you in there, John.
Oh, let him know.
Kurt and I have that sort of pull.
Yeah, that's definitely what's true.
Yeah, I think it would be fun.
I can't get myself invited back, Mike. Which is a shame, because Blackleaf likes to be in Dungeons and Dragons. Golly gee whiz, people. I'm so happy to be here streaming with you today.
Oh, God. Yeah,
John, do you like Dungeons and Dragons? It's my favorite thing.
I don't know. My only experience with that was the first two Baldur's Gates. That was fun, though.
Yeah. Good times.
I heard somebody was trying to revive the series, but I don't know where I heard that from.
So is Mike coming back or not?
I don't know. Seems like not. I think he was just trying to annoy us.
He succeeded. Well,
nah, I'm good.
I will complain about my own personal plight. The Texas bar has still not cleared me on character and fitness. I sent them a message. Apparently, they're still waiting for some responses from some third parties or something. So
Dude,
it looks like
it's only been a few weeks.
Huh?
When did you get your pass?
Well, that's not the issue, because I submitted my application in April, and they would have started doing it back then. So they technically have 270 days from the date of application, which would take us into January.
Okay.
But there's a formalized swearing-in ceremony that's supposed to happen on November the 14th. But I believe I have to be cleared by, I want to say the 5th, but it's something like that. So it's coming up rapidly, and I don't think it's going to happen, which is kind of annoying.
Gotcha.
I would think, being a lawyer for 15 years and not having any ethics complaint and being background checked at multiple different times at this point in my life, that it wouldn't be that hard. But apparently the Texas bar is taking their sweet time, and it's annoying.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, in New York, you can't even apply to character and fitness until after you get your results. So I got my results in October of whatever year it was, and I didn't get sworn in until February.
Yeah. So that process is ongoing. We'll see how that goes.
Florida was a little bit better. They had
25,000. That's so dumb.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's stupid.
They told me it was $2,500. Yeah, you're going
Here, give me 10. No, ma'am. You're right. It is crazy. Let's change that. Bond's 50,000.
He's going to keep doing that. Yeah, Florida was a little bit better because you can do it before you get the results. And I ended up actually doing my swearing in over the phone.
Yeah. Nice.
I was still in New York.
I think in Texas, technically, I can be sworn in by like any notary or something. So it doesn't matter, I suppose, on some level. But I was looking forward to having my family down for the ceremony and whatever. So
yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, look, if it weren't for the fact that I had already done like the formal, signing of the book stuff in New York, I probably would have. But
you get to sign a book.
Yeah, you sign the actual roll of attorneys that's actually kept by the clerk of court for the second department.
Yeah. I didn't get to sign a book, so I feel deprived.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. So, yeah, that was neat. They have like literally a book, and it's just all the signatures of people, and it's next to your license number, and they keep that in the archives.
That's cool.
All right, I'm better now. I was just a little hangry.
Welcome back, Mike.
Although I forgot to put clothes on.
Welcome back to Staring at Ceilings with Mike.
Yeah, we're staring at the ceiling. No, I appreciate you guys chatting that whole time. That's actually cool.
Yeah, I could see your appreciation. I feel very appreciated.
Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong peeps. All right, let me go put some clothes on.
Oh, come on. Aren't you're saying that wasn't top tier content?
Well, I'm going to sign off for now because I need a little break and I need to do some stuff. But it was cool hanging with you. If Nick comes on, though, I might join you guys and hang out with him or something. But I got a little work to do in the meantime.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming by.
All right, bye-bye.
I always love wondering what they're talking about when they're at the other council's table.
Well, I think over at the prosecution side, they're like, "Oh, wow, we don't have a case, do we?" Do you have something good for lunch? Because we don't have a case.
Can you imagine the chief state's attorney calling them up and just screaming the hell out of them?
Well, the thing is, what's even worse, though, is like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care. I have nothing against the state of New Mexico. In fact, I want to go visit it. I've been through it before. It looks like a Roadrunner cartoon, which I think is cool. I want to go skiing at Taos. I've got nothing bad to say about the state of New Mexico. Okay. The attorneys for the state of New Mexico, I find reasonable. I don't dislike them.
No, they just have a garbage case.
They just have a garbage case. So I'm not emotionally invested at all with this situation that way. You have some empathy, obviously, for the victim.
Yes.
But empathy doesn't translate into meeting your burden.
Correct.
And I've been practicing law too long for that to get that mixed up. So I'm just looking at this going, I don't see it.
Well, and again, it's tough because the victim is deceased, so it's not like you can put them on the stands to
a hard case to make.
Yeah, it's not like
it doesn't mean they're bad people. It's just they don't have facts. You know what's really fascinating me right now is I want to see what I don't know. I mean, that could change. Sure. They could show up with video that hasn't come out yet, or they could say, all this stuff is garbage. Let's get it out of the way and then progressively get better. That may be a strategic decision they've made.
It could be. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that could be the case.
But in terms of proving that this guy murdered this guy, the other guy, beyond a reasonable doubt, they are maybe 1 inch closer on a mile-long walk than when this trial started.
That's the thing, is that they've had 4 witnesses, and none of them have really moved the ball down the field at all. And
the
that's
best one
gonna be
so
tough.
far is this guy saying there. I was there and I didn't detect any chemical agent. I think that's nonsense. That doesn't prove your case, but it puts things into play and it makes you question the defense theory. It's a helpful little fact, but you need some substance.
But that's the thing, that it's not the defense's burden. Like, that's just going to be a tough hurdle.
Like I haven't seen the rest of it, but if they brought this to me, I was a prosecutor. If they brought this to me and it was already charged, I'd dismiss it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't charged, I'd say I'm not charging this. I'm trying to draft the information, and I don't see where I make the elements of the case.
Yeah.
Again, a confession may be a big part of it.
If they have it, but I would start with that. And they didn't say that in their opening. I would have included that in my opening if I had
Absolutely. Absolutely. That would have been my opening statement. You'll hear from the defendant's mouth that he did this.
Exactly. That would have been exactly where you start with your opening, and they just didn't. So could they have something that I don't know about? Maybe. But I just don't remember them saying anything that's particular, that they have a smoking gun.
So it'll be interesting. I wonder, and I don't see how much the case. Well, unless they come up with some stuff, I don't see how this case goes on much longer.
I don't know how many more officers. Did they say how many witnesses they were going to pull? I don't remember if we saw the schedule of conference.
I never got anything like that, but they're not getting anywhere yet. If I'm the defense, I don't put on any case yet.
Oh no, I go for a directed verdict right away.
Yeah, I mean that's it. And then if I would move for directed verdict, then I'd say no, we don't have a case to put on. They haven't met their burden.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, at this point, I don't think, do they need to put on any case?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. And then this guy, I don't know, but what I'm guessing is true is that this guy's kind of spun out of control, the defendant in this case.
Yeah.
And his life is sort of on a downward trajectory, and he probably has some skeletons in the closet. I wouldn't suggest it under any circumstances, but certainly that guy you don't put on the stand for any reason, especially not when you're already winning.
Well, that's part of it. Is I don't even know what witness the defense would put on. There were no witnesses to the event.
Right.
Yes, we do.
All you're doing is creating the scenario where he messes up and admits something on the stand that the prosecution could get no other way.
Right. Well, but that's where I was saying, like, what witness to this does the defense have anyway? Nobody saw it happen. The only other person is dead. The state's bringing in all of the police.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Gotten fighter. Nick and sandwich fun. You know, that can happen. That can get a little testy. Why did the live end so abruptly? This live's still going.
Yeah, we're still going. We've been running. They decided to take a lunch break.
I was like, so I was like cooking, like work around here, but I had a little bit of the volume on it. And I'm like, oh my God, these guys are really getting into it, the Supreme Court. Oh, sweet Jesus. That's really happening. I literally, I'm like, should I stop it? Should I make this go away? I was torn between gratitude for you guys keeping the stream going and fear.
Oh, come on. You hardly lost anyone.
No, you guys, you're like getting into it for reals. All right. Where are we at here? Oh, thank you, Jupiter. All right. No, we don't want that now.
Honestly, the more nerdy part was when we were talking about high school debate.
If you guys move to band camp, I was going to pull the plug.
That's That's a good one. Oh, come on, would you join our adult debate league?
You know, here's something that really does happen. I'm a lot older than you and a little bit older than Kurt. You kind of climb this mountain of maturity, and then you care about such things, and then you get older like me, and you just revert back to being like a 13-year-old.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's very common. I'm not the only one to do this, but I'm definitely on the downward slope of like, yeah.
John Trish, we can't pull up the questions. It's Mike's feed. So we're just talking to basically fill air. I didn't see any questions. If you have one, post it.
I see what you did there. Seriously. I asked you to have that debate. I've got some White Claws, and I'm like, it's awful early in the day to start drinking. And I've got no reason to. I don't need to. I'm not stressed out. But I got a lot more trial here. There might be the White Claws might come out.
Oh, this might be interesting.
By might, I mean they will. What do you mean anyone here? Do we look like nobody?
I mean, I'm a nobody.
We're here. We're talking. You can hear us.
What about it?
John's live with the gun girl. Who's the gun girl?
It's Stephanie.
She's a gun girl?
I thought I was answering questions. I gave everybody the cigarette anybody asked me.
Did you just stomp off and rage? Did you rage quit your own stream?
I don't think I did.
I once kicked myself off my own stream, but that was incompetence. It wasn't rage.
What type of law do I practice? Back in New York, it was a mix of med mal and a construction injury. In Florida, it was first-person property. And right now, I have a couple private clients, but I'm just sort of doing this.
In Illinois, we have a special name for it. They're called defense strokes. All right. Let me at least throw my sweatshirt on here.
I don't know, check in and see what to tell you. I don't care what your opinion is. Gregory Benway, I am licensed in New York and Florida. Do I think blind justice is doing anything for auditors? I don't understand the question. I haven't been to DeFerris. I have a great local place on Long Island called Gino's, and that's always somewhere I drop by when I go back to New York. Yeah, and I grew up on Long Island. What would my panel be? My panel will be how to learn law and don't tell Mike. Night, I absolutely agree. I do miss it. We have a place that here in Tampa that imports the water from New York, and it's good, but it's just not the same. Hello, Greg. Welcome to Law Talk with John. Yeah, that's a good question. Why aren't there any masks while they're on break?
All the proof you need that they don't believe themselves.
It's bullshit. Blind Justice is an NC Statecast auditor. I have no idea who that is, so I can't answer. Staten Island a pit, like they say? It depends. Some areas are nice, some aren't. It's like anywhere else. I find the accent entertaining. Yes. What is my favorite color? My favorite color is blue. Yeah, but why? Yeah, it's like the COVID thing. You're allowed to, you have to wear a mask if you stand up, but if you're sitting at your table at a restaurant, you don't. It's like, I don't think COVID literally has like a height threshold. None of that ever made sense to me, personally. Yeah, not a medical expert by any stretch. Still a great reference. Saint's a good one.
Cat, that's basically what I said while you were gone. you pass a caring threshold.
Fair enough.
Just via age, you get to a point where you have no F's to give.
Oh my God, I'm learning. No. I honestly don't know. I have to come up with something. I was thinking the Babylon Bee brief, similar to the Onion one, but I haven't had a chance to make a decision on that yet. People keep sending me topics, and it's a little tough to curate it all and decide which one will be interesting. But this will be the first one monetized, so I kind of want it to be a good one.
Well, you should have a big trial stream tomorrow.
Oh, that's true. I totally forgot about that. Well, folks, if you want to keep seeing this one tomorrow, it will be on my channel because Mike is busy with real world stuff. So yes, I will run this one tomorrow.
And I'll probably jump on there, but I literally have 3 depositions scheduled.
Yeah, so I'll be running this one tomorrow, and then
only one of them's my take, so the other 2 I can't control timing. I have no idea what they'll. It just depends on how long the opposing counsel wants to ramble.
Hey, knocking out 3 in a day is pretty good. Any chance you want to discuss the general topic?
Depositions?
Well, no, not what depositions are. I'm just like, is it? Do you do slip and fall work? Did somebody get a splinter?
See, defense stroke's going to defense stroke. That's how this works, people. I see what you're doing there, brother. I see what you're doing. Yeah, Yesenia is putting her foot down. I called her before this stream. I was there, get me out of there. She's like, no, those things gotta go. One of them is a good case too, so I really have to do it.
Gotcha.
One of my take, which will be short because I'm in charge, and it's easier.
Yeah.
The defense attorney has to go through medical. I don't care. I just want to establish liability and move on with my day.
That's fair. Yeah, I've noticed that too. We have to establish the damages points.
Yeah, I mean, you just have more work to do from the defense side in most depths. Not all.
Yeah, that's true.
These are party depths. These are F1s, people. Oh my God.
I don't know. Sometimes you can find stuff through discovery before the actual dep has to take place, and you can crack the person on liability pretty early.
Oh, that's with me. With me in these cases, the plaintiff dep usually goes first. So if I'm deposing a defendant, which I'm doing tomorrow, I already know what's going on.
Yeah.
So I literally have 3 or 4 questions I'm interested in.
Interesting.
That's it. Sometimes I've taken deps that are literally 2 minutes long. Did your vehicle make contact with the other vehicle? Yes. Okay. Is the damage depicted in this picture or from the accident that we're talking about? Yes. Thank you. I have nothing further. Toodles.
Fair enough. That sounds like a problem.
Every once in a while, if it's weird facts, then yeah.
Yeah.
Then it can take a while.
I don't know. Sometimes, like you said, and to everyone, plaintiff goes first. Sometimes, and I'll do real quick, sometimes the plaintiff just comes off so horribly that they'll settle on the spot or within a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you don't want to put this person on the stand. You know that, right?
Yeah, sometimes in discovery, you really do discover things. You take the dep and you go, one attorney, the other, and I've had it work both with me. He says, I don't really have a good case. I see how this is going to go at trial, and it's going to suck.
Yeah, I had one where my defendant got on there, and I told the insurance company, we need to settle this because he is awful, unlikable. Yeah. And no.
Thank you, Willie. So what time is it? It's 1:17?
1:24.
Oh, the jury's coming in.
All right.
This thing might be done this week. We can have a verdict by Friday.
Yeah.
Or it could take a lot longer because I don't know the whole case, but
I don't see who the hell the defense even needs to call or could call.
yeah, I don't see a reason for defense putting on a case. And I don't see the prosecution having a case unless it's a confession. I could be surprised, but I'm just thinking.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I don't see this judge giving a directed verdict, though, so the defense might just not put on a case and let the jury decide.
Yep.
I think we are in directed verdict territory, unless they come up with something.
Are we calling that witness out of order, Mr. Romo?
Yes, Your Honor. This next witness will be David McCullough.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, because of a scheduling issue, we're calling a witness out of order. We're calling another witness, and then we'll bring back the last witness when we're done with this witness.
I can hear him this time. He's mellow. I like this judge.
Yeah.
He's mellow. He's mellow, but that court's running, so they know that he's got a hard side.
That's fair.
Sorry, Your Honor, we're just managing witnesses
That's
out
okay.
there.
I mean, it's also helpful that these are probably all repeat players anyway, and they know what they can do and not do.
Nancy, yes, I was thinking the same thing. Can you figure out when the entrance and exit wounds are and the angle that the gun had to be fired? And but we're not even in the ballpark of that crap yet.
Yeah.
It could help if you have the case mostly established, but it can't make the case itself. The way I see it.
I agree. I just find it kind of unprofessional as it relates to them not having their witnesses ready to go. That annoys me a little bit.
Oh, it's all smooth as silk compared to Daryl Brooks, brother.
Well, yeah, there's that.
I'm coming in with a low standard right now.
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff when you're on the defense that the insurance companies start getting pissed off. Why did it take this long? It's like the other side didn't show up. I was there.
See that you swear you answer the radio like, you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth and the justice of the law. Yes. And then when you take a seat, get close to the microphone and speak out loudly, right?
Good one, Saints.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Could you please state and spell your last name for the court reporter?
David McCullough, MCCULLOCH.
It's old Gabby from Blazing Saddles.
Yep.
I think we can all agree with what Gabby just said. This is the state's best witness so far. We don't understand anything, but it's not hurting.
McCullough, I'm gonna let you take off your mask when you testify that way.
Yeah, take it off. We can't hear you, dude.
Maybe if we just put on a bunch of people that don't know anything, they'll forget about our first four.
This can be hilarious when he still has marbles in
Good
his mouth.
afternoon. So, Mr. McCullough, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently retired from the VA hospital.
Okay. And what did you do when you worked at the VA hospital?
I worked at the VA for 30 years as a physician assistant in the GU department, urology.
Okay, great. How long have you been retired?
He's really struggling in the
Since the
You're
end
expert,
of
you're screwed.
December 2017.
That's great. So we're going to talk about some events that happened on February 29th of 2020. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Tell us what was going on that day.
I was out for a motorcycle ride. The area up by Cabazon is kind of pretty, and there's dirt roads that go everywhere, so I was exploring that. I drove down to a spot that's about 1 mile directly west of Cabazon Peak. And there's actually a point of interest sign right there. And I was going to read it, but there were a bunch of other people there. So I thought I'll ride on down the road some more.
Do you
And then-
remember, before you go on, sir, do you
Yes.
remember about what time of day this was?
the afternoon.
The afternoon?
I'm retired. I don't pay attention to that stuff.
Okay.
Dark.
Oh my God.
Please continue, sir. You said.
So I rode further down the road. The road really winds a lot, but I came to a Y intersection and it seemed to go straight. So I stayed to the right and I went down until the road dead end. Then I got the bike turned around, and as I started heading back north, off to my left, which would have been west, I could see some buildings probably 500 yards away. And I thought I saw a man walking over there, but I was more focused on trying to keep the bike upright on this kind of rough, sandy road.
I don't know if I can stand this guy.
To the point of interest sign, which I
This is
wanted
gonna be
to
rough.
read.
I don't know.
Parked the bike.
He's clearly not in good health.
I was reading the sign.
Okay.
And a man drove up in a white pickup truck, and he was talking about different things. He said he owned motorcycles and he liked my motorcycle.
Who the hell cares?
And then he drove off. And I went back to reading the point of interest sign. And then a few minutes later, he drove back and we talked some more. And then I looked at my watch, and by then it was getting closer to about 5 o'clock. And I was thinking I really needed to get home. I wanted to get home before dark because I don't like driving
Here we
these
go.
windy dirt roads in the dark. So I started walking back to the motorcycle, and he says, "Wait a minute," and he waved me back over. And I said, "What?" And he said, "I'm in a little bit of trouble and I need some help." He says, "I just shot a man and I've tried to call the authorities, but I can't get cell service. If you have cell service, can you call them for me?"
This is exonerating
So
evidence.
I pulled out my cell phone.
I'm thinking.
Called 911 and
Killers don't ask to
started
call the police.
talking to the operator about this guy who had just told me he'd shot somebody.
I mean, the defense has a great witness list.
And truly, cell service was bad because the signal disappeared. Actually, it disappeared several times. The calls got cut off.
How many times do you think you had to attempt to call 911?
I called the first time and then I just waited and they called me back, but it was at least my call and 2 or 3 others.
Okay. When you first encountered, the first time you encountered this male on this road, what was his demeanor like?
Well, he seemed sort of friendly. I mean, he's asking me about my motorcycle and sharing
Friendly
that he had
signals up.
motorcycles.
Asked to borrow my phone to call the
Call
police.
the police.
This conversation seemed a little disjointed.
Admitted that you shot somebody and asked to borrow the phone to call the police.
Did he seem to you to be calm or
And
upset?
the prosecution
or
calls this guy.
Can you describe
Yep.
his demeanor to the jury?
I guess calm because I never much thought about it. I mean,
So
if you're
what?
asking if Was he hysterical or screaming or crying? No.
Okay. Now, the male that you
Is that what they're trying to
encountered
get
out
from
there
this?
at
That
the
he was
road,
calm, so it
is
must
he
have
in the
been
courtroom
cold-blooded
today,
murder?
sir?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Nobody can identify him. He
You
did
can
get a
take a minute
haircut.
to
He's
look
got a mask
around.
on, but he's sitting right there.
And just for the, I've already stipulated that this is Mr. Cummings.
Okay.
You might want to mention this to
for
your
starters,
witnesses.
he has a mask on.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to identify the defendant.
You know, his hair is different. It was sort of long and sort of straggly, and it's,
Okay. Do you remember what he was wearing when you encountered him?
no,
Um,
it wasn't a suit.
okay. When you encountered Mr. Cummings, did you observe any injuries on him?
No.
This is
So
the
you
weirdest
said
trial
that
ever.
he waved you back. How long of a time period did you encounter him or spend with him before he told you
Did
that
somebody
he had
bribe the prosecutors to throw the case?
Just the whole thing, the first encounter plus the second encounter. I don't know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Not very long.
Was it less than an hour?
Oh, yes.
Less than half an hour?
Yes.
Um,
You know, I think about that because, like I said, I really wanted to read this point of interest. And
he is a
they're
sweet
not
old
that
soak, this
long.
guy.
So
He really
I
is.
just wanted to read it. And
How do you remember that he had no
look at
injuries,
the
but you
peak
don't remember what he was wearing?
and then get bundled up on
First
my
cross question.
motorcycle and get my helmet on and head home.
so after you called 911, actually, Your Honor, at this time, the state would request permission to publish to the jury State's Exhibit 1, which has already been admitted by stipulation.
Yeah, we
Okay.
stipulate.
And Mr. McCullough, I'm going to go ahead and play the 911 audio.
Okay.
Sandy, you don't have to be a PA to decide if there were injuries or not. But if he doesn't remember what he's wearing, how does he remember the person's physical condition under the clothing?
911, what's the location of your emergency?
I'm west of Cabazon Peak.
Okay, here's a peak. How far west?
I guess about a mile from directly west of Cabazon Peak. It's now some dirt roads.
Okay, and off 1114?
I don't know. I hopped on the motorcycle, went for a ride.
Okay.
You know, there's a paved road that comes off 550 and it goes west.
Okay, what's going on? Are you lost?
So the reason I'm calling is I ran into
Are you lost?
a guy here who said he was attacked at a ranch. And he wound up pulling a gun and shooting the guy who attacked.
Okay.
And he can't get cell service. He asked me to call 911.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, just bear with me. I'm getting all this information in the call, okay?
Yeah.
This is the slowest 911 call I've ever heard. Can we say he's responsible for the guy's death because it took him too long to say what the issue is?
I think this is a non-emergency.
Does it look like the other male needs an ambulance?
I think we're looking
I
at
don't know. I
don't know. If somebody came up to me and said that they shot somebody, I needed help, call 911. I would call the emergency number.
Peak reading about the history. And this guy truck pulls up next to me and says somebody just attacked him on a ranch down the road somewhere. And he's in a truck that's called H2O Guide Service. His license is lapsed.
Spit it out, Grandpa. There's somebody bleeding out right now.
Okay.
So, Mr. McCullough, is that the first call you made?
Yes.
And we can hear some talking in the background. Who is talking in the background? Do you remember?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play the second audio.
Oh my God. Not going well.
Average farm remembers.
Hello?
Oh, sir, it's 911 again, okay? We got disconnected.
Yeah, like I said, I'm out of cabin, so I'm surprised I can make a call at all.
Yeah, when you call 911, it will run with any service. It doesn't matter which provider you're with. So I'm just going to try and stay on the phone with you as long as possible because this, obviously is kind of, this is serious.
Oh, be
So
nice.
I just want to make sure that you're okay as well.
So this guy's on the other phone and he's trying to call somebody to get some help.
Okay.
So you think this guy needs ambulance?
I don't know. Do you see if he's bleeding or anything?
Oh, dude.
Oh. I'm sorry, what's that?
Can you see if he's bleeding or does he look okay?
How about the guy that was shot in the chest?
Fine.
Is he bleeding?
But he says he shot this other guy.
He said he shot another guy?
Yes. Yeah, he said this other guy attacked him, trying to kill him. And he pulled a gun and shot the other guy. Judge, I don't feel too good. I hope
Okay.
Yeah, they really need to ban the bong at the 911 call center. Holy, he goes, okay, after a 30-second pause on that one. How about where?
Yeah.
Is he still alive?
Note to self.
Okay. Does he know if the other male's still alive? Or does he not know?
We
got around to that.
Oh
my God.
He says he's dead?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. I can hit the bong again.
Oh my God.
Okay.
A little bit of urgency, sweetheart. You're a 911 operator.
What kind of vehicle is he in? Is he in a truck?
He's in a Dodge Ram.
Yes.
5500.
He hasn't gleaned this fact yet. You're correct.
Big sticker on the side says,
Seemed like 27 minutes into the
guy. He said it's some sort of helicopter ski guide service.
Oh my God.
It's got an electric plate.
Okay.
You know,
Okay, and are you safe, sir?
I will check it out.
Sir? Sir, can you
Else
hear
I
me?
can help you with? Any other dying people I can ignore?
Yes.
You hear someone talking in the background on that call. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who was that, if you remember?
I think it was Mr. Cummings.
Now I'm going to play the third audio file.
That 911 operator would be fantastic in a slow bicycle race.
This guy is super
Sandoval
nice.
County Police Fire and Rescue. This is Maria. How can I help you?
I've been on the phone with an officer, but I keep getting cut out because I'm.
Okay, sir, where are you? Is it?
Would you like to answer? No?
Must be bad cell service.
Yeah, I know, but I still thought what I said was funny.
Okay. So my seat.
He is a likable
The line's
witness.
still open, but there's nothing there.
He's not helping the prosecution, but he's a nice guy.
Now, Mr. McCall, I'm going to play the fourth and final audio file.
Oh, thank God.
Hello?
Hey, sir. It's Paul again with 911.
Yeah, the phone keeps cutting out.
Okay, are you safe, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the name of the ranch where this person he shot is?
Do you know the name of the ranch? No, he says he doesn't.
I don't know.
The guy's first name is
Can't answer that
No.
question right now.
Leo.
Leo or
Clearly.
Yeah.
This is what I gleaned. Or correct, Charles.
Hello?
Oh, sir.
Yeah.
Do you know the name of the ranch?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Does he know how far it is from where you are?
He's he's talking to the police officer somewhere. I don't know. He's pretty shook up, but he's trying to get some help.
Okay, yeah, we're getting help out to you. Don't worry. But I'm just trying to make sure I can get as much information.
Yeah.
On the stand, he said that he was calm. On the 911 call, he said he was shook up.
Okay. Do you know if somebody's on the way?
We're getting people out. They're being dispatched basically since we started talking. But I would like to stay on the phone with you. Okay, just stay there. If you can turn on your hazard lights.
Actually,
This is like the easiest cross ever.
Do you know if he's still got the gun on him?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Seems like
it.
Yeah. In addition to the guy that's bleeding out, he might take me out too. But don't get up.
Where police officers come up and see what the gun. What would you like him to do?
Okay, if he's got it on him, just to follow the instructions the officers tell him, and to not have it in his hands. Okay, and just to keep his hands visible.
The instructions are to not shoot anybody else.
Yeah, just follow the instructions of the law enforcement. Whatever they advise him to do, just tell him to follow their instructions.
Just tell him not to shoot another person before we get there. Maybe.
And now it's very dark. All is lost. And there are no batteries in the vicinity. The 7-Eleven in Albuquerque just sold out.
Do you have a camera?
Someone with a camera.
Oh, this
The police
turned out
can't
so
figure
much
it out.
stupider than I ever thought it would.
And where does he know where he shot him? Was it in the head and the torso?
Oh yeah, well, that's the guy that you just asked. He still had a gun. I'm going to ask him about that right now. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Seriously, did you have any idea this would get this stupid this fast?
Oh my god. In Chicago, they'd be like, "Run, Grandpa! We have the coordinates. There's a chopper coming in. You are gonna die." Go.
The first name is Yo.
What was this supposed to be?
He's, like I said, he's talking to somebody. I don't know.
He's talking to someone else. Okay. Okay.
He's
Is
not
murderer
going
in the house?
He's seriously waiting.
Okay.
Can you ask him if he has any bullets left? That's a good one. He shot the point of interest side, and now it's hard to read. Oh, God.
And that's why I can't find it. It's hidden and it's dark.
Just stay with me because I'm also one of.
That is a fair question, Carolyn.
Before we move on, I just have a couple of follow-up questions.
Sure.
So in that first
Oh,
911
I've got
audio,
questions.
we heard you say that Mr. Cummings told you he was attacked. Can you please tell us what Mr. Cummings told you?
Oh, God.
He said this other guy had attacked him and sprayed him with some poison. He said the poison burned.
Oh, my God, he's corroborating the defense argument.
He's corroborating the whole.
And it made it difficult to breathe. He told me he thought he was going to die from this poison.
Why isn't the prosecution objecting? This is hearsay.
What did he say? What happened after?
It's not an admission by a party opponent. It helps him.
No.
Did he ever tell you that after he shot the guy, he washed his face or shirt?
Yes.
Tell us what he said.
He said that this poison that was on his skin that was burning him in his eyes and face.
Prosecution, object.
To
You're letting him testify without being on the stand.
faucet,
Yes.
one of those outdoor water faucets.
What is happening?
Big
What is
curved
this?
handles, and he said he got his clothes, got his shirt off, and washed all the stuff off as best he could.
And at
I
this
think-
point,
I
are you
think my-
guys
I think my
still on
brain
the
just
tax
broke.
on peak sign of interest?
He told me that he wanted me to go with him back to the ranch because he wanted me to be his
Did the
witness.
prosecutors have a
These
stroke?
guys had attacked him.
Is somebody on the phone with 911 for them?
You know, I couldn't witness anything like that, but I did want to see if this man was still alive. If he was still alive,
That's
then
the rules of evidence calling.
there's something I could do for him.
This is so good for the defense. I can't
Over
begin to
30
tell you.
years of medical
Like I
experience.
said, they're letting him testify.
Breathing.
The defendant testify through him.
I could do.
Can I borrow your phone to call the cops? And can you come back and witness this with me to prove what I'm saying?
Windy dirt road back to almost that dead end I had told you.
And you're
about.
letting that all come in
And we
without
pulled
objecting.
in where those
He
buildings
doesn't need to take the stand. You testified for him.
and parked. And we walked over to this brown mobile home and walked inside, and immediately to the right.
What is this
was a
case?
small room, and there was a guy laying face down on the floor, and he wasn't moving, he wasn't breathing, he wasn't doing anything. To me, he looked dead. He was dead. In his right hand, he had a black canister of some sort. Which,
Oh my God!
That's
Oh my God!
Mr. Cummings.
The case is over. We're done.
That this guy
The case is over.
with this canister of something.
Why do you say
Contradicting the
guilty.
police officer they just called.
Oh my God. The case is over. We're done.
He said he wanted me to be a witness that this guy actually had this poison in his hand.
There's no way the defendant can get that
A
in
little bit about your observation.
No, they literally could not.
without the prosecution.
Oh my God.
Trailer, was it still daylight?
You now have a corroborating witness and you don't even have to put your guy on the stand.
I mean, at this point, it must have been about
I'm agreeing with you, Nancy.
after 5 p.m. And in February, that means, you know, it was the sun was
Unless
getting low. It
now
was
you
dark,
have evidence
but
that he
yes,
planted
was
it.
Still daylight.
That's
And
spurious
when
at
you entered
best.
the residence, was the doors opened or closed?
Oh my God. How would you prove that he planted
The
it?
front door was closed but not locked. And when we walked in,
Oh my God. This guy's been better as an investigator than the freaking cops.
where the dead guy was, that was open.
Okay. And the room, can you describe the room to the jury?
They better, if that's the case, they better have it locked and loaded.
The
Like picked up on the video from one of their cameras that doesn't work.
mobile home looked like a
Yeah, even if his fingerprints are on it, I would still look at the can to figure out what the hell it was.
Right. At a cattle ranch.
That's easy to explain.
Where you'd have lots of folks.
Yeah, even fingerprints on the canister doesn't prove that.
Bunks built out of 2x4s. You could probably sleep a dozen or so people in these bunk beds. There were the room to the left as you went in was a much larger room, but it was still mostly bunk beds. And in the right, there were some bunk beds, and there was a small kitchen straight ahead.
Okay. And when you went into the residence, sir, did you smell anything that smelled like poison?
No.
Okay.
Were the windows open or closed, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. The bedroom where you saw the body, was this a big bedroom or a small bedroom?
Who cares?
Small. I would guess
Just big enough for a throuple.
not more than 10 feet wide and 10 by 12. Maybe
Smell like
small.
poison and teen spirit.
Okay. And did you have to like?
What does
turn
poison
off
smell like, Mike?
The door of the bedroom, or what was the doorway like? Was it pretty small as well?
Could be.
To enter the building, the door was closed, so I had to go in and around that door to see to the
Right now, I don't even think you could get manslaughter.
bedroom. But that door
I don't
was
know.
open. I didn't have to go around.
And did you check the male that you saw on the ground? Can you tell us, was he face up or face down?
Face down.
Did you check his vitals or do anything like that?
No, he
Doesn't his
looked
cup.
pretty gray. There was no breath in the chest. And by this time, it must have been an hour or so since since Mr. Cummings had told me that he shot somebody. So he hadn't moved.
So now you're establishing that there was a significant period of time between the incidents and
When you
certainly when
observed
police
the
arrived.
the living room area.
This
part
doesn't
that
help you.
talked about, did it appear?
But
that
how is
there
this?
were
How is this
chairs
a
overturned,
redirect?
Any evidence that there was some sort of fight or anything like that?
Nothing obvious to me. I guess I'm not sure how to answer that because, like I said, it was very much.
All right, the decision's made. I'm absolutely.
I will fall over. Okay.
All right, decision's made. I'm absolutely covering this tomorrow.
When you went into the house,
He was with me.
Might have an aneurysm, but
behind you or in front of you?
at least in Florida, 911 doesn't take 4
went
hours
in
to answer a
ahead of
question.
me, and then he was standing to the side of me, and he was pointing out the canister in the guy's hand.
So what happened next after you?
So we left the mobile home, and he pointed out the water faucet outside where he said he had washed himself and washed his clothes and got the poisons off of him. And then I told him that I was going to head back to that point of interest sign to meet the police because for sure they'd never find that spot if
Wait, somebody said this is still direct.
somebody didn't go
No,
back
that
and
can't
lead
be
him
right.
back, they'd never find him. And
This-
he said he'd.
Oh my God, this is still direct, and you elicited that?
What the? I told him a few
Oh
things.
my God.
The first one was
My brain is melting.
that.
Why would you ask those
Tom,
questions?
do not have that gun in your hands.
So
Oh
let's
my
talk
God.
about the gun. Did he?
Sorry,
ever
I didn't even notice because of what the questions were. I
Well,
wasn't paying
he said
attention to
it
the
was in
video.
the truck, but I never saw it. In fact, I still don't know what kind of firearm it was. I don't know if it was a pistol or a shotgun or what. I have no
But did he
idea.
ever get to read the
Was it
sign?
the cab of the truck or the bed of the truck?
He said it was in the bed of the truck under the clothes.
Okay. After, did you then proceed out of the ranch area to meet up with law enforcement?
Yes, I left there, got back on my motorcycle and drove up, and he said he'd be right behind me. I drove back to that point of interest sign. By this time, it was definitely getting dark, and I could see the flashing lights of the police cars closer to Cabazon Peak.
That's why I was yelling to object because I thought it was the cross.
By
Jesus.
that sign,
Yeah.
turned on my flash.
Oh, the defense won't object to this.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I just stood sort of in front.
Keep making our
of
case.
the bike so they could see me in my headlights, and I just waited for them.
Okay. And did the man follow you?
No,
No. Okay. How long do you estimate it took for law enforcement to meet you at that sign?
Honestly, I'm the defense attorney. I have no questions for him.
from the time of the calls,
Yes, sir.
it was a long time. It was 45 minutes or an hour.
I might just thank him for his service.
Yeah.
It seemed like a really long time.
Yes, sir. So what happened next after you met up with law enforcement?
So they came to me. I handed them my driver's license because I knew they'd want that information. They asked me what happened, and I explained everything. And they said, "Well, where's the guy?" I said, "I don't know." He said he'd be
That's
right
going to be
behind me.
impossible to prove.
It was 15 minutes ago. So I don't know what happened.
They might have some great staging evidence, but I
Lead
doubt
law
it.
enforcement back to the ranch?
I doubt it.
I go back to the opening statement. They didn't say anything about that. If they had it, they would say it.
I think 3 police cars, pickup trucks, and they put me in the back of one, and then we started down the road, and they stopped at one intersection, and they said, "Is right or left? And I said, right. So they went straight down there. They stopped.
What's your favorite
at
restaurant? We'll
the
get you a gift card.
intersection. I said, "Is this one?" By then I could barely see. It was really dark. I said, no, I think it's the next one. And I told them, don't worry, because at the very least, we'll go down until we hit the dead end. And then it's the next turn in up from the dead end. So we went down to the next turn off to the right. And they said, is this one? And I could just barely see the reflection of the last bits of sunlight on the roof of the trailer. And I said,
because it was getting dark.
Yeah.
So we stopped. They had their lights on. They were discussing what
He's
to do.
contradicting his own their own people.
I'm not sure what happened there because I was still inside the pickup truck and they were outside trying to figure out
it is.
what was going on.
And not helpful to the state.
But apparently Mr. Cummings came forward. And
Has the state ever prepped a witness?
Because they weren't sure what to expect either.
Yes,
And,
I've been thinking that
they
the whole
told
time.
him to-
And without saying what anybody else said,
I could
did they
I could see Snoopy
place
typing
Mr.
it.
Cummings in the back of a patrol car?
Yes, he came up. They told him to put his hands behind him. They handcuffed him, then put him in the back of a,
Okay, and did you give a statement to law enforcement?
yes. I wrote out something for them as well.
Alrighty. And how long do you think that you ended up staying there on scene? Do you remember?
The whole evening until they finally released me. It was almost 10 o'clock.
Say what?
Because it was almost midnight when I got back home to my wife.
Okay.
Did he say the whole evening
And you
until they finally
never, in
released
the
me?
whole time that you were there, did you ever?
They
see
kept him there
any
5
firearms or
hours?
weapon?
No.
May I have a moment, Judge?
That's the end of their questioning, I think. Oh my God.
What? What was that? I feel guilty laughing because I know
Other
it's a
than
serious
February
case.
29th of 2020, had you ever met Mr.
But
Cummings
this was
before?
not our intent.
I thought we were going to be able to show a real professional case.
No questions.
That's the end of
Well
our
done.
questioning. Good job. You just literally proved the defense case.
Thank you.
Good work.
Yep, that's what she did.
You can leave, sir. Yes, thank you.
Do they realize what they're doing right now to their
Yes,
case?
Wow, this was handled. The prosecution's handled just like the 911 call. Yeah.
I mean,
3 minute delay. Is the guy you speak of still alive?
there are first-year law students that could do a better job of this. And by the way, they're proving that they just never should have brought this case.
Right.
You're still under oath. Okay, please go and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's weird. Technically, they're not
Sergeant
terrible,
Griffin, good afternoon.
but they're just not proving a case.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm going to just go ahead and jump in right where we had left off earlier this morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you.
Oh, come on. You don't have the paperwork ready. Like, Jesus, this is just simple. And I know, like, it doesn't really matter, but it just looks sloppy.
Yeah, seriously, you had nothing but prep time with Grandpa on the stand there. He was super sweet, but slow as molasses.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
The item I handed you that's been marked as State's Exhibit 29, does it have an identification label on it?
I'm guessing this is a firearms expert. This had better be good, or they're really in trouble.
Okay. And is the label associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the item sealed?
Yes, ma'am. It's still sealed.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
and if
good
you can
Lord.
Go ahead and pick a corner and open it up, sir. And then tell
I
us
don't
what it
even
is.
know. I don't even know where. I don't know how a weapons expert can fix any of this.
I don't even know if he's the expert. He might be the. Yeah, this is. I think that View Galaxy
He's
is.
the cop.
Yeah, this is the cop before lunch.
He already testified.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but because of scheduling, I think he had something else that he had to deal with, so they took a witness in between.
The intricacies of how and the angle and whether or not it matches and all that crap only matter if you have a narrative that makes sense first.
Yeah. All right. Do you have to do the whole theatrics of him opening the box? Like,
Yeah.
I know, but
I know he literally just can't open the box. They can't take a video. 911 can't be bothered on a call, and they can't open a box. It continues.
yeah. Why is he using a pair of scissors? Can nobody give him a knife?
Yeah, get a box cutter. You can be on a stand in a murder trial. Spring for a box cutter. Oh, good Lord.
And if you can just go ahead and take a peek in the box and then.
Oh, sweet Jesus! What?
Is that
Well, at least we know their evidence
that's the
tape
item
works
assigned
better than their
for Federal
cameras.
State Police evidence people. Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 29
Sure.
We didn't. Okay.
and permission to publish.
I'm like thinking there might be like a Nerf gun or something in there.
Sergeant Griffin, if you could please go ahead and open the box and show the item of evidence to the jury.
Turns out it's a super soaker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tape is hard. Yeah, there's a gun.
Well, at least he's only pointing at himself.
Oh, this thing might accidentally discharge before it's over. Honestly, I mean, like, I hope not. But that's the level of confidence I have right now.
We have an Alec Baldwin moment in the courtroom.
It just goes playing right into that wood behind him there.
No, not the ceiling. It's so nice.
Right there. They plunk somebody off on a landlord-tenant dispute upstairs.
Is there anything else? Okay.
Stop pointing at the prosecutors.
Oh God, that is not good.
And if you
He's
can
literally
go
doing that right now.
back in the box and then put it here on Ms. Lynch's desk here.
Oh, I have zero confidence that thing's not loaded. Zero.
Oh God. How did we end up here, Mike?
I feel bad. Like John and I were not like, oh, hey, this will be a wacky trial and we'll get lots of laughs. We're like, oh, this is an interesting fact pattern. Let's watch it.
Firearm?
How did this happen?
Is there writing on that paper?
Yep.
Oh God. Why did everyone just flee the courtroom?
Is there writing on that paper? Oh God. I want him to go Beavis and Butthead and go, words.
Oh God.
Let the record reflect the witness said words. Okay.
What is that item?
It is an American Eagle green tip 5.56, 45 millimeters.
Is there also a well, we'll have you open that up. Okay, and is this label associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the item sealed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please go ahead and open this? And
Did he
test
rip
it
his gloves?
inside that plastic envelope?
Yeah.
Oh my God. And he's still handling the evidence.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously. I went down the wrong path here. But here we are. We're halfway down the rabbit hole. You can't quit now.
So you just ruined chain of evidence. Live in court. Oh my God. And he handled the gun with the ripped glove.
While you're putting on the glove, on that plastic envelope, is that an item that you also collected from the state police?
Yes, ma'am. This is a GPS initials in there.
Oh God.
So what is inside that envelope?
There's spent casings with the projectiles.
I need some air. This is too much.
Is there a magazine in there as well? And
MFT Mod 2.
is that the same magazine that was collected from the scene?
I believe so, ma'am. It's in the packaging.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 30.
Your objection.
I'm just unclear exactly what we're moving in, because what I saw was just labeled magazine, and it sounds like there's more.
You want me to?
Yes,
explain
sir.
what
Please
these
go
items
ahead
are?
and talk
It's
about
the
each
brass, the expended brass from the rifle. So when you fire the ammo, that's the brass that comes out. There's actually the projectiles that were removed from, I guess, the wall and other stuff. And then there's the unspent rounds that were in the magazine.
How many unspent rounds are there?
7. 7 unspent rounds.
And then is the magazine empty?
Yes, ma'am.
I think for purposes of the record, each of these separate items, the magazine should be one exhibit. These projectiles that were extracted from a wall should be a different exhibit.
Okay. I can label them separately.
That'd be a good idea, or do a sub number such as 30A, B, C, and D, just to keep the record clean.
Yes, sir. So how many items are there, sir?
There's the magazine, the projectiles, the spent brass, and then the ammunition. The 4 total.
Why don't you go from 30A through 30D?
Yes, sir.
Well. They do this for a living.
This is not what I expected at all.
would be
I can
boring.
tell you, John, I can speak for John on this as well. Our reaction is pure. We did not expect this. Nothing like this. Nothing.
We were, I don't know. I don't know. We were texting this morning and we were trying to, Mike said he had stuff to do tomorrow and was saying, let's see if this is worth it for me to pick up. And yeah, it is. Seriously, they do this for a living.
It is good times, Kay. It really is.
Well, I'll put it this way. If I ever want to murder someone, I know which jurisdiction to do it in. Man, these aren't pro se. This is their goddamn job.
In all seriousness, here's why you have courts, though.
Permission to approach.
At some point, you got to stand up there and deliver, and if you don't have the goods, you lose. That's it.
Absolutely.
So this is not an indictment of court systems. If the case falls apart, the case falls apart, and then you don't get a conviction.
Does that have an identification label on it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Do you recognize that envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this is why we have
an item
a
of
right to a
evidence that
defense and a
you
right to juries.
signed for from the New Mexico State Police.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is this label associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Oh my God.
And is the item sealed?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you please cut it open
Oh,
and tell us what's inside?
it started. I went off the cliff when he said it was really dark after dark, and I just never regained myself after that point.
Oh my God, that gun unboxing, that broke me.
And
Then I'm
is
pointing
this
it on the
one of
table at the prosecutor.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of
the
Exhibit
broken
31 into evidence.
Oh, this guy is a fantastic
Could you
witness.
please hold that up for the jury, sir?
I find him to be extremely credible and an absolute.
Thank you, sir.
Oh God, an absolute model for his profession.
A clear record. I would
What's in the mug, Mike?
tape that was in the box.
Oh,
is a
we've
separate
moved to White Claw.
exhibit. Okay. 32.
It's official.
I mean, in fairness, at least he didn't point it at the jury.
That'll be admitted.
That would be the coup de grace right there. We think we recovered some video from that evidence locker. Let's see what it shows.
I can see one of their interns doing that.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh God.
Do you recognize that? Does it have an identification label?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And is that identification label associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this one of the pieces of evidence you signed forth from the New Mexico State Police?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you please open the envelope and tell us what's inside?
Okay, so well here, like on technical aspects, this prosecutor knows what she's doing.
Yeah, she's introducing it appropriately.
Like she has a good skill set. She's not like she doesn't have a case.
No. I don't think this is her fault. I think that her boss never should have given it to her. They should have just not prosecuted it. At least from what we've seen so far.
I'd probably walk on this case, honestly. If I worked at I'd be like, no, I'm not taking the fall on this. This is stupid.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of Exhibit 33.
I'll try a tough case, not a case without evidence.
And sir, could you please hold that item up for the jury?
No, I think they got thrown under the bus. Because it's probably high profile locally. So the prosecutor's office wanted to take it, but the lead prosecutor was like, I'm not stepping anywhere near this. Congratulations. Here's your case.
Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, if it was a winner, the elected prosecutor would be down there doing the victory lap.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not actually doing anything, but like delivering an opening statement or something and saying, "Oh, I won the case." Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, this got pawned off because the elected prosecutor knew that this is a loser.
Yep.
And then he can go give this.
I'm having fun with it, but like the prosecutor doesn't strike me as stupid.
No, I don't think so.
She's not a bad attorney. She doesn't have a case. Just there's no case that I've seen yet.
I mean, there are definitely some questions I wouldn't have asked if I were in her shoes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good
Does
parallel
that
written
item
out
of
there.
evidence have an identification
Yes.
label?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And is this label associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is this one of the items you signed for from the New Mexico State Police?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Okay, tell us about this.
This one's the shirt, extra large green shirt from me, and it has mine, so it's sealed by me.
Is this the shirt that you collected from the back of Mr. Cummings' truck?
Yes, ma'am, this is.
Can you please go ahead and cut open that item and tell us what's inside there?
Did he run out of gloves? I saw him rip a couple trying to put them on.
Yeah, this isn't like jargon or whatever, but yeah, this chain of custody, John and I know. I mean, this stuff is really uptight.
Yeah, okay,
you don't want to introduce. Look at this, like the clerk comes over with some strange gloves from I don't know the dumpster out back. Here, spread some more DNA.
Yeah,
on this evidence. she pulls them out and hands them to him. Like that's not the protocol.
But that's the thing. It's like as a really like practical matter, him handling that firearm with the glove ripped is an appellate issue.
On February 29th.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of Exhibit 34. Deputy Griffin, could you please open up that shirt and show it to the jury?
I'll talk with Mike.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Capital felony treason? Okay.
I don't know if you noticed, but he let it drag over the bench. So that's not great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now we have all of the witnesses today's DNA on it potentially. That's good. I mean, not a problem.
We can now link the entire courtroom to this murder.
This is getting better.
Does that item of
And again,
evidence
this is the appropriate way to introduce the evidence. I think it's the witness that's incompetent at the end of the day. Oh Lord. Everybody watching Law Talk with Mike is now linked to the murder.
They can get any of
Does
us
that
on this one.
identification label to you appear to be associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Does that have your initials on it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Do you recognize this piece of evidence?
The entire courthouse is going to run out of gloves by the time we're
On
done.
February 29th.
Yes, ma'am, this is.
Can you go ahead and cut it open and tell us what's inside?
I have a feeling it's going to be my blue robe. I was obviously there. This is the worst unboxing video ever, Mike.
And what is that, sir?
Would be the jacket and the liner.
And what is that?
This is the liner that was in the back of the pickup truck.
Oh, please put it on the counter. That's okay.
Perfect.
And
Yeah.
these were the items you collected from the back of the sister Cummings truck. Fair the state moves
I've been
admission
wanting
of
one of
Exhibit
these.
35.
The objection constant. They'll be admitted.
Would you like to ask a question about the evidence that you're having him go through, counselor?
I'd like to see him. I'd like it to see him tear up from the residual pepper spray on the garments. Oh no, nothing. I think he had some onions.
Yeah, someone saying it might be the jacket without the pepper spray. So what? Ask the question when you introduce the evidence. Don't introduce it all. Everyone, that's not how you build a narrative. So are they literally just using him to get the evidence introduced now?
Hmm?
And he's doing a bang-up job.
Well, fine. He'd package it up, and he's laying the foundation. That's fine.
Sure, and I'm sure that they'll probably have done some sort of, tox analysis and say that there's nothing on these
sir.
jackets that were introduced. Blah.
That's all I'm going to have you touch for right now.
He's touched everything. He's just spread his DNA
So
all
earlier
over.
this morning,
over
you
anything.
testified that you were the on-scene sergeant for the
I
Sandoval
think I'm a little
County
touched
Sheriff's
at this
Office.
point.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
How long were you on scene from start to finish?
From start to finish,
It was dark.
I got there at, I want to say 7:30 is when I met Mr. McCullough, so probably 8-ish. And then I got off the scene, I believe, approximately 2 o'clock the next day.
Okay. So that would have been March 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
But was it dark?
And when you were there at the ranch during the daylight hours then?
Yes, ma'am.
So now
And
sunset.
this is a remote area?
After
is that
7?
correct?
That is correct.
When you were out there, is it possible to see someone driving towards the ranch from a distance?
From a distance,
Not when it's that dark.
not that far, just because of the way the mountains are. You wouldn't be able to see them. You'd hear them long before you saw them.
Okay.
Oh, God. If she has no further questions,
Your Honor, permission to publish what's already been admitted as stakes exhibits 1 through 12?
Will be admitted. And I'll let you publish them.
they've already been admitted, Judge. Come on. You're supposed to be the good guy here.
Before we go on into your next role in this investigation, what you did, we're going to go ahead and go through some of the photos that have already been admitted. This is State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this area?
Okay, that's interesting.
Can you describe to the jury what this picture represents?
This is actually probably most of the 16 acres of the property.
Okay. There's Exhibit 4. Where would the entry of the ranch be?
If you look at the bottom right corner, there's a vehicle further off this side. I think that's actually mine.
You can touch the screen.
Okay. This is your entrance right where the truck's sitting.
Okay.
He touches everything else.
Two gates. There's a gate here.
Can
and then
you
there's
show us on the screen where the gate is?
where this car's at, and then there's a second gate right here. The road that goes this way is for ranchers to go through the property, and then the other one is to the main property.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit
I mean, this is already admitted, so to some extent, why is he going through this?
Where was the mobile home
We'll
at?
see if there's a reason.
Actual mobile home's right here.
And then State's Exhibit 6.
Yeah, that's a good point. They can't afford cameras in their police vehicles or on the bodies of their officers, but they can get drone footage.
Now this is, or at least from these pictures, it appears to be pretty flat as far as terrain.
Yes,
Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am. Right in this area is definitely.
I don't know. Have you ever been to Florida?
Maybe.
So where would, let's put this picture up. This is State's Exhibit 8. Do you know where Cabazon?
I'm just saying priorities.
Cabazon Peak area would be based on this photograph?
This direction. That's the way in.
And then this is State's Exhibit 9.
Did the camera guy have a stroke again? No, I have not been to Boston. Actually, yes, I have. Sort of.
And
Not really the city
this
proper.
photograph, where was the mobile home?
Mobile home is right here.
And that's where the Mr. Audiolo's body was found?
That is correct.
Where was Mr. Cummings' trailer?
Mr. Cummings' trailer's right here.
And if you know, where was the water spigot?
I don't know the location of that. I would assume on the outside of the house, but I can't.
I'm going to put under the document camera State's Exhibit 10.
Again, no big deal, but like you don't know if your witness knows that before you go to trial?
Got to warm up. There we go.
Mike, I honestly don't think they prepped any of their witnesses.
And where was the mobile home in this picture?
The mobile home itself. Apparently it doesn't like me.
That's all we need.
Got to warm up, maybe.
Because if you prepped your witnesses, why would you ask some of those questions?
Hey, I'm going to ask you where the water spigot is. Do you know? No. All right. I won't ask you then. Or it's right here, dingus.
And where was the entrance where Mr. Cummings' vehicle was?
This direction.
I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 11. What is this a photograph of?
That's a picture of Mr. Ariano's vehicle. It's a black F-250.
And State's Exhibit 12.
Same vehicle.
And is that the entrance to the mobile home?
That is correct. That is the one of the entrances. There is two.
Where is the other entrance?
The other one's in the kitchen living room area. It's like a studio apartment on the other side.
Okay. What did you do next in this investigation? After you signed for the evidence from the New Mexico State Police that we already went through, what was your next role in this investigation?
After that, I logged all the evidence, went home. Monday morning, I went to OMI for the autopsy.
Where are autopsies done at?
At the OMI or SLB
Oh my
labs
God.
off of Lomas area.
In Albuquerque?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what
Do you not
date
have a coroner to
OMI
answer this
the
part?
autopsy was?
I want to say it's the third Monday, the 3rd of March.
And
Second
who,
or third.
the autopsy you attended, who was the decedent?
Mr. Arano.
I looked all the evidence thoroughly.
And after the New Mexico State Police had processed the scene, did you ever go into the manufactured home?
That day, no, I did not. They walked me through their exit. Normally during their process, and they'll do an exit.
Where were you going with the autopsy question then?
And
You just
they walk you through all the evidence at the same time.
Okay, and did they do that outside the manufactured home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, that is.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Oh my God, that was. What did?
And sir, one final question. Where this manufactured home, is this in Sandoval County, state of New Mexico?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Why did you ask the autopsy question?
We're going to take our afternoon break, 15-minute break. And this time, What I wanted you to do is follow my
What?
bailiff and go into the first courtroom for your break. Okay. So let's be in recess for 15 minutes.
All right.
Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. Okay.
I don't know.
Did you post that cool art that you sent me on your community tab?
I'll do that later. My brain's broken right now, so you're gonna have to carry me for a minute.
Your brain is broken. It should be broken. I don't know what happened. I don't know what we just witnessed. I don't understand it. I don't claim to understand it.
I don't know.
You're right. Like, and where autopsy performed? I don't know. At the autopsy hideout. Okay.
And then you just end that line of questioning. It's like, why did you ask that?
And then let's move on to something else.
Is Disney World in Orlando? Okay, that has about as much relevance to him saying where autopsies are performed.
The bombshell is coming. All right. That is entirely possible. They might be playing four-dimensional chess, and we haven't caught on to it yet. I honestly grant you that possibility.
What could it possibly be?
When Grandpa was on there, and I felt bad because I made fun of him, and then he took the mask off, and the poor guy just couldn't talk. He's a super sweet guy.
He was. He just also proved
when he started, and they said, "And what did he say to you?" And I thought he was going to say he confessed the whole thing to me. He said, "I just killed this guy in cold blood because I didn't like him."
No, quite the opposite.
That's what I thought he was fixing to say. I'm sounding Southern today. I thought he was fixing to say that. Good Lord, he was not fixing to say that. He said, no. He asked me for my phone so he could call the cops. Then said, "Can you follow me out here to be my witness to show that I didn't kill this guy?" Then I go out there and the guy's got a canister of chemical shit in his hand.
Well, plus he contradicted about the mental
A direct
state.
examination from the prosecutor.
Well, plus all of the cops were basically saying, and in the 911 stuff, they were trying to suggest that the guy wasn't distraught in any way. And this guy comes out and says, yeah, he seemed pretty agitated over the whole situation. And he was the most believable witness they've had so far.
Even if, let's say, and they might, even if they have evidence now showing, oh, he planted this canister and he did all that stuff, fine. It's a bad way to present the evidence to lead with something that corroborates the defendant's story.
That's where I'm sort of, and chat, please feel free to get involved. What bombshell could they possibly come up with that they wouldn't have used in the open? I'm still stuck there.
If
you
they
don't
had a
hide the
video
ball on that sort of thing.
Here's where we're at. If they had a videotaped confession straight up from him.
That's step one.
In an interrogation room, for instance. I don't know if that holds up against all the evidence that they've just put in.
I mean, it would be the best thing that they have.
It'd be the best thing they have by a wide margin, but you could still come out as a defense attorney and say, oh, no. He was coerced into that, and look at the rest of the evidence.
Right. That's the thing. And no, somebody said the prosecutors suck. I don't think that they necessarily suck. They're definitely doing things differently than I might have.
Right.
But it's just they don't have anything to work with. And I am. The one thing that I will criticize them is I don't think that they properly prepped their witnesses.
Yeah.
I genuinely think that they did not.
Yeah, you can't be asking your witness to identify the defendant, have him say, I don't know who he is.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good. Is it fatal in and of itself? No, but it just looks sloppy as hell.
Yeah. Or again, not knowing how your witness is going to answer a question at times.
Okay, so are we done with that guy?
I can't even remember if they did a cross before lunch or not, so perhaps not. But I wouldn't have any particular questions for him.
I wouldn't have any questions for him.
Because he'll find a way to screw up your case too.
Yep.
I mean, I first of all, given the way that he performed in the courtroom, how in God's name is he the crime scene investigator guy?
The ripped gloves thing is good because here's the thing: we're really not dealing with DNA, so it's not really contaminating the evidence in that sense. However, if you're going to go through the theatrics of putting gloves on to handle the evidence, don't have them all ripped up.
It does not look good.
Or if you just said, screw it, there's no DNA here, we're not worried about cross-contamination, we're not doing gloves, fine, then that would look normal. But if you do it and do it wrong, then you just look incompetent.
Exactly. And credibility of the witness. The jury's allowed to consider that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be pushing for a modified instruction in that regard.
I don't see how we don't get a directed finding yet. I don't see this going to a jury for deliberation yet. State hasn't closed their case, but thus far I just have not met their burden.
Which that is really a bad look for the prosecuting attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
Because directed verdict basically means you never should have brought this in the first place.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, again, you can only do so much with a bad case.
Yep. If you don't have the facts, you don't have the facts.
Yeah, there's no, even the best attorney on earth can't make up facts that don't exist.
And again, this is not me jumping up and down. I didn't know this defendant beforehand, so I'm not pulling for the defendant specifically. I'm pulling for justice.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm not saying he's innocent. He may have done this. He may not have. I wasn't there, but I'm not convinced that the state's proved he's done it. That's easy.
Well, I mean, even this morning, we were still basically 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
I was starting to lean a little bit because I didn't particularly care for the presentation of the first witness.
It was the third witness that did it. But the third witness wasn't because they were so specific, but like, okay, now this is a pattern. This is the third witness in a row where they're making no
headway
whatsoever with their case.
Yeah.
So it was more cumulative, more so than the third witness was worse. The third witness was about the same as the first two, just not helpful.
I agree. And I don't think that they've had a single witness that really moved the goalpost at all, that moved the ball down the field at all.
I do feel bad. I mean, I've been doing a lot of laughing this one, but I'm surprised. I did not think this would be a comedy special here. That's not what I was even aiming for. When I saw the opening arguments yesterday, I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. We got to tussle over a gun, and we've got a self-defense argument. Legally interesting. Let's see how it plays out.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Like I said, when we were talking this morning, we weren't sure that this would be interesting at the end of the day.
Right.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact pattern, but I didn't expect this sort of shit show. I really did not.
The shit show was a bonus. Yeah. Unexpected bonus.
And again, I can genuinely believe that the guy killed him in cold blood, but they don't have anything to prove that.
That's what's weird. Like, you have a gut feeling anyway. I don't have a good gut feeling. I would not be surprised if in reality this guy just cashed him in and sort of covered it up. I would not be surprised if this guy literally was scared for his life and killed him in self-defense. I don't have a good gut sense as to what really happened here that day.
I don't either. I genuinely do not know which way that went.
But I do know that if you don't know, that means the state hasn't met the burden.
Yeah. I don't know. I do know that the police and the sheriff's office have not demonstrated anything that would give me confidence in their investigative abilities.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite the opposite from Waukesha, where all of the police were absolutely on it.
Yep. And the police, what I've seen is it's sort of it's just a little sloppy. It's not like they don't seem corrupt or bad or evil people or anything, but they just kind of, what I get is not even that, or not even that they're not capable. I get that they don't really believe the case themselves. Nobody seems to be invested in this.
Yeah. Kind of phoning it in.
Yeah. I get a lot of phoning it in. Like, we're not sure what really happened. So we're not, that's almost not an insult. Like, I'm not 100% sure this guy did it. I'm not selling out to make sure he goes away.
Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, you can't do that sort of thing with a murder investigation.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't provide, if it were let's say I lived in that jurisdiction, it would not give me a lot of confidence in my public servants. And I can understand that they're underfunded or understaffed and all of that, but at the same time, they just didn't seem to care that much.
I hear that all the time. Or they're underfunded. Yes, they don't have everything. You know what? An underfunded small community or whatever, the state has way more resources than a defendant. Always. Yeah. Every time. It's not even close. Does that mean the streets are paved with gold and the officers are making $300,000 a year? No, of course it doesn't.
Only on Long Island.
But that's where you are.
Right, and it's sort of interesting to me because, like, I don't know what this defendant, like, I know he does the extreme skiing stuff. He doesn't look like he's loaded.
No. Well, look, he wants to buy this place, and he's, he wants to buy this $144,000 rent. I mean, I hate this because if you ever say anything, then people think, oh, you're just, really snooty or something, which I'm not. But that's not an expensive property. Okay, it's not.
For that amount of land, absolutely not.
It's inexpensive. So a wealthy person is not pining to live in the
middle of nowhere,
in a pre-built home in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So I'm not knocking it, but it's a modest lifestyle.
Yeah.
That you can say. So this guy's not like that. But that actually does make sense to me too, though, because this guy's some extreme skier, which is a very cool thing to do and very fun, and it's a nice way to spend your youth. But it's not going to get you rich.
No.
You're in some Warren Miller videos. Okay, great. You get some exposure. You have some fun, but you're not. That's not like the.
It's not like you're signing up with the Giants.
Yeah, it's just not that kind of thing in terms of a cash payday.
Yeah. And again, I don't necessarily know how much money he has, but. Like you said, it's not trying to be snooty or whatever, but that's not a super expensive property. And honestly, it's not like it's the kind of property that the value is going to increase massively.
Well, yeah, part of the problem, it actually looks beautiful to me. I actually see appeal to it, but it doesn't have a lot of market value. And why? Because it's not close to amenities and services and other things. You can't live out there and send children to school.
Exactly.
If you want to go shopping, it's a freaking 40-minute drive. While the area is beautiful in its way, in its desolation too, it's really kind of cool. But it's an inexpensive thing to do.
Well, even like the old guy was saying that, he knew that he left around 10 o'clock because it took him 2 hours to get home.
Okay.
Do we know
This
that?
canister was found facing defendant, not victim. Ooh, facing victim, not defendant. Okay, so absolutely could the we'll see. Maybe they're rope-a-dope in here. They're just doing a horrible job on purpose, lowering our expectations. Going to come in strong with a pile of great evidence.
Yeah, but wouldn't this guy that they just let off the stand be the perfect witness to do that, since he's the one that collected the evidence?
Also, if I'm the prosecutor and that's my theory, I'm not putting a cop on the stand to say I didn't smell anything.
Right.
Even if he didn't, I'm not asking him about it.
Yeah.
Because now it's contrary to my theory. My theory is as the prosecutor, if this is the evidence I have, is that you maced me then shot me.
Yeah. If the argument is
entirely possible, by the way.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting my own witness on the stand to contradict that theory.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, if the argument was an unprovoked attack.
Mace was planted, entirely possible, but this is a horrible way to present it. Yeah. If the mace was planted, fine. I'm explaining that in my opening argument. You're going to hear about this mace, but let me tell you how that mace got there. I'm saying this right now so people aren't sitting here full of reasonable doubt while for half the damn trial before I unload this.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think this might be over by Friday. Because the way it's going right now, I don't know how many more witnesses they could possibly have on the prosecution side. Because again, nobody saw what happened.
Nobody saw what happened. I just don't see how they get over that hump. Yeah, I'm getting excited. A couple White Claws and my litigation instincts are creeping up on me.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to put my prosecutor's hat on. I genuinely cannot think of what the smoking gun could possibly be at this stage of the game that you wouldn't have presented yet.
Right.
Because you now have the jury basically there for 2 days, just brimming with reasonable doubt.
And then even if you're dumb enough to just mess up your own case, but try to save this or whatever, even the defense would have fronted it.
Right.
So even if the prosecutor wanted to hold it back, the defense is going to front it to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And explain it away and put their spin on it in the opening statement so it doesn't blow up the whole case for them at the end. So I don't see how it's possible, but we'll see. I mean, that's the drama of the whole deal.
Well, and that's part of it too, though, is through discovery, you can usually get a decent bead on what your opponent's theory of the case is going to be.
Oh, absolutely.
So if they were going to go with he planted the mace, they would know that ahead of time. They don't have to give over their strategy, but depending upon the questions that they were asking and, all of that, you would have an idea where they were going with it.
They would turn over. How are you going to show that the mace was pointed that way? It'd be a photo. That photo would have been turned over.
Exactly.
Or it can't be used.
Well, that could
be. If you try to introduce a photo that wasn't turned over, objection, judge. We haven't seen this crap.
Well, they already pulled that once. So it appears that they already failed to turn over certain photos. So I don't know.
Well, we're not in Colorado, so I don't know why you're asking that particularly, Grexy. But
no, I don't see a Colorado jury.
In the state of New Mexico, apparently anything's possible. It's the land of enchantment. We're finding out. Now we know what that really means.
But here's the issue. If the argument is self-defense, that's an absolute, if the jury believes them and they don't disprove it, that's an absolute defense to the entire assault scenario.
Yep.
So what lesser included are you going for? It's not like you're going to argue manslaughter. It was self-defense. That's a defense to that too.
What did they say? Oh, they said he was tampering with evidence by, I think that's toast. Tampering with evidence by washing your hands.
Yeah, no, that's garbage.
Oh, these two scenarios. He washed his hands because he said he was maced. Then the state produces a freaking witness that says A, he told that same story at the time. B, he asked his first phone number to call the police and report it.
Yeah. So either this guy is the most incredible criminal mastermind.
Okay, before we get started, this trial is being live streamed, and I've been informed from people out of the county actually that a number of folks are not in here wearing masks, especially when you take a break. Anytime you're in the courtroom, you have to wear a mask. Otherwise, we will get in trouble with the Supreme Court. So keep your mask on at all times.
Probably. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, they're bringing in the jury now.
And by the way, if somebody maces you, it's not evidence tampering to alleviate the situation and provide yourself basically with the equivalent of first aid.
Are they aware that my chat was just busting on them for a solid 20 minutes there with the masks?
I think somebody might be watching Law Talk with Mike. But yeah, that tampering with evidence charge is absolute bullshit. Yeah, if somebody maces you, you have to sit there with it on you until cops arrive. No, that's not reasonable.
I tried one a couple months back here. It was just a bench trial, but we had to have masks in the Daily Center at that time. I think you still do, but the judge said we could take them off while we were trying the case.
Okay.
There was no jury. There was like 8 people total in the huge courtroom.
Maybe seated.
It's looking like it.
That's where I'm thinking, Nigel.
Yeah, same good example. If somebody stabs you, do you have to leave the knife in until they get back, until the cops get there? Which you actually should do.
Good afternoon,
You get out.
Detective.
Good afternoon.
Get settled here a little bit.
I don't really have any questions for this guy if I'm defense.
Okay. So now you testified on February 29th, 2020, that Lieutenant Tomlinson contacted you and asked you to go out to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And you had to meet a deputy kind of away from the property to escort you to the property.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because this is so far out there, you couldn't have really found it without someone who knew the way to show you.
Correct.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, do you know what time you arrived on scene?
Like I said, about 7:30 is when I got the general area. I believe that's Cabazon Peak. And then from there, they drove me from that to the house.
Okay, around 7:30 p.m.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said approximately 8 o'clock is my guess.
And what's
Okay.
it dark?
So around 8 p.m., you actually get over to the ranch area.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is that when you first made contact with Mr. Cummings, or what time did you first make contact with him?
I didn't make contact with him for a little bit after. I was talking to the deputies that were on scene first. They're kind of giving me the rundown of what they had, where they had it, who, what, when, where, why, and whatnot, and told me that EMS was already on the way and why.
Okay. So 8 p.m. or so, you actually arrive at the ranch. You talk with the deputies. Do you have any idea of how long it took for the EMS to arrive?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Would it be in the CADs?
It should be when they dispatched it.
Okay. If I were to approach you with the CADs, do you think you could help me find that?
I could try.
May I approach the witness?
With the CAD?
I'm going to take a look. You can read those better than I can.
I wonder where she's going with this. This could be interesting. And I'm actually just confused because I didn't catch which
See where they
organization
said
it was,
add
but
up
one of them said they
stage
didn't
somewhere,
have
which
them.
means have them wait somewhere. But I don't see where it says arrived.
What time did they say to stage the EMS?
The EMS have EMS stage at Cabazon and Pipeline. That's 1746.
Okay.
But then, and that just reiterates it at 1752. In 52 will stage at Cabazon and Pipeline.
Okay. Can we tell when EMS arrived or?
I don't see it.
Gotcha. Thanks for the clarification, guys.
Approach to retrieve.
Actually, it says, I did find something here. It says, start EMS to meet Tom 212 and the detective at 2028, but I don't know where that's referring to.
So 2028, 828.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's something different. That's all I see. Just breathe it through.
Thank you, sir.
You didn't say the cat jumped on his wiener, did you?
Just didn't have that volume the first time.
So where it says start EMS to meet T212, who's T212?
I don't know who Tom 212 is. I
Okay.
assume that's Deputy Gutierrez.
Okay.
I'm guessing, because if it's saying her and detective.
So it's, according to the CADs here, at 2028, suspect is complaining of heart problems, possibly being contaminated with some type of gas on his face. And then it says start EMS.
Okay.
So that's at 2028. So that's 8:28 p.m.
Okay. Yeah.
So does it seem likely that
Oh,
EMS arrived
sweet
after
Jesus.
that?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
It says it in the police report. that
Oh
he was
my
After
God.
contaminated.
8:28. So if they're getting
Oh my God.
dispatched at 8:28, how long do you think it takes for them to arrive?
I couldn't tell you that answer. Depends on where they're at, what they're doing,
The
call volume.
freaking dispatch
Do you think maybe
report
after 9 p.m.?
contains it.
Possibly. I'm
Okay.
not going to guess.
Okay. And it was after EMS saw Mr. Cummings that you and Deputy Gutierrez took the photos of him that we've seen.
Correct. We waited till after he was seen.
Did you make contact with him before EMS saw him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, so you waited till after EMS checked him out.
That is correct.
Okay. What time do you think you actually first spoke with him?
I couldn't even give you a guess, to be honest with you, because if I can't tell you what time they got there, I can tell you.
Okay. So maybe no earlier than 9:30?
Sounds good.
Okay. Do you know what
This is what happens when
time
you don't do witness prep.
the altercation between Mr. Cummings and Mr. Areola occurred at?
No, I don't know the exact time that it started.
Okay. So you're the one who went over and retrieved the clothing from the back of Mr. Cummings' truck.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right. And I think you said that it was wet to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was it damp or wet?
What wet and damp is still the same. It still has liquid on it. So either or, it had to be put in paper. So because if not, then you get mold or whatever on plastic.
Okay. Do you know how long the clothing had been sitting in the back of that pickup truck?
No, ma'am.
So you decided to dry the clothing with potential
All right.
evidence
And
on
then
it?
you saw the firearm that was leaning against the porch?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And the magazine had already been removed from the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you inspect the firearm?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Now,
Did he not just basically admit
you're the
to
one who
evidence
tagged the
tampering?
firearm into evidence, though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so this is the firearm that you tagged in.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now it's already been published to the jury, but with the court's permission, Your Honor, I would actually like for the detective to take the rifle and give the jury a closer look at it.
That'll be fine. Make sure that rifle is safe, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's
It's cleared. It has I left the piece in the middle. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm filled with confidence. If I'm that jury, I'm like, no, that's fine.
No,
I
it's
got
cool.
it.
I don't need to see it. I'll take your word for whatever.
I got it. This is an NG. Get the hell away from me with your
That's
gun.
okay. I definitely want somebody who can't put on gloves to bring a rifle near me.
He's like, yeah, don't worry, it's clear.
You know,
okay, ripped gloves.
I'm pretty sure Alec Baldwin thought that was clear too. This is, oh God.
Show it to me. Show that it's clear.
And by the way, usually the defense is not, oh, he's pointing at the jury.
So now, what I would like for you to do for the jury is just let them see both sides of the rifle.
And by the way, usually it's the prosecution that would like to get the jury a better look. It's interesting that the defense is doing that here. Bang.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, he started walking near me. No, no thanks. I'm good. I know what a gun looks like. Rebecca, I genuinely do not know. I'm interested to see where she's going with it. Because, like
yeah,
I said,
that's a good question. I don't get where. I don't see where it hurts, but I don't see where this is helping the defense either.
yeah, because you think usually like the prosecution would be the one that wants to show the scary firearm to try and influence the jury a little bit.
Now, sir, can you take it back actually? Now, detective, taking a close look at that firearm, would you agree with me that there is some sort of dried substance or dried spatter on the firearm?
Oh, if that turns out to be mace,
And
I
is it on
swear.
both sides?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I use the elbow?
Yes.
Detective, may I have your assistance over here too? Oh, thank you, ma'am.
To that super chat, it depends.
Yes, if you could.
Yeah, very complicated, but it's not charged or relevant here.
Yeah. Is he
If
pointing
they
at the
had
judge?
that, the state would have charged it.
Here.
That's much better than the case they have.
That there is some kind of dried liquid, basically.
If
all
they
over
got
the firearm.
that examined and it turns out to be mace, I swear to God.
Thank you, sir. Now, I do actually have a couple more questions if you want to just take it over to the stand. What is the tip of the firearm called?
Well, that's the flash suppressor area.
Flash suppressor area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you just hold it up for us?
No, please.
And
Stop
can you
having
just
to handle it.
describe what it looks like at the tip?
Circular has exit points for the back.
No
Okay.
chat.
How many exit
Don't make
points
the
does
jokes.
it have? 5. Or did they go all the way around the circumference of it, or
They do not. Only the top.
only the top? Okay, thank you, sir. I think I'm done with it. I appreciate it.
Just the tip.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Detective, you said that this was the can of mace that was tagged into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not actually retrieve this from the home, is that correct?
No, ma'am, I did not. State police did.
Did you inspect the can?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You did not, okay,
It was in a sealed bag when I received it.
okay. But this is the canister that the
Mhm.
state police passed off to you to tag into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does it look like there's some kind of residue on the inside of this?
Talking about on the ejection port where it's coming out?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the mace was deployed. I think we've established that.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca.
Now, the rifle had a cap on the scope, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that was also tagged in?
Yes, ma'am. There was one that was with the rifle and the other one was found underneath it.
Right, so there was a cap on either end of the scope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The part that was broken off, where was that located?
Which one? The one that's inside the box? It's still in there.
This one that was tagged separately.
Where it was located, I could not tell you. State police would have to answer that.
Okay. Is this cap broken?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where the electrical tape came from?
Based on pictures, it was what was holding that cap on, is my guess.
Okay. At the time, though, that this was recovered, was the cap still on the rifle or was it off?
I cannot answer that. I didn't do that. That would be.
That's state police?
Yes, ma'am. I did not process any of that.
Did the electrical tape come like this when you received it?
This is why I
It was
wouldn't have
already
any
that way,
questions for him, because you already know he's not going to be able to answer any of these.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I haven't marked it yet. Can you look at that bag and tell me what it is?
It says it's black sunglasses.
And do you know where that came from?
Says it was located hallway by entrance.
Is this something you tagged into evidence?
I tagged it in, state police recovered it and sealed it.
Okay, so the state police recovered it as part of their search. They handed it off to you. You tagged it in.
That is correct.
Okay, and that would be the same process you used for all of this other
Most of it,
evidence?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, that's true. There were a couple of things that you actually tagged.
Yes, ma'am.
That you had located. Okay, so that pair of sunglasses were handed off to you by state police to tag in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do we have the scissors?
I have scissors still.
You have
here.
scissors?
Yes.
Could
Oh,
you
Gracie,
open
you
that?
should have been here earlier. We were dying of laughter with this prosecution. Gloves?
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay. Now, those sunglasses, are those the sunglasses that the state police handed to you?
Yes, ma'am. They were in the sealed package.
Okay. And those were
How
tagged
do you
into
know if it was
evidence
a sealed
in
package?
relation to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, the defense would move for the admission of those sunglasses as, I guess, Defendant's Exhibit A.
They'll be admitted as defendants A.
Yeah.
I think the witness is starting to get testy.
Yeah, I approach with the
may.
exhibits. No, you didn't actually recover those sunglasses, though,
No,
correct?
ma'am, I did not.
There's certainly a question there.
Did you ever actually enter the trailer?
Only for the exit walkthrough.
Okay, and what is an exit walk
That's
through?
where they walked me through everything that they found on scene and what they had, such as they pointed out bullet holes, location of Mr. Ariano, where they found it, and then they walked me through all the evidence that they had.
Okay. And did you take any photos?
No, I did not.
Okay. I think it was Deputy Gutierrez who was.
That is correct.
Okay. And were you wearing any recording devices that night?
No, ma'am.
That's a no?
That is correct. No, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you went to OMI to attend the autopsy of Mr. Ariola?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you take anything into evidence from OMI?
No, ma'am. They send that to us.
Let me just review my notes. And I apologize if I asked you this already. Did you inspect the firearm?
No, ma'am. I did not touch the firearm in any way, shape, or form.
No. Okay.
Well, I mean, you did just do it in open court right now, but fair enough.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
State any redirect.
No, please, no redirects. You're just going to make it worse.
I just have a couple of questions for you, Detective.
Oh, here we go.
On cross-examination, you were asked some questions, and you were asked to show the rifle to the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see some sort of markings or what appeared to be some sort of substance on the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Just
Do you
answer.
know if that could have been gun cleaning oil?
Could have been.
Could it have been hairspray?
What kind of a question is that?
Could have been anything. It's a white.
That's literally speculation.
If you're not talking about what's around one of the bolts, which looks like possible gun oil.
Could it have been any?
Completely speculative.
Was it ever tested?
No, ma'am. I don't think it was.
Oh my God, you're proving them again.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You're admitting that the state never tested what the residue was. Oh my God. I'd let them go at this point.
It could have been baked beans. Savage, you make a good point.
No, ma'am. I don't have any.
Could have been grits.
But again, you're proving that they never tested it, so the state doesn't have one way to say it or other. Why would you?
This is.
I told you should make it worse.
And
Complete
sir, you
bizarre world.
testified on cross-examination
Oh, you got to follow this tomorrow, John.
about
this is
the ejection port
that's
on
gonna
that,
be
I believe
brutal
is what
alone.
how it was phrased.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please
Ejection
describe to the
portal?
jury what you observe on that?
It looks like it's rusted and something's caked all over it, possibly dirt or debris of some type.
Again,
Does
speculation.
it appear to have a dye on it?
What does
Have to
that
pull it
mean?
up, Google it. It'll tell you if it has dye in some type of dye in it.
Are you familiar with mace products containing dye?
A lot of civilian market ones do.
And
what color is on that port?
Like a reddish. Like like rust colored.
okay.
Could it also be rust?
And
Just asking. Just curious.
Was it on the set of Rust?
I don't think I have any further questions.
Could it have been splooge? I think it could have been. I think it could have been. You don't know because you didn't test it, did you?
Is it possible that there might be rust-colored stuff on
hot sauce? Huh?
How about, the spray of blood when the person holding it was shot twice?
Cheetos residue? I mean, it could be a lot of things.
You may call your next witness.
Marinara sauce.
The state calls Carlos Herrera. Oh.
Right. Let's get right to it.
It would have been nice if, I don't know, you sent it to a lab for analysis, maybe, and, I don't know, investigated a little.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Officer Carlos J. Herrera, New Mexico State Police. Carlos is spelled Carlos. Middle initials J as in John. Last name is spelled Herrera.
And you stated that you work for the New Mexico State Police?
That is correct.
Are you a full-time sworn, salaried, and commissioned peace officer, sir?
Yes.
How long have you been with the New Mexico State Police?
Right about 10 and a half years.
Did you work in any other law enforcement entity prior to your time with state police?
No.
And what is your current assignment?
Right now I'm assigned to the Armory at the Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. Tell us what you do at the Law Enforcement Academy.
Well, I'm in charge of, I'm one of the two armors we have at state police. So we order weapons, fix weapons, order ammunition. Matter of fact, I'm in charge of the taser program there as well. There's lots of little things we do, but our main job is supplying the field with the weapons and ammunition and fixing them if they have problems.
Okay. Do you assist with training cadets?
Sometimes, yes.
Chelsea.
What was your assignment in 2020?
In 2020, I was part of the New Mexico State Police full-time crime scene unit.
Okay. What does the crime scene unit do?
So the State Police crime scene unit, what we do is we investigate and process scenes as far as for any violent crime that we're called out to assist for. So in this case, we were called out to assist the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you been doing that type of work?
At that time, it was a little over 2 years on the crime scene unit.
And do you have any specialized training to be a member of the crime scene unit?
Well, during the time at the crime scene, the first year you're on crime scene, thank you. It's a 1 year FTO program. So for 1 year, you're with a training officer. So you'll get up to 450, 500 hours of training, whether that be on the job training, in-house training from New Mexico State Police, or outside training, going to classes out of state or in state.
So part of the field training is also some classroom component.
Correct.
Okay. Did you participate in training in regards to the collection of evidence?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Collecting evidence on scene is just part of the crime scene job. So anytime we go to a scene, if we're going to process or collect evidence, we photograph it, right? We package it and then seal it, and then we enter it into our evidence database, so we know exactly what it is, on top of having a photo of exactly what piece of evidence it is.
Okay. And depending on the type of evidence, depends how you process or collect that.
Correct.
Evidence.
Every scene's much different so everything, it's dependent on the scene.
And have you received any training in regards to trajectory?
Yeah, at that point, we had received classes on trajectory, so on and so forth.
What is trajectory and what's it used for?
Well, trajectory in this case, well, not in this case, in other cases, or when we're trained, it allows you to get a direction of a projectile. So, for example, if a projectile is discharged from a weapon and it hits a wall, depending how it hits a wall or a vehicle, we're able to get some sort of trajectory and angle, and maybe we can get a distance or an angle or how it was fired from that weapon.
Can you also get which is the entry and which is the exit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object just to foundation. I think that we need to hear a little bit more.
He's
about,
never been
Officer Herrera's
tested
training.
as a ballistics expert, and she's asking that.
Go ahead and ask those questions.
So tell us about the classes that you did in regards to trajectory.
So the trajectory class, this one was an in-house class by state police officers who have been on the crime scene unit for a while. Most of them are experts in this field, and they teach us as far as, in class trajectory. We actually go out to a range.
Can we get one of
we'll
them
shoot a
then
car or
to be the
a
expert?
door, and they'll show us how to, put a rod through it,
Please.
and get an angle. I've also taken a class with Mike Haig. He's based out of Albuquerque. He has a company that
He
specializes
sounds like he might have been a useful
in
expert. Then.
trajectory. So taking his class.
Well, we got you. What happened?
I lost my stream.
Uh-oh.
Let me see if I can get it back here.
All right.
Y'all, Wayfair has just what you need for your home.
Shut up. No.
He's based out of Albuquerque. He has a company that specializes in trajectory. So taking his class.
Okay,
in
I'm
this
glad that you took his class.
they teach you everything from, using your f-stop, which is basically utilizing your camera to get the best picture, utilizing it at nighttime, daytime. What are you taking a picture of? This whole room? Are you getting a close-up? There's many variables to a camera. I mean, there's a lot to learn, but we learned it. I mean,
there's a lot to
if
learn.
we take a picture at nighttime,
Is
how do we
really
get
Deering an expert in New
a picture,
Mexico?
especially when there's no ambient light?
He literally
to
points out to
make it
people
look
that
like
would be
it's
better
daytime.
than him.
And there's the stuff you can do with a camera to help you with that.
How many crime
Well, at least
scenes
he has a
have you
camera.
worked that involved photography?
I think I've worked 150 plus cases. I don't know, 140 of them. We're always taking photographs. Somebody's always taking photographs.
What's the process for taking photographs of a
No,
scene?
Well,
people are not always taking
so the
photographs.
initial photography of a scene is getting your initial photos. So in this case, Edgar Lemus was assigned to take photos. So he took photos of the scene, which are overviews, just to show the scene as is without anything being touched or photographed by me or anything. So we just take overview photos of the entire scene before we actually move in and start processing the scene.
So do you do overall photos, mid-range, and then close-ups?
Correct.
That's literally what he just said.
Have you undergone training in regards to blood pattern?
Yes, there is BPA, blood pattern analysis training as well.
Tell us about that.
The BPA training is another in-house training that's done by another agent who is also an expert in this. And, it's, I believe, a 2-week training course, and then there's more training on top of that. And it allows us to learn
And I did a CLE
how to
on
look for
sports
blood,
contracts. It
what
doesn't mean
blood
that I'm
tells
going to be
you
the one
is,
renegotiating Tom Brady's.
Was blunt force trauma, was there a high-powered weapon used? Did the person fall? The blood will tell you the story of what happened sometimes, depending on the case.
Okay. And how many crime scenes have you worked that involved blood pattern?
At least 50 to 75. I don't know off the top of my head.
And have you received any certifications related to your field?
Yeah, we get certificates that we've completed those fields, satisfactorily. I mean, when we're before we're able to
You did
go
a
on
1-week
crime
course.
scenes
Shut
and,
up.
become
You're not
a
an
crime scene
expert in
manager.
the field.
Have you successfully completed all of those certifications?
At that time, I did, yes.
All of
And have you attended any additional or national trainings related to criminalistics?
I went to a crime scene course, crime scene management course in Hobbs, and then I took a Mike Hagg's course in California. That was based off trajectory. That was
I did a
trajectory
CLE on
course.
family law. That doesn't mean that I'm going to
How
start
many
representing
major
people
crime
courses
scene
because I'm an
investigations have
expert
you
at it.
been the lead on?
Probably about 5.
Oh, good Lord.
And how many times have you had to testify in court for those major crime scene investigations?
I think 3. This is the 3rd one.
Oh my
How
God.
many major crime scene investigations have you been
That's
secondary
not
or
a good
assistant
number,
on?
people, for a murder trial.
30, 40. I mean, a bunch.
This is your 3rd trial.
Before we get into this scene, can you just tell the jury what's the first step that the state police does when they arrive to a scene to process it? After you get a warrant, of course.
So when the state police gets called to process a scene, the crime scene manager,
He's doing
and
a
every
decent job.
scene
I'll
has a
give him that
different
so
crime
far.
scene manager. So in this case, I was a crime scene manager. So I let Agent Lemus know at the time, excuse me, that he was going to take all the photos. So what he does is we don't enter the scene. We don't touch the scene at all. He'll go and take all his overview photos of the entire scene. We don't touch any evidence. We don't look for evidence at that time. This is just overview photos of the scene. And the reason we do that is just in case, if a piece of evidence is accidentally kicked or moved or somehow, gets run over by a car, when we go in, we look at the overviews before and we know it was right there. Right? We don't take any cars in. So that's why we parked outside of the gate and Agent Lemus took all his overview photos before we entered the scene.
Okay, well, let's talk about February 29th then.
What
Tell
the
us
hell
what
did you
happened.
put me
How
up
did you
to
get
tomorrow,
notified?
Mike? You had better jump in.
This time, my supervisor at the time called me and said that there was a scene in San Luis, New Mexico, and it would be a death investigation. And it was off of US 550, but the problem was there was no address and there was no cell phone service. So trying to get there would be hard. So we had to wait for deputies. I think the intersection of US 550 and State Road 279.
Okay. What time did you receive that call?
Probably like 8:30, and I probably arrived there by about 10.
Were you at home when you received this call?
Yes.
What information did you have about the call?
The only information I received at the time when I was going down there, so I was given a contact for Lieutenant Frank Thomason at the time, who was the point of contact for me. So I contacted him, and he advised me that there was a death investigation at a property in a mobile home, and that he was told that the victim, there was a deceased male inside the house.
Hearsay.
In this case, said that he shot him in self-defense because he had been maced.
So you have this information.
Oh my God.
And then do you remember what time you met at that meetup spot?
All right, now I know
About
hearsay.
10.
10 p.m.
Yes.
And
now we have
from the
another
meetup
corroborating
spot, what
witness.
happened?
So once I got to the meetup spot, usually, it takes a while to get a search warrant. So we just waited there until we got a search warrant because we had service there. So I needed to get a copy emailed to me so I could print it out. And then we could review the warrant and then print it out. So if I went to the scene before that, I wouldn't have had that. There's no cell phone service, so I couldn't print it out. So we waited there till about, I believe it was 12:30 on the morning of March 1st. The warrant came in.
Already did.
What is this business?
I don't know, Mike. You probably have to pay Spectrum. One crime's mad that they're not getting your sweet ass.
Hey guys, welcome to Forward. We're a new type of doctor's office that's providing preventative.
It's not working. I couldn't even make it work.
I had that. I had it. there's no cell phone service, so I couldn't print it out. So we waited there till about, I believe it was 12:30 on the morning of March 1st. The warrant came in, and then we reviewed it. It was signed by the judge, and then this sudden wind, but it was just a cold.
Targeting you.
I guarantee
who
you,
arrived
it's
with
so
you?
much better than theirs.
So at the meeting point of 550 and US State Road 279, or State Road 279, it was Agent Edgar Lemus and Agent Micah Bogue met up with us there. And then we all proceeded down to the scene together.
What was Agent Bogue's role in this investigation?
I believe I had tasked her with scanning the scene with the Leica scanner.
So when you arrive on scene, can you tell us what your observations were?
So when we arrived on scene, I know there was a white pickup truck, I believe a Ram pickup truck that was parked near like a gate. There wasn't really there wasn't a gate, but there was a fence post that kind of showed where the property line was. It was parked there. It was off. And from that point on, after Edgar Lemus took his initial photos, his initial photographs, overviews, after he was complete, then we entered the scene.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you entered the scene?
So after Edgar Lemus took his initial photos, then we do what's called a walkthrough of the scene. So
Okay.
we're gonna look through the entire scene. In this case, the property inside the mobile home to see, what happened or what evidence is inside. And that was myself, Agent Bogue, and I believe Sergeant Griffin at the time.
Yeah, a walkthrough is not exactly a part.
Tell us about the walkthrough. What do you see when you walk up to the property?
So we walked up to the property. It was super dark. I don't remember if there was power to the mobile home. I don't remember, but it was really dark. We have flashlights. So I remember walking up to the mobile home, and Sergeant Griffin at the time was pointing out stuff to me that they had seen because they were the initial responders. And then so there was a rifle, AR-15 type rifle, laying outside the porch. It was leaned up against the stairway. And the magazine had been removed from that weapon, and it was put on one of the steps. And that was outside.
Outside the residence?
Correct.
This has already been established. Nobody's disputing.
What happened next?
So once we did a walk through the outside, then we went inside. Let me back up a little bit. Sergeant Griffin had pointed out to me that there were some defects on the exterior of the porch. So just for like for future thought that there was defects outside. So we saw those, went inside.
What's a defect? Explain to the jury what you mean what a defect is.
A defect is, in this case, there was holes in the side of the porch. It could have, that's what we like to call it, a defect. So in trajectory, if a projectile goes through a wall, we'll call that a defect. Okay. But in this case, I didn't know at the time, so I just called it a defect. That's why.
There were bullet holes in the porch. We got it.
So you went inside the residence. What did you observe?
I observed one in the residence. It was really cold in there, super dark. I don't remember if there's electricity. There's no heat inside. Remember, if you go left, there's through the main door. You go left. There's the living room area. There were some beds, a fireplace, and then walked around there. And then we made our way back towards the front door into the room in the front of the mobile home. And when I went into the room, that's where I saw a deceased male laying face down on the floor.
How many bedrooms did this residence have?
Oh, I saw one. I don't remember any other bedrooms. It's been a while.
Okay. And do you know how many exit doors there were on this residence?
I believe there was one, at least two.
Did they have cable?
Let's back up a little bit. Are you familiar
No,
with
let's
mace?
not.
Yes.
Have you been maced before?
Yes.
How many times?
I've been maced once, but
That's not what that means.
So in the training academy, we go and watch recruits or any law enforcement officer who's coming through the law enforcement academy, whether it be state police or any other departments. The they get maced outside. And so I've been maced once myself in the academy, but I've actually gotten, sprayed from the wind going the wrong way as I'm watching them. So
how many times is it perpetrated?
Directly in the face just once.
Okay, how does mace work?
So,
oh dear God, now he's an expert on mace.
Mace is what they call an inflammatory.
Oh yeah.
What it does is,
I'm gonna fry
so
here.
I remember,
expertise.
You go when it was time for me to get mace in recruit school. They tell you to close your eyes. They spray you with the mace. You don't open your eyes right away. So you start breathing in, you start coughing, and then you start like I remember it was hard to breathe. And then they say open your eyes, and once you open your eyes, it's like fire. I mean, I've seen people fight through it just fine. I've seen people drop to the ground and just start screaming because it's horrible. But the reason they do that at the law enforcement academy is to let you know, hey, this is what it feels like. So if you were to get maced, this is how you would fight through it. But it's hard and it burns for a long time.
How many times would you estimate you've been present when mace was used?
At least a half dozen.
I've watched people fall down the stairs. It does make me a biomechanics.
I can't recall any other times.
Can you describe the scent to the jury?
It's hard to describe. It's like if you inhale pepper, right? You want to, like me, if I inhale pepper, I'll want to sneeze and cough. If you multiply that times 1,000 and you get it in your eyes, I mean, you'll immediately know. If you go in a house that's where there's pepper spray present, or you've been sprayed, or it's there, you're gonna know the scent, and if it's still strong, you're gonna start coughing and you need to get out of there.
How long does the odor last for?
It depends. It could be an hour. It could be 2 hours. It just depends.
Oh my God, that actually fits the timeline because they didn't arrive at the scene for 2 hours and change.
Yes, and to back up to one time, I do recall that our SWAT team did have to use their OC gas canisters inside a small camper. It was a small little travel trailer, and the suspect eventually came out, but I had to process it.
I'm just going to object to relevance if we're not talking about mace. If an OC canister is something that's being used by the SWAT team, I don't think that's mace, and I don't think this is relevant.
Let's keep it with mace.
Yes, sir. I'll just move on. Let's talk a little bit about this. So, in your observations watching cadets be maced, what's their first reaction?
They scream.
And then what's their next reaction? Do they rub their eyes? Do they?
Well, in this case, they're trying to get a suspect that's in a suit under control. So,
in your observations,
the initial reaction is either to try to open your eyes and get it out, or just fight your way through it.
What is the effect of water with mace?
So, we were told that you do not want to wash your face.
Thank
You
you.
don't want to wash your face.
Thank you.
In your training at the academy, how does water affect mace?
No.
It'll
No.
react.
I want a Daubert hearing.
It'll reactivate it. Is what it'll do.
I'm sorry?
It'll reactivate it.
How long do the effects of mace typically last?
He's not an expert. Come on.
When I got maced, it was
seriously
at least a day or two before I was normal again.
Get rid of this guy.
What are the physical characteristics on somebody's person if they've been maced?
Redness in the face, and your eyes are swollen.
And in the times
You're
that
not
you were
expert. He
present
took a
when mace
1-week
was sprayed
course.
or you observed it, is there typically an excess that will drip out of the can?
How the
Sometimes
hell did you
yes,
ask that
depending on what
question?
type of canister you're using.
And I don't know if you're familiar with any store-bought cans of mace.
Oh, shut up.
Are you familiar with that?
No, not to the best. No,
Only
just the ones that are provided to the law enforcement academy.
So he doesn't know anything he's talking about.
When you entered the residence, did you smell anything that smelled like mace?
I did not.
And Were
They
the
should have
doors
struck
open or
everything that he
closed?
said beforehand on the
When
topic.
I arrived, I believe the door was open,
Which door?
the front door.
And are you talking about the front porch or the door to the manufactured home?
The door, to the best of my knowledge, again, it's been 3 years. I think the front door, not the door to the porch, but the door to the mobile home was open a little bit.
So you were telling us about Agent Lemus's overall photos, and those are the photos you said were taken prior to anyone touching the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would never.
Yeah, what am I looking at? Are these the, oh, so they haven't been included? No.
I can't believe that they're letting him get away with this crap.
And give me a moment to number these, sir.
Okay.
Did you
When
do
you went to
anything
the
before this
residence,
trial
I have
started?
questions.
You didn't drop your witnesses. You didn't number your exhibits.
Was there
Like,
any
what the
heat?
hell is going on in the prosecutor's
No,
office?
not that I remember. It was cold inside that house.
What was the ventilation like?
I don't think there was any. Again, I don't even know if there was power to that residence, but
I'm going to object to foundation and relevance. Ventilation in the building, this gentleman showed up 5 to 6 hours later, is completely irrelevant to anything that we're talking about with regard to Mace. And whether or not the doors were open or not open, 5 to 6 hours later is completely irrelevant.
And Your Honor,
And we also don't have a foundation laid for the ventilation in the trailer because he doesn't know.
Notes
And
on
Your
a
Honor,
phone,
he
you're probably
testified
right.
that he went into the trailer, so he would know. And it is relevant if Mr. Cummings is claiming that he was maced.
He can testify as to how he found the mobile home and what the condition was with respect to ventilation when he entered the house, that mobile home.
Yes, sir. What was how long did you spend on scene there?
I don't actually remember the exact time. It could have been 8-10 hours. I don't remember the exact time. It was a while. I mean,
So you were there a while. What was the
Can we
ventilation?
get the cops'
like while you were
watches,
there?
please?
I didn't notice any type of ventilation at all.
When you were there, did you notice if any of the windows were open?
I do not recall. I don't remember.
That might be relevant.
Yeah, that might be.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Then again, to some extent, it's almost not because you don't know what happened before the scene was secured.
I did not catch the number of witnesses they claimed to have.
Nor did I.
But unless they have like 30 of them and they decided to pick the worst 5 to start.
This is rough.
Yep.
And not for nothing, I keep harping on this, but if you prepped your witness, why would you ever ask a question when you know they're going to say, I don't know?
Mm-hmm.
And officer, in those exhibits that I handed you, do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
These are photos taken of the scene.
And were you present when these photos were taken?
Yes, I was. Yes.
And did you direct Agent Lemus what photos to take?
Not as specifically what photos to take, but to take all scene photographs.
Why would you introduce that through him and not the person that actually took the photos?
Do those photos appear to be the ones taken by Agent Lemus on the date of this incident?
Yes.
Or on March 1st, I guess, when you arrived?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 36 to 56.
No objection. To be admitted.
And permission to publish?
Did they lose the photographer at some point? What is happening here?
I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 36.
Yeah, good point. He knows there was no ventilation, but he doesn't remember if there was a window open. So how do you know there wasn't any ventilation? What?
I mean, he's got nothing.
No.
He's not really lying or doing anything wrong. He just isn't helping the case.
It's just a waste of time.
Describe what this photograph is.
That looks like an overview photo of
What is
the
this
actual
photo relevant to anything?
scene, the residents at the scene.
Just like the freaking drone photographs. What did that do to help you?
And I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 37. What is this a photograph of?
That's another angle of the
I see a window air
residence,
conditioner.
where the scene was located.
And if you know, whose vehicle is that?
It belonged to Mr. Ariola.
And I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 38. What is this a photograph of, sir?
It's another photo of the Mr. Ariola's pickup truck parked next to the front porch of the residence.
And what is the item on the front porch?
To the left, leaning on the stairs, is a rifle, AR-15.
And is that where you located the rifle when you first arrived on scene?
Yes.
I'm putting under State's Exhibit 39. What is this a picture of?
That is a picture of the outside porch screen door, and then the other door inside is the actual door to the mobile home that's open.
And is this the door that you entered through?
Yes, those are the doors that we entered through.
Now I'm putting under the
You might want to rotate that picture.
Exhibit 40.
That's a bathroom.
Photograph?
I got that one.
That's the door that leads into the residence, the mobile home. That's a picture from inside the porch. Taking a photograph of the door that we entered through in the mobile home, and then again the bathroom, the restrooms on the other side of that hallway.
So when you enter into this door, where was the decedent found?
So if you go through the front door or the main door here, and you take an immediate right, there's a room right there. And
That's an
where the
interesting
decedent-
design decision. You open the front door, it opens right into the bathroom.
Now I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 41.
I see chairs.
What is this photograph of?
So from the previous photo, like if you took a right, it took you to the room where the decedent was located. If you went left, then you went into the living room area, and that's a picture of the living room area.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's deeply enlightening. Guilty.
What is this photograph of?
It's another photograph of the living room area.
What is the relevance of any of this?
The other door open on the other side of the mobile home.
So that's the other exit to this mobile home?
Yes.
And I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 43.
I see a fridge and
The
a sink.
kitchen area inside the mobile home.
Guilty.
putting under the document camera states exhibit 44.
That's a different view of the kitchen area, showing basically where the table's at, where the stove's at in relation to the door, the main door that we entered through.
And
Why
has
do
this
I care about
process
any of
moved where
this?
there was an altercation or a fight before?
Yes.
How many times?
Right off the top of my head, maybe 3 or 4.
What are common things that you observe in a room when there's a fight?
Stuff gets moved around, stuff gets broken.
Did you observe any of that
Speculation.
here?
In this case, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't notice any.
This is giving me flashbacks
anything that was
too.
broken inside the residence.
Deputy Heard.
That I can recall.
Yes, sir.
That's something they should have objected to. That's pure speculation. And then she would go, based on your training experience, and then they would let it in anyway.
What is that? A photograph of?
That's a photograph of the room where the decedent was located.
And is the decedent in this photograph?
He is. His legs are at the bottom of the photo. He's wearing some brown winter coveralls.
And I'm putting under the document camera states exhibit 46. What is this a photograph of?
That's the photograph of the same room where the decedent was located. And that's the decedent in the photo, lying face down.
And this is the room as you found it when you guys entered the scene.
Correct. These are all the overview pictures taken by Agent Lemus.
How did he get there? Did you shoot him in the thing?
The same room where the decedent is located.
Maybe in the doorway,
Looks
and you just
like,
fell that
sheet on the
way.
bed,
I
and
don't
then,
know. That is kind of a weird
carpet underneath it. Looks like
position
it's
to
been
be
folded
in.
up.
And I'm putting under the document camera states exhibit 48.
It's the same room. That's the bed that's on the other side of the wall.
I mean, you can never
And,
necessarily tell if
the
someone's
white
going to
sheet
fall.
jackets hung up, and that same plastic tote next to the bed. Yes.
And I'm putting under the document camera states exhibit 49.
They picked some really strange angles for these overview shots.
What is this a photograph of?
It's the picture of the same bed in the previous photo, just from a different angle. Shows like a little light at the top.
What is this a photograph of?
Those are the bunk beds located inside the room, again taken from a different angle inside the room. And the decedent is located at the bottom right.
And the tote, is that still in the photograph?
Yes, that's the same tote. Same room, just a different angle, showing the decedent in relation to where the door to the room's at.
And can you point to us where that tote was, the rubber tote?
The rubber tote?
Yes, sir.
The silver one?
Yes, sir. You can point on the camera, on the, this, yeah. Let's touch it. Okay. And where are the clothing that was hanging on the wall in the other photograph?
It was just right behind it on the wall.
Can you point to it on the photograph first?
Probably, if this is the wall, probably right here.
And the clothing was still hanging there when you processed the scene?
As is, yeah. That's how we got it when we got there.
I'm putting under the document camera space exhibit 52. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the decedent lying face down in that room.
And where's that rubber tote in relation to this?
It's right next to his head.
And I'm putting under the document camera space exhibit 53. What is this a photograph
Just pretty much the same photo, just a different angle showing the decedent laying face down next to the gray tote with his head pretty much almost leaning on the tote itself.
And is there also a hat in this picture?
There is. It's right above his head, a white hat, a white ball cap.
I'm putting under the document camera States Exhibit 54. What is this a photograph of? That's a picture of the decedent's right hand. That's where we found what looked to be a black canister or a black bottle of pepper spray or mace. What is this a photo of?
That's the same photo, just in another photo, but just more of a close-up. And that shows the can of mace in the decedent's hand.
Can you describe the can of mace to us?
They're not wrong. It is pointed.
It's just, it looks like I don't know exactly what brand it was, where it's purchased from, but based off the way it is in the hand, it looks like the nozzle is facing backwards. So it's not facing the right direction.
So the way it's in his hand, would it be facing Mr. Adiola?
Yes.
Can you also describe what's on the nozzle or sprayer?
It looks like dirt or buildup of some sort from. Just looks like dirt buildup. I'm not too sure, but that's what it looks like.
How long did you spend the majority of your time in that bedroom?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. When you fall down, things tend to.
How long do you think you spent in that bedroom?
A good 5 hours at least.
Can you please describe to the jury the bedroom, the size dimensions, if you can?
It was a small room for having 2 bunk beds and then another bed on the corner, 3 beds in a small room. It was a very small room.
What would be the size?
8 by 8, 8 by 10. I'd be guessing, but it was a small room.
How many people were able to fit in that room while you processed it?
Well, in this case, I let Agent Lemus do his stuff first, and then I would go in there and do my stuff because we were too close together trying to take our photographs, my photographs and his photographs at the same time, because there was not nearly enough room to be around doing that.
And then I'm going to put under the document camera. Exhibit 56. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the AR-15 rifle that was located outside the residence on the porch area.
What are those little green markers?
So whenever we take photos of evidence, when we're entering it, we always take photos with the green marker. That allows us to know which piece of evidence is what. So we don't enter it incorrectly. So in this case, when we go back to our photos, G1, meaning green 1, would be the rifle. G2 or green 2 would mean the magazine itself. So that way, if we have to review our photos to remember which piece of evidence is what, we have a photograph of it.
And I'm going to put under the document camera. It's been admitted as States Exhibit 55. What does the debris on the nozzle indicate to you?
Objection, foundation.
It was sustained because they didn't lay a foundation for his ability to identify what may or may not have been on the nozzle. My opinion, I think it's interesting. I know people are talking about like the stage scene arguments, but if that were the case, they wouldn't have charged him for wiping his face with the evidence tampering. They would have charged him for moving the body. So I just don't think that that's their theory of the case. And people are asking about the blood. This isn't Hollywood. In real life, depending upon where you're hit, you don't necessarily, depending on where you're hit and how you fall, and whether there's an exit wound, that lack of a massive pool of blood isn't necessarily indicative of anything.
Yeah, I still don't get how it happened actually either, though. If you get blood spattered, probably be where he was shot, which is the porch, which is very close to there, but not there. But where's a pool of blood? You would think blood would exit.
I mean, you would think so. I think a lot of it just sort of depends. I mean,
Yeah.
Look, let's say hypothetically he got shot and it popped the heart.
Yep.
Well, then you have no reason for the blood to pump out. I mean, I don't know that that's the case. Obviously, we haven't heard evidence about it, but that could be an explanation. But you also don't see drag marks or, they didn't suggest that there was any sort of like cleaning supplies or anything that were used or that they could demonstrate. So I don't necessarily know.
I'm still not getting anywhere in terms of proving the case. We knew he died. We knew he was shot. We now have some photos of where he was arrested or staged or not, but it doesn't get to how it happened between the two of them.
Right.
At least not yet, unless they're going to connect it up, but I don't see anything great yet.
And I mean, those were not fantastic photos in terms of determining exactly what happened, because I also didn't see I didn't see exit wounds. So I just don't know. I guess the point is like, yeah, this is gruesome. And from, you could start wrapping your head around a circumstance where there was some sort of foul play going on here, but that's not disproving a self-defense argument.
Right.
I mean, it definitely muddies the water a bit, which I guess is better than what they've been doing lately.
They can certainly muddy the water. I'm not convinced this guy didn't do it, but they've got the burden.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Oh, yeah. The entire Brooks trial. Brooks was worse than all this.
Can you please look through those photos, sir?
Again, the attorneys aren't doing poorly. They don't have a case.
Did you review the exhibit states 57 through 77, sir?
I did.
And do you recognize them?
Yes.
What is it?
Those are photos taken of the scene.
How do you know?
These are taken by Agent Lemus.
And do they appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the scene that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of its state's exhibits 57 through 77.
No objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Real quick though, Judge, can we approach again?
You may.
It's interesting that there doesn't seem to be a lot of animosity between counsel, which is good. It seems very professional. Everyone's just doing their thing. No one's cranked up here.
Okay. Agent Herrera, let's go through these photos again.
Okay.
So tell us how you process a crime scene in which a firearm is used.
So what we'll do is we'll photograph the firearm. So if the firearm's left on scene, we'll photograph it as is, where it's at, so on and so forth, take photos of it. And then after we got all our photos of it, we'll then retrieve it.
Uh-huh.
We'll take it to usually our crime scene van, and then we'll process it there under better lighting conditions, so on and so forth. We'll take a picture of the gun, all four, depending on how many sides it is, 4 sides. We'll take a picture of the serial number, the make, the model, the caliber. We'll remove the magazine if there's a magazine inside. We'll photograph the magazine to see if there's any ammunition loaded inside the magazine, and then what we'll do is we'll unload the weapon. So we'll to see if there was one actually chambered inside the weapon itself. So sometimes there is, sometimes there's not.
So what are the pieces that you're looking for when there's an investigation involving a firearm? What are the components?
Usually we're looking for the gun itself, right? The magazine, the ammunition used, any spent casings that might be on scene.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what a spent casing is?
So whenever a weapon is fired, whether it be a handgun, an automatic weapon, not a revolver, but a handgun or an AR-15 type rifle, whenever there's a round discharge from that rifle, it's going to extract the casing, and it's going to fly out either to the right or to the left, depending on what type of weapon you're using, and it's going to fall on the ground, and that's what we call a spent casing, a fired casing.
And what is a projectile?
A projectile is so you got a bullet, right? And on the front of the bullet, it's the piece of copper, depending on what type of bullet it is. It could be, there's so many different types, but the projectile is the actual piece that's fired out of the rifle itself through the barrel, and that's what impacts doors or so on and so forth.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 57 through 77.
Yeah.
They've been admitted, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Sorry. I'm getting sidetracked here. Alrighty. I'm putting underneath the document camera space exhibit 57.
Yow.
Can you describe what this photograph depicts, sir?
Looks like there's we like to use disposable rulers, I guess.
That's
on
getting serious.
The decedent's clothing, and it looks like there's a defect on the side of the clothing itself. Some sort of defect from something.
Okay. I'm putting underneath the document camera space exhibit 58. What is that a photograph of?
That's for a close-up of the previous photo of the defect located on the clothing of the decedent.
And tell us about the body. Who processes the body of Mr. Adiola?
So whenever we go to a scene where they're involving any type of death, we never touch the body. We don't take anything off the body. We don't move it. We don't roll it over. OMI has strict authority over that body. So whoever the person in charge of OMI comes that day, after we're done processing the scene and it's okay for them to come and, take their photographs, look what they need to look for, then OMI will go ahead and move the body and look for anything, they can find prior to being shipped off to Albuquerque to be, to have an autopsy.
Okay. And was that done here?
Yes.
So you guys take the overall photographs and then OMI takes their portion and then you continue to process the scene. Is that how it works?
Correct. And we'll take photographs with OMI, but again, we don't manipulate the body at all until OMI gets there.
Okay. I'm putting underneath the document camera space exhibit 59. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the scene after the decedent was transported out of the.
There's your blood,
hotel.
guys.
That's what underneath there you see the spent shell, fired casings and the blood underneath the decedent along with his hat.
Can you please circle for the jury where the spent casings were?
There's.
Okay, there's the mess.
He was on top of it, which that makes sense too.
That makes sense. Gravity and all.
That I can see, yes. That I can see, yes.
And in this photograph, in relation to the bedroom, where was the plastic bin at?
The plastic bin after we processed the photos, the gray plastic bin everybody saw was located right here.
That makes sense too.
Is that news?
Is anyone surprised by that?
What is this a photograph of?
Another fired casing found on scene.
Was this the only fired casing on that side of the room?
Did I remember? Yes. Did I recall?
How many casings were in the bed? Spent casings were there in the bedroom?
I believe there was 10 or 11. I don't remember the exact number, but it was right around 10 or 11.
I don't know, Mike. I looked it up. I didn't see anything.
Actually, the evidence list, if you have it, would actually help me.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, may I?
Ms. Walker, can I see what you're going to show him? Just because I think there's a couple of different things.
Well, there's a minute. There was another thing I was thinking. Because like when we would do med-mal, sometimes you couldn't find an expert that would actually back you. And so you would settle. If this guy's their expert, I wonder if they had other people review the information and just not interested.
Yeah. I don't feel like getting cross-examined on this. Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Sir, what would refresh your memory?
So whenever we enter
That wasn't the
evidence,
question.
We'll enter it as a fired casing. So that way, if I have the evidence list, wherever it says a fired casing, I'll just count all those and that'll tell me how many we retrieved from the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, may I?
So I'm going to read from the document. Oh, God.
Okay.
If that's all the Baldwin stuff that people are talking about as a civil suit, everyone knew that was coming. That wasn't even a question.
So, per the evidence list, there is 11 casings recovered, fired casings recovered.
Okay. And where were all of those casings located or recovered from?
To the best of my knowledge, or my recollection, it's been 3 years, was inside the room where the decedent was located.
Were there casings in any other part of the room?
Not that I can recall, no.
Almost like he didn't move the body.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 61.
Yeah.
Can you describe for us what is in this photograph?
That's a different angle of another photo. So where the circle's at, that's where the casing was found there. And then
They don't need
number
to
15
yet.
was on the bed. That's the
If I
the
had one, I'd
canister, the
probably
bottle
say,
of
no,
mace
we
that
don't
was
need
in
you.
the decedent's hand.
Who took it
Once
out
the
of
prosecution gets a lot better.
We'll ask OMI if they want to take it with them or if they want us to keep it, and they allowed us to keep it. So I don't remember if it was one of us who took it out of the hand or OMI, but we do get permission, and then we'll photograph it and package it as evidence.
Yeah, but they've been asking him expert witness questions,
And what
and
is
they
this
tried to
photograph
voir dire him a little bit.
More evidence located on scene. Looks like I can see about 4 more casings. I'm going to circle them.
Yes, sir.
It does.
It really does.
There's also a piece of the scope there.
And what is that identified as in the picture?
14, number 14.
What is number 4?
Number 4, oh, that looks like another casing. I'm sorry, it's hard to see on the screen.
I mean, if a piece of the scope got knocked off, that's
another
there might have been a
fired
struggle
casing.
over the weapon.
What is this a photo of?
Just a different angle of the previous photos showing the relation of evidence. Looks like you can see 3 or maybe 4 more fired casings. So 1 right there, 6, 7.
And like we were saying, if the decedent touched the
That's what you
firearm,
can see in the photo.
that's self-defense.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 64. Same different angle.
Yep, just another photo, a different angle of evidence that was recovered. So another fired casing there, 1 there, 2 right there.
A lot of shots and 2 hits.
That's it for
just chaos,
fired
which
casings that I can see.
adds to the defense theory in my
Is
view.
the side
Yeah.
of the room that the majority of the fired casings were located?
Yes.
Like I said, at 14, if that's a piece of the scope, that suggests that there was a struggle over the weapon potentially.
Absolutely.
It's, again, consistent with the defense's argument.
And what is this a photograph of?
Just another angle of where evidence was located. So number 8 was a fired casing. 10, 11.
Linda,
That's
no
all I
one's
can
ever
see
going to
in
know
this
who
photo
actually
now.
started this fight.
And I'm putting underneath the document.
There are only 2 people there and one's dead.
What is this a photograph of?
Looks like a gray tote with a fired casing on top of it. Located as number 12.
May I have a moment, sir?
Yeah, Kathy, I'm not sure what they're trying to prove right now. This all seems really consistent with the defense's narrative.
Yeah. They might tie it up at some point and surprise us all.
Photograph of?
Yeah, but we've been waiting for that for a while
just
now.
a different angle of evidence collection where they were located in reference to the room.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 18?
18 looks like I believe it was a rifle.
And I'm putting under document the document camera safe Exhibit 69. What is this photo of?
It's a close-up view or like a mid-range view of the same photo, documenting the rifle that was located underneath the bed, well, between the bed mattress.
Was that also collected?
Yes.
I'm putting underneath the document camera safe Exhibit 70. What is this a photo?
The photograph of the black mace bottle that was located in the student's hand. And that was collected too.
What is this a photograph of, sir?
Yeah, wicked. That's
That is
entirely
a photograph.
There's no way they could ever prove that.
The front door, where I went into, looking back at the porch. That's a view from inside the porch area, looking back at the property.
What is this a photograph of?
That's the picture of the rifle that was collected on scene, the AR-15 rifle.
Kathy, if you fire 11
Other
rounds,
items, were
you might
collected
get a
from
couple
the
hits.
scene?
To the best of my knowledge, we had the fired casings, the rifle itself, the magazine.
Well, yeah, they certainly have that.
The hat, a piece of the scope that fell off or was on the floor.
Yeah, we have to be careful because the victim's character is not an issue
swabs
here.
or swabs of blood.
Okay, tell us how you do that. Tell us about DNA.
I don't know, but if that's wrong, that's really
They're
bad.
not really. So when we process the scene, especially with blood, we're going to process it no matter what. And in this case, I processed the.
If that's actually a
blood
SIG and he
stain.
doesn't know the difference, that's a
I
problem.
labeled them SBS, which means suspected blood stain. Okay. As obvious as people might think it is, it's really not. We can't say specifically that it's blood. Only the lab, when we send it to the lab, can tell you, if it's blood or whose blood it is it human blood? So I'll just pick certain areas to get blood swabs. We'll swab them two per, item number. We'll let them dry on a drying table for about 10, 20 minutes, and then we'll package them as evidence, seal them up, and send them off.
And did you do that here?
Yes.
Are you the one who swabs the firearm?
No, we do not process firearms. Only the lab is allowed to process the firearm for any type of DNA or whatever you want to talk about.
So when you collected this firearm on scene, tell us the process for that.
So
That's
if any
actually
scene in crime
a
scene,
SIG cross. They're going to make him look like a
processing
freaking
firearm,
moron.
and you're always wearing gloves. Okay, rubber gloves. We change them out. We go through about a box a scene, maybe 2 boxes, because we change them out so often. But anytime you're dealing with evidence or anytime you're inside the scene, you're always wearing protective rubber gloves. So if you're processing a weapon, especially in this case, this AR-15, you're wearing gloves. And yeah, that's how we process weapons.
Okay, and then you package it up. It looks like in a cardboard box.
Correct. Yes, correct. We don't remove anything. So like that one had a scope. Sometimes it's hard to package a rifle with a scope on it. So we just, we have stuff that we do, but everything is packaged independently, per whatever type of paper or plastic, whatever it depends.
And do you seal that package?
Yes, absolutely.
And then what do you do with that?
Once the package is sealed and it's dated and signed and initialed, then we'll type it into our evidence tracker database. It'll print us out a little label. We'll stick it on there, and then once evidence is all collected, whatever agency we're assisting, they'll get an evidence list from me or whoever's the crime scene manager. We'll go through every single piece of evidence with that department, and they'll sign for it, they'll take it, and now that evidence belongs to them.
So you're not the entity that takes it to the lab, the agency does?
No, yeah, we don't ever keep evidence. Just we always it's always signed off to whoever we're assisting.
So where would the scope go on this particular rifle?
Where would it go?
Yes.
I would go to probably the firearms lab in Santa Fe, if they want. If it's depending on if it needs to be sent.
So in this case, the broken scope that was on scene, can you circle on the screen where that would be attached?
The front part, the cap, yeah, the cap to the scope would go right there, to the front part of it.
And you testified earlier that you work at the armory, right?
Correct.
Do you ever use electrical tape to attach a cap?
No, everything we use has caps that that fit, and they snug and they snap on. They're pretty snug.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 77. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the magazine that was collected that was laying next to the AR-15.
How many rounds does this magazine hold?
30.
And how many rounds were left in the magazine?
I don't know the exact. I looked at, because we can look through the top of it, maybe 6 or 7. I don't know the exact number.
Okay. Who collected the magazine?
Agent Nemus.
Can you describe to the jury what type of ammunition was in this weapon?
So this is your standard 5.56 ammunition. Just the size-wise, this was green-tipped ammunition. Usually green tip indicates armor-piercing rounds that were located inside the magazine itself.
So the hell what? Where are you getting with this?
I can't put it together yet. I could be missing a bunch, but I don't see it yet.
If people are right and that's actually a SIG, like I said, he's lost all credibility as an armory expert.
Do you want me to continue?
I mean, I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but he sure as hell should.
She patted the defense attorney, patted the prosecutor on the back. Like, yeah, this sucks for you, doesn't it? I don't know who's gunning this.
They're having a rough day. What do you think? 15-minute break? All right, so I guess we have 15 minutes to kill.
15 minutes? Isn't it the end of the day?
No, it's only 3:40 in New Mexico.
Oh, good Lord.
I know. We've been on for 8 hours?
Something like that. I don't know. The thing isn't the thing is the little counter here isn't accurate. Remember, we did an hour of Judge Simpson's court before they decided to actually start the trial.
Yeah. All right, everyone keeps telling me it's 4:40, but there are 2 time zones in New Mexico, if I'm not wrong. So if it's 4:40, maybe they're done for the day. But that's not what I heard.
Is it West Coast time?
I think so. I don't know. I think we still might have another hour and a half after the break.
I'm sitting here just having the same thoughts you are, which is I get it. You see this, you see the photos, it brings it to life for you. You go, okay, somebody died here. This is serious.
Sure.
I feel bad that this man lost his life, but we did already. But this brings an emotional impact to it. Absolutely.
Sure.
I don't see where it's helping the prosecution make their case yet.
Nor do I. I mean, I'm wondering how they try to tie that.
Because
like I said, look at. Sorry, go
if
ahead.
the standard is preponderance, I'd say you're getting there. Then the jury's got to flip a coin and say, do you think this is more likely than not that it happened? You know, maybe you can come to that determination. Beyond a reasonable doubt, we're not near it.
No, we're
not in the same ballpark.
And by the way, those crime scene photos are entirely consistent with the defense's theory of the case.
Yep, they really are. Yeah, he dropped right there, and then he has that pool of blood. I can't tell. I'm still not sure where he was shot. If he shot in the porch? But he could be shot there. This is only a few steps away.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean you drop on the spot.
Yeah, they could have been fighting on the porch. He gets shot and tries to.
You can drop on the spot, or you can walk a couple steps first.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, that's completely doable. I mean, a lot of it's going to depend where he was shot because it looked like he got domed, which at that point you just drop on the spot. But I don't know. The way the casings were aligned, that's really consistent. And if he was shot on the porch, the casings would be there.
Right. No, you make a good point. So
and they would be showing that because it would be inconsistent with the defense.
I think he gets shot in there. The fact that there are a bunch of casings, can you imagine? Okay, so if there's, I don't know how this happened, but if there's, I can see this. If there's a tussle over a gun and people are just like slapping at the trigger and like it could be just firing randomly, spitting out casings, and then somebody gets control and finishes it.
I mean, there are a million ways that it could have gone down that are still consistent with self-defense.
Yes.
And they haven't excluded any of them yet. So it's, I don't know. I don't see where they go from here. I just don't. Well, and people are saying not exactly accurate shots, but that's consistent. Oh, are we done for the day? Because people are saying 4:42, so maybe they just decided to call it for the day.
Well, this is rude. We are done, brother.
All right. But yeah, no, what I was saying is people were pointing out, like, 2 out of 11 shots or whatever actually hit that. Yeah, 1, if you're fighting over it, it's consistent with that. 2, if you just got maced, your accuracy might decline a little bit.
3, if you're in the middle of a tussle with somebody else, trying to grab the barrel of the gun.
Yeah, and the other thing that
close
people
range.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the piece of the scope is on the ground. The fact that people are pointing out that the carpet was folded over, which is also consistent with a struggle. Like, that crime scene didn't look staged to me.
I actually like this judge. I don't have a problem with this judge. He seems like a really down to earth, straight shooting guy. But if he's not going to announce that it's the end of the day for my stream, we're going to keep narking on him about the masks.
Oh, it's annoying as hell. That's the one thing is he didn't announce the lunch break. We had to figure that one out.
He didn't announce the lunch hour, and then he didn't announce the end of the day. Yeah. We've got live delete here. All right. Speaking of which, I have to do this. I didn't know that we were going to get the gruesome photos, which is fine. It was interesting, but it isn't good for my stream.
At all.
There's nothing I can do about it now. That's toast. But tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow at J. Robine. He's going to do this, and I will probably be able to go over and join occasionally.
All right. Cool.
But I don't know when yet because I'm not completely in control of that schedule.
Well, come check it out. I'll drop a link in the group DM and see if anyone else wants to come by. And we're
because
gonna
now I'm invested. I want to know what the hell's going on here. I'm dying to know. And I say this seriously. This was a horrible day for the prosecution, if you ask me, and it's their case.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you
entirely. Do they have some great magic that we haven't seen yet? They could potentially.
We keep giving them the benefit of the doubt on that, and they keep screwing it up. I just don't see it getting better.
I don't see it getting better either from here. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't see a way. I'm with you. I'm rifling through my mind. How would you do this?
I don't know. You could turn this around at this stage of the game.
And that doesn't mean John and I are sitting here jumping up and down saying this guy's completely innocent. He might be completely innocent. He might be completely guilty. That's not what we're saying. We're saying the state can't meet their burden.
Yeah, I don't know what you. I don't like. We've been saying all day. I don't know what they could pull out at this stage of the game to negate the self-defense argument.
Except a confession, which would literally just make it an even fight, or a videotape. But the defense would be acting completely differently because all that stuff would be turned over, and they would know it, and they wouldn't be behaving this way.
I agree with you entirely. I mean, if they had something like that, the defense would have a different argument that they were making entirely. If he had a confession, if he had a tape, anything, the defense would be acting differently.
Any of that stuff should have. I mean, it'd be malpractice not to mention that in the opening statement.
Oh, I agree entirely. And
let people sit here and just build up all this reasonable doubt.
And not for nothing, this is your case. It's borderline malpractice to go through 2 days and the case be in this kind of a posture right now. If you had anything, you'd have to use it. By the second day, really? I mean, at this point, I think the jury's basically made up its mind if it ever gets to them anyway.
I don't see it getting to them right now.
Yeah,
judges hate directed findings. Certainly in a criminal case, they hate it. They hate them. They don't want to do it. They want to leave it in the jury's hands and say, well, that's what happened, and enter judgment on the verdict. That's what judges want to do in civil and criminal cases.
Yeah. No, absolutely. They don't want to be responsible for that.
But if I'm sitting on the bench and this is what I have so far, I'm saying no. That you're getting a directed finding. The state has not met their burden. We cannot have a conviction based upon this.
Yeah.
Not in my courtroom.
And that's basically where I'm at, because I don't know how much longer they can drag this on, because even if they survive the directed verdict, I say the state doesn't put on a case, tells the jury, thank you so much, we're not going to waste your time. Please. I think
if I had to guess, this is over Friday.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe even tomorrow.
Tomorrow would be a little early for a murder trial, because usually I think they try to give the jury overnight to think before they make those sorts of decisions. I don't know, though. Because this one is there's just nothing there, which is the problem.
All right. Go to Jay Robine. Oh, thanks to everybody else who showed up, too. Who is here? Kurt. Uncivil Law. Ben Bateman.
Legal Vices.
Legal Vices came by.
Yep.
We've been at it so long, I forgot about all that.
We had a decent crew today.
Oh, we had the best group on the internet. Absolutely. Thank you, John. But we didn't get to bust out our soft sit costumes. That we'll just have to save those for another day.
Oh, we'll find another one. It's coming.
No box forts, no soft sit costumes. It's a different trial. This one just took a weird turn though, because we went from interesting case to just laughing our asses off. And again, this was not preset. We didn't think, oh, this will be a funny one.
No, I really didn't. Like
that was pure organic comedy there.
Oh God, that went off the rails so fast.
It really did. All right, thank you all for coming out. Go over to John. Send me a link so I can put that in my thing so I can send everybody over there.
All right, I'll set it up before the end of the night.
I'll go deal with my depositions tomorrow. I'll try to stop in there, but again, I don't know the timing.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll stop in to check out what's going on, and then if it's still going, I'll stream it on Friday again.
All right, cool.
All right,
I'll see you, brother. Thanks.
Thank you all. Wait. Oh, what do we have here? Yes. Group hug to Secret Mixed Squirrel.
Absolutely.
What she need a group hug for? Just because she's awesome?
Just because the absolute best.
All right. I'm down with that.
All right.
Oh, she's all right. All right.
All right.
Thank you all. Go check out the trial tomorrow on John's channel, and then Friday I'll be back if it's still kicking.
See you, folks. Thanks, Mike.
Cool. Bye.